I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Violence on the battlefield. After the final mobilization, both sides began to prepare for the attack. On the Tiansheng Sect side, under the command of the commander, the 100 Dragon Horse elite cavalry led by Bai Xiao left the formation first, and were divided into groups 5 miles away. After someone set up a simple warning formation, they did not move. At this time, there were not many dragon horses on the Bailing Mountain side. Although there were more than 100 dragon horses on Bailing Mountain, most of them were taken away by the sect's purple mansion. Now there were less than 20, so they had to pretend not to see them. The remaining 700 people quickly changed their formation and formed a cone-shaped offensive formation. The 60 people in the front were all condensation vein cultivators. These 60 condensation vein cultivators were all gathered from other sects. Most of them were matured by secret methods in the past year. They were completely cannon fodder, so their equipment was very poor. The commander of the Tiansheng Sect had to let the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect draw out 30 shields and give them to them. At that time, they had to withstand the first wave of attacks from Bailing Mountain. After the cone formation was completed, the commander left only a few people to guard himself, and then let the entire camp move forward slowly. On the other side of Bailing Mountain, a crescent formation was set up, with the middle being the main defensive force, and the 2 sharp corners of the crescent being the real attacking force. They would then insert into the waist of the cone formation, and cut it off in half. Both sides moved forward slowly, and when they were only a few hundred meters apart, a group of crossbows flew out from both camps, blasting through the protective shields of both sides. Kill them all, charge, hurry up. Keep up. Both sides tore off their last gentle faces, and the monks who rushed to the front had ferocious faces and violent murderous spirits. On the battlefield, with more than 1,000 people in total, a thorough fight broke out, and people fell every moment. On the other side, the purple palaces of both sides, which had long since left the formation, also slowly gathered spiritual pressure. The large groups of people had already fought, and it was time for them to take action now. Die. Lin Xiao shouted angrily. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect kept falling, which made the points in the system decrease. The average loyalty of the disciples who followed Lin Xiao to fight was around 68. The death of 10 people would be nearly 700 points. How could Lin Xiao not feel distressed? So he quickly killed the opponent's purple mansion to minimize the loss. Lin Xiao drew his bow and shot arrows, condensing a large amount of Zuan Qi, aiming at one person, and fired a series of arrows. 3 arrows soared into the sky and flew towards the man rapidly. The man felt the pressure brought by the 3rd level upgrade Xiao bow, and his face suddenly changed. He said in his heart, no wonder the other party was able to shoot and kill the cultivator of the 9th level of the purple mansion. If he relied on himself, there would be no reason to survive today. He turned out 2 talismans in his hand, and then activated them. The angles of the 2 talismans were a bit tricky. They were not parallel, but had some oblique angles. In this way, even if the first talisman was broken, the second talisman could change the direction of the arrow. In addition to his own dodging, he just took the first wave of attacks. A trifling trick, Lin Xiao sneered, and shot the arrow again. This time, he tore a thread of spiritual consciousness attached to one of the arrows. After shooting, he quickly put away the Xiao bow, because another purple mansion level 6 cultivator had already rushed in front of him, and Lin Xiao had a big knife in his hand. Bang, 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 both of them were swordsmen. When the 2 sides engaged, the purple mansion level 6 cultivator from Qingshan County was immediately horrified, because he found that the vastness of the profound energy in Lin Xiao's body was at least twice as strong as his, and his cultivation was higher than Lin Xiao's. Humph, Lin Xiao sneered. Although he had been using the Xiao bow to shoot purple mansions, the bow and arrow was just one of his martial arts. His real greatest reliance was the divine skill Hunyo and Wujigong. His total amount of profound energy was now more than that of the purple mansion level 7 cultivators, and ordinary level 6 cultivators were not enough for him to fight. Fellow Daoist Liu, Come and help me. After only 3 or 5 moves, he was at a disadvantage. This frightened him, and he called for help. He was just a guest elder invited by the Green Water Pavilion. There was no reason for him to fight to the death for the Green Water Pavilion. However, when he turned around, he was shocked, because there was an arrow stuck in the body of the Green Water Pavilion Zifu, who rushed over. The arrowhead broke his spiritual talisman and protective shield. I don't know if it pierced his inner armor, but there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Kill the Green Water Pavilion. Zifu was obviously more fierce and fearless. He was already seriously injured by the second wave of continuous arrows, so he had to drag Lin Xiao to be buried with him before he died. Lin Xiao was still not afraid of the Green Water Pavilion Zifu, who fought back desperately. He was not only stronger than the opponent in strength, but also crushed the opponent in equipment. Level 3 equipment was not common in Tiansheng, and the same was true in Qingshan County. The only place in Lu State that really produced it was Yujing City in Jingzhou. There are many purple mansions in Yujing City, and they are rich, so the fine 3rd level equipment rarely flows out. The ones that can be bought by the purple mansions of the prefectures and counties below are all relatively poor, while Lin Xiao exchanged them from the system. The products of the system must be fine. Lin Xiao took on 2 people alone, and responded with a fierce fighting style, one move for another. After dozens of moves, the talismans on the 2 purple mansions on the opposite side were used up, and the inner armor burst, while Lin Xiao's inner armor was still intact, with minimal damage. The 3rd level top quality inner armor is very powerful. Let's die together. The purple mansion of Bishu Pavilion looked extremely ferocious, made the final decision, and suddenly pounced on Lin Xiao, ready to drag Lin Xiao to die together. He was going to self-destruct. Idiot. Lin Xiao sneered disdainfully, and then a huge shield appeared in front of him. One side was just blown up, and now he took out another one. Boom. The power of the purple mansion self-explosion was extremely strong, and the 3rd level upper great shield exploded instantly. Lin Xiao had already dodged it, and rushed towards another purple mansion cultivator. Go. The purple mansion cultivator had already been frightened. The reason why he didn't leave before was because he knew that the purple mansion of the Green Water Pavilion was extremely loyal to the sect, and dared to self-explode to kill the enemy when necessary. He wanted to wait until Lin Xiao was seriously injured by the purple mansion self-explosion, and then take advantage of it. But now that person self-exploded, Lin Xiao was unharmed, so he ran away. Not only did he run away, but the purple mansion who was fighting with Bazichan also ran away instantly. They were all guest elders of the Green Water Pavilion, and were mercenaries who worked for money. Obviously, their professional ethics were not very noble. They ran away when they encountered danger. Bang. Lin Xiao took out the Chixio bow and shot an arrow with all his strength, directly shooting through the purple mansion 3rd level cultivator. He screamed and fell to the ground. Bazichan quickly went over to kill him. However, Lin Xiao did not continue to shoot the purple palace level 6 cultivator, because he could not do it. The profound energy in his body was greatly depleted after the battle. If that person knew his true identity, he might dare to rush back and fight. Lin Xiao took out the 2nd level arrows he had prepared before, and fired 3 consecutive arrows. 9 arrows quickly flew towards the people in Bailing Mountain who were fighting fiercely. The 9 condensation vein cultivators who were fighting were stared to death on the ground, without any ability to resist. We won. The Tiansheng Sect 1 kill. We won. Run. Our purple palaces are all dead. Don't run. Supervision team, kill them and organize defense after the melee. Zhang, the commander of Bailing Mountain, originally thought that they had gained the upper hand in the melee, but when he saw the purple palace of Bishu Pavilion was defeated, he knew that Bailing Mountain was also finished. However, the situation on the battlefield was still so fast that he could not imagine it. Lin Xiao fired 3 consecutive arrows, which completely crushed their confidence. Some monks from Bailing Mountain began to flee, and he ordered the supervision team to suppress them. Brother Bei, charge. Brother Zan, follow me at this time. The commander of Tiansheng Sect finally mobilized the 100 elite cavalry. The momentum brought by the charge of 100 dragon horses was extremely huge. The feeling of shaking the earthen mountains caused the Bailing Mountain formation that had just stabilized to collapse again. This time more people chose to flee, and even the supervision team could not stop them. When Lin Xiao led his men into the melee, he quickly broke through the enemy's large group of troops, split them up, and then surrounded and devoured them by the remaining monks. The 100 elite cavalrymen kept charging left and right in the enemy's camp, completely disrupting the enemy's formation. They were unable to play the role of the formation at all, and could only be surrounded and killed by the Tiansheng Sect. The number of people was rapidly decreasing. When Baizichan also rushed into the formation and slaughtered those helpless condensation vein monks, Bailing Mountain completely collapsed, and all the living people fled in all directions. Even the head of Bailing Mountain, Zhang, was taken away by several high-level officials. Give the order, chase them all. Ordinary monks are not allowed to chase for more than 10 miles. The cavalry will be divided into 10 groups and chase them without limit. Quickly. The commander of the Tiansheng Sect gave the order again, and all those who could still move rushed out to chase and kill those Bailing Mountain monks who were desperate to escape, and it was extremely easy. Those fleeing monks did not dare to turn back to resist, and only hated that they had two less legs and could not run fast enough. Therefore, there was even a scene on the battlefield where the Kame monks chased the condensed Meridians monks. Master, are you okay? It's okay, you lead the people to chase, and we must annihilate most of the people in Bailing Mountain, otherwise a retreat will be in danger. Lin Xiao shook his head, and he had swallowed several spiritual pills to restore his Zuan Qi in his mouth. His Zuan Qi was recovering rapidly, but he needed too much Zuan Qi, and he could not recover his peak combat power for a while. Yes, Master, Baizichan responded, and rushed out with his body skills. If most of the people in Bailing Mountain escaped, the retreat of the Tiansheng Sect would be in danger. Lin Xiao found an unmanned dragon horse and patrolled the battlefield. At this time, there were only a dozen people cleaning the battlefield. They finished off the enemy and collected their own wounded. Looking around, there were more casualties on the Xian'an side than on the other side. But this was no wonder. After the commander drew out 100 elite cavalry, there were only more than 60 condensed veins on the Xian'an side, while the other side should have about 170 or 8, so they were naturally at a disadvantage. It can be said that, if Lin Xiao hadn't won too quickly, the Tiansheng Sect would have most likely lost the battlefield on this side, because the commander also followed Lin Xiao's design and the entire command. Chapter 127 Threatening the Bishu Pavilion. 5 days later, on Bailing Mountain, Lin Xiao sat on the first seat of the original Bailing Sect's main hall. 5 days ago, the Tiansheng Sect defeated the Bailing Mountain army in an open battle. Only more than 100 of the 800 people were able to escape. After hearing this news, the remaining people in Bailing Mountain panicked. Finally, the elders guarding the mountain decided to abandon Bailing Mountain and began to blow up the spiritual veins, pollute the spiritual fields, and burn Bailing Mountain. After Lin Xiao got the news, he immediately sent a message to Baizichan, so the 200 people in the camp at the foot of the mountain immediately attacked and rushed up smoothly. After some core personnel were killed, the remaining disciples of Bailing Mountain also fled. Reporting to the headmaster, 1/3 of the spiritual veins on Bailing Mountain were destroyed in the explosion, and it has dropped from a 3rd order low-grade spiritual vein to a 2nd order high-grade spiritual vein. The original 600 acres of spiritual fields have also been polluted by more than 200 acres. It may take 10 years to recover. Only 1/3 of the precious spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden are left, and only about 1/5 of the sutra library has been robbed. The sect's treasury is empty. They should have been taken away by those monks when they left, and some of them became our trophies, but the overall value still exceeds that of Xianyang Mountain. Okay, Zixi, you don't have to participate in the next battle. Your focus is to manage and protect Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain, and return those floating wealth to Tiansheng Sect. Then dispatch a group of low-level disciples to come and re-manage them. We must make the spiritual veins and spiritual fields here produce something as soon as possible. After the war, we will have a huge expense. Lin Xiao nodded, very satisfied with this. The value of these two sacred mountains was extremely high. If the Tiansheng Sect could get them, the number of disciples could be doubled without worrying about running out of black crystals. What's more, there were quite a few small sacred mountains and financial sources such as minerals nearby. Yes, master, I will make the arrangements, master. I just got the news that the master of Bailing Mountain and the remaining disciples of Qian Mountain, a total of about 300 people, have gone to Bishu Pavilion. In addition, within a few hundred miles around, people from two small sects also completely blew up their spiritual veins and took their disciples to join Bishu Pavilion, but there is no movement from more small sects. If there is still no movement at this point, it means they are wavering. Basichan, wait a minute, I will write a letter. You send someone to give it to those small sects and tell them that, as long as they remain neutral and do not actively attack the people of Tiansheng, Tiansheng Sect will guarantee that they can retain their original interests after the war and will not pursue them, even if they send people to participate in the war before. Yes, master, in this way, the potential of Bishu Pavilion will be completely destroyed by us. Even if the confrontation continues, they will soon be unable to hold on. The 6 major sects in Tiansheng County are the forces that we must target. Not to mention annihilating them completely, we must at least cripple them. As for the rest of the sects, we will only kill the jihadis, and it doesn't matter if the rest are left. We can't kill them all. Lin Xiao replied that there were also quite a few cultivators in Tiansheng County. The 6 major sects should have nearly 20,000 people, but the rest of the small sects, small families and individual cultivators combined also had 10,000 to 20,000 people. If they could win over one person, there would be one less enemy. Yes, master. Have the casualties and gains been counted? The casualties have been counted. We have fought continuously and have 800 people. 156 have been killed and 300 are injured. Among these 300 people, 125 have been injured in their foundations. There is no hope for their future. Even Zixi has more than 30 casualties. As for the gains, less than 1/5 has been counted so far. It will take some time. What about our own losses in the Tiansheng Sect? 27 Nengmei disciples and 28 Kmei disciples were killed. There are also 25 disabled people. The Tiansheng Sect lost 80 people in one battle. These are the elite of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao felt extremely distressed. It took him more than 20 years to train these 800 elite soldiers from more than 2,000 people. However, before the decisive battle, 1/10 of them had been killed or injured. The casualty rate was already very high. Master, please accept my condolences. Since this is a war, casualties are inevitable. Basic C, count the spoils as soon as possible. Take out all the equipment that can be used and give them to the disciples. Don't save on talismans or anything like that. Spend money on them. Talent is the most precious thing in our Tiansheng Sect. Yes, master, I will count all the magic tools, talismans, formations, and elixirs as soon as possible and distribute them to the participating disciples. Basixi replied. She was very moved by Lin Xiao's words. She believed that there was no one in the entire Xianan province who loved his disciples more than Lin Xiao. He never used his disciples as cannon fodder, which was extremely rare for a master. Lin Xiao took his men to rest in Bailing Mountain for 5 days. Under the treatment of the elixir, the lightly injured disciples recovered and returned to the team. After a new batch of Tiansheng Sect disciples came to Bailing Mountain and reset the mountain protection formation, Lin Xiao left with more than 500 people and marched quickly. 4 days later, Lin Xiao and his men appeared on the territory of Bishu Pavilion. At this time, the Bishu Pavilion had already completed the battle of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside. All the forces were divided into 3 parts. One part went north to confront the Tiansheng Sect, one part confronted the Xianhe Gate and Hangshan Gate at the state border, and the rest were all concentrated at the gate of the Bishu Pavilion. These 3 places also concentrated all the forces of Tiansheng County. There are about 4,000 people in the north, more than 3,000 people in the state border, and 2,000 people in the gate of the Bishu Pavilion. The small sects other than these have become fence sitters and no longer dare to bet on the Bishu Pavilion. Xianan province is also further squeezing out the war potential and mobilizing monks to participate in the war again. On the Tiansheng Sect side, with the new reinforcement and the Shan Sect's manpower, there are more than 5,000 people in total. The Xianhe Gate and Hangshan Gate have almost emptied the mountain gate's manpower and gathered nearly 5,000 people at the state border. Together with the 500 people from the Tiansheng Sect, the total number is more than 1,000 more than Tiansheng County. Overall, Xianxiao's advantage is not great, but in terms of high-end combat power, Xianxiao has a huge advantage. Xianxiao had 29 Purple Palace monks before the war, and now 6 Purple Palaces are stationed in Xianxiao. In addition, 5 people were killed and injured when attacking Lin Xiao sect. With the surrender of Shan sect, the number of Purple Palace monks is exactly 20. On the other hand, Tiansheng County, including those guest elders and Lin Xiao sect, has only 26 people. So far, 3 Purple Palaces of Lin Xiao sect have been defeated. Before that, 2 were killed by Lin Xiao, and 1 escaped. The number of Purple Palaces is also 20. Don't forget that half of these 20 people are guest elders who work for money. Their combat awareness is not comparable to Lin Xiao and his team. Once the situation is not right, it is normal for them to run away, and even surrender to Xianxiao. It is precisely because the high-end power is unreliable that Tiansheng County has now taken a defensive position. No matter which battlefield it is, it will not come out. Even at the battlefield of Bishu Pavilion Mountain Gate, they have completely occupied the advantage. After trying several feints, Lin Xiao gave up the idea of a strong attack. The few hundred people he had were not enough to fight, so Lin Xiao ordered to continue to reinforce the camp, send monks to patrol day and night, and send spies more than 10 miles away. After making these preparations, Lin Xiao quietly left the camp and came to the Xianheimen camp. Friend Tang, Friend Mo Master Lin, the Tiansheng Sect has broken through Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain. Master Lin is worthy of being a brave general of my Xianxian state. Congratulations friend Tang, don't make fun of me. If you hadn't tied up so many of them, my few men would have been eaten up long ago. I came here this time to find a solution. I only have more than 500 people who can fight now, and I really can't fight anymore. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, it is good to carry people in a fancy sedan, but now the war is not over. It is better to be humble, and don't be flattered. Master Lin, our sects are trying their best now. Can't the Tiansheng Sect mobilize a little more manpower? Said Zifu of Tiansheng Sect. Danliang Sect, Tiansheng Sect, and Hanshan Sect are really trying their best now. Tiansheng Sect only has more than 2,000 people, but about 2,000 have been withdrawn. There are only a few hundred people stationed in the mountain gate, and the rest of the Lingshan financial resources have only a dozen people stationed there. It is extremely empty. On the contrary, the Tiansheng Sect has more than 2,000 people, but only about 1,000 have been withdrawn for the time being. There is still great potential. Fellow Daoist Tang, you are familiar with the situation in the Tiansheng Sect. There are more than 2,000 people, and more than 1,800 of them are cultivators of ordinary aptitude. Most of them have only the 4th or 5th level of cultivation. They are just cannon fodder, and are really useless. Now we can only count on the Danliang Sect. After all, the Danliang Sect is the strongest. Now it has joined forces with the Shan Sect, and its strength in the north is stronger than that of the Bishu Pavilion. What's the use of suppressing it? The Bishu Pavilion is hiding. If we attack by force, we will not be able to break through the camp without paying 1 or 2,000 lives. The Danliang Sect will not make this sacrifice. Then what should we do? Rely on outlasting them? Don't forget the overlord of Jingzhou. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, now Tiansheng County is really on the verge of exhaustion. If they really outlast him, it won't take long, probably 1 or 2 years. But Chunhyang Palace will not give Xianxiao this time. Maybe they are mobilizing troops and preparing to interfere in this war. You are right. The news sent by Danliang Sect yesterday said that Chunhyang Palace has mobilized 3,000 troops, and there are 30 to 40 Purple Palaces. The reason why they haven't taken action yet is that they want to see us both lose before mediating. If we can't defeat Tiansheng County by surprise, this war may be beyond our expectations. Now the most urgent ones are Xianheimen and Hanshan, because Danliang Sect and Tiansheng Sect now occupy a large area of territory, and it is impossible to return the meat they have eaten. If they can't produce results, then Xianheimen and Hanshan will be the second losers in this war, and will not get any results. In this case, let's fight. You have more than 4,000 people on your side, and I have 500 people on my side. Although Tiansheng County has more than 5,000 people in total, there are at least more than 1,000 old, weak, sick and disabled people. Their real strength is not as good as ours. Lin Xiao replied. Tiansheng County now has a total of more than 9,000 people, but this is all the personnel. Unlike SYNOPSIS, a considerable part of the force is still in SYNOPSIS, so the efficiency of the personnel on both sides is different. Master Lin seems to have an idea. When the two heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They had also heard about how the Tiansheng Sect conquered Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain. They already knew Lin Xiao's wisdom. Chapter 128, Winning by the Right Way and the Unexpected Way. I don't have any ideas, but that's how war works. We are stronger than Tiansheng County in terms of strength. If we use some strategies and let them go out and fight us in the wild, we will definitely win. We can win, even if it's not our overall strength or high-end combat power. What a good phrase. We are stronger than Tiansheng County in terms of strength and strength. Tiansheng is indeed a place with outstanding people and talents. Lin Xiao just finished speaking when a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Then Lin Xiao saw a tall and strong man walking up. People from Tianhemen and Hangshenmen stood up to greet him. Lin Xiao from Tiansheng Sect greets Senior Lang Dao. Lin Xiao also followed suit. Lin Xiao knew that this person was Wang Dao's longtime friend, the Dao gang cultivator who appeared in the last Three States War. However, Lin Xiao did not expect him to appear here. You're welcome. I'm just a high-level thug. I've already told fellow Daoist Wang that I'm only responsible for chopping people, and the rest is up to you to arrange. Sect leader Lin, it seems that you mean to resolve this war quickly? Up to now, Tianjin province still has some strength left, while Tiansheng County is exhausted. We can tell who will win and who will lose at a glance. It's just that they're worried about interference from Chunhyang Palace. So we must make a quick decision, even if it costs a certain price. That's the truth. Even if there are more losses, we can accept it, but we must not let Bishu Pavilion live. Bishu Pavilion has gone crazy. If we really leave it behind, none of us will have a good life in the future. So, let's have a decisive battle. There's no conspiracy or intrigue. It's just a small strategy. Repeating the routine of Tiansheng Sect's attack on Qian Mountain, the Tianhe Gate camp divided its troops and sent out 1,500 people to swagger around the state border, pretending to join forces with Tiansheng Sect to attack the mountain gate of Bishu Pavilion. Unlike Bailing Mountain, Bishu Pavilion has been the overlord of Tiansheng County for many years and is the faith of all the cultivators in Tiansheng County. Once the mountain gate is breached, the morale of the entire Tiansheng County will collapse and no one will be spared. Therefore, Bishu Pavilion will never let us have our way and must send people to intercept. If they send less than 1,000 people, they can't stop you at all and just rush them down. If they send more than 1,500 people, you must stop immediately to entangle them, and the Tianhemen camp must also rush out with all the troops to attack this enemy from the front and back. At that time, it depends on how Bishu Pavilion decides. If they don't rescue, then this enemy will be eaten by us. If they rescue, it will be a decisive battle. There are only 3 native purple mansions in Tiansheng County, and the rest are guest elders. Do they dare to fight to the death with us? What's more, there is Senior Lang Dao now. I'm afraid that when Senior Lang Dao appears, the guest elders of the other side will collapse and flee. Once the purple mansion is defeated, how can the large group of people survive? It's really a vicious plan. In this way, Bishu Pavilion will have no choice but to fight us to the death. This is the best and fastest way at the moment. Apart from this, the only other way I can think of is for Senior Lang Dao to lead us, the purple mansions, to rush into the enemy camp. Master Lin, you're joking. Dao gang monks are not omnipotent. Lang Dao said with a smile. It's true that Dao gang monks can slaughter Ningmei monks like killing chickens, but once they are surrounded by hundreds of Ningmei monks, and coupled with a dozen purple mansions, Dao gang will be finished. Then do as Sect Leader Lin says. But Sect Leader Lin, I hope you stay and join the battle. Sect Leader Lin is unparalleled in combat power. If we can defeat the enemy's purple mansion as soon as possible, fewer of our disciples will die. Please have mercy on those disciples, Sect Leader Lin. Fellow Daoist Tang, what are you talking about? The 9 sects of Xianan Prefecture are in alliance, and we are of the same blood. Naturally, I will not sit idly by and watch. That's good. Thank you very much. Since sect leader Lin wants to join the battle, I will give you a few words of advice. As the saying goes, one trick is enough to conquer the world. Sect leader Lin has a 3rd grade top quality bow and arrow, but he cannot bring out the essence of archery. Does sect leader Lin know the reason? Of course. Bows and arrows require speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, and one arrow can kill the enemy. However, I don't have enough Zuan-Ki for a 3rd grade magic weapon. Once a fatal blow is delivered, I will be unable to defend myself, so I can only resort to this last resort. Lin Xiao nodded. Although his fighting ability was very strong, it had not yet been fully utilized, because he was surrounded every time he fought. Once he ran out of his Zuan-Ki, he would be in danger. In fact, real archers had to have guards. Archers were responsible for long-range attacks, while close combat was left to guards. So, Master Lin knows the pros and cons. In this case, Master Lin, are you willing to lend me the 3rd level bow and arrow? I believe that with my strength, I will be able to fully exert its power, and even the 12th level of the Purple Mansion may not be able to stop it. Yes, Master Lin, can we discuss it? My Tiansheng Sect is willing to guarantee Senior Langdao, and the original items will be returned after the war. My Tiansheng Sect is also willing to guarantee. Master Lin, can you sacrifice this for Xian'an? Since both of you said so, I naturally can't refuse. I hope Senior Langdao can make good use of this Kaizo bow. Lin Xiao was originally unwilling. The 3rd level top grade magic weapon is already extremely precious, and the bow and arrow is even rarer than ordinary 3rd level magic weapons. If it weren't for the guarantee of the 2 sects, Lin Xiao would not have agreed. Then Lin Xiao took out the Kaizo bow and more than a dozen 3rd level arrows, and took the initiative to cut off the connection with the Kaizo bow. After Langdao got it, it only took a moment to complete the ritual. The few of them discussed for a while, and the next morning, the entire camp began to mobilize. 1,500 cultivators came out of the Xianheimen camp, including 500 condensation veins cultivators. In addition to Lin Xiao hiding among them, there were 6 purple palace cultivators following. As soon as the Xianheimen made any unusual movements, the Bishu Pavilion knew about it immediately, and they became nervous. Countless figures were moving violently to guard against the Xianheimen's attack. However, the Xianheimen did not rush to the enemy's camp, but deviated from the direction and began to take a detour. The direction was extremely obvious, that is, it was heading for the Bishu Pavilion mountain gate behind the camp. This made the Bishu Pavilion's head Zhuek sweat profusely. He already knew how Bailing Mountain fell. This was completely a copy of the previous strategy, but this was an open conspiracy, and the other party did not hide it at all. Although there were still more than 2,000 people at the gate of Bishu Pavilion, there was only one purple mansion guarding it. In addition, there were at least 700 to 800 old, weak, sick and disabled people below the 5th level of Kame. There were only a little over 1,000 people who could really fight. They could not stop the 2,000 people from Xian'an from watching. What's more, there were 8 purple mansion monks among the 2,000 people. Zhuek had to make a choice, to sit and watch the gate of Bishu Pavilion fall, or to send people to intercept it immediately and fight a decisive battle. This was an extremely difficult choice. The mountain gate of Bishu Pavilion is different from other sects. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the spiritual place of all the cultivators in Qingshan County. Once Bishu Pavilion falls, the morale of thousands of cultivators in Bishu Pavilion will immediately collapse. Most of their families are in the mountain gate of Bishu Pavilion. How can they concentrate on fighting at that time? Fight. The mountain gate of Bishu Pavilion must be preserved. Come on, please ask all the guest elders to come to discuss matters. Zhuek hesitated for half an hour and finally made a decision. He asked people to call those purple mansion guests and promised them huge profits again. He even promised some secrets of Bishu Pavilion and the heritage of the 1,000-year-old sect so that they would fight to the death. There must be no escape like before, otherwise Bishu Pavilion will definitely lose. Those purple mansion cultivators were also tempted by huge profits. They were all casual purple mansion cultivators. Although they barely cultivated to the purple mansion level, they were still poor. Many people didn't even have the basic equipment, let alone those advanced skills and martial arts. These things were all in Bishu Pavilion. After thousands of years of accumulation, they had a lot of good things. These good things were accumulated slowly, but if they were not used now, they would be given to others. Therefore, after those guest elders swore, ZHUEK gave some benefits in advance, including some third level magic tools and talismans, to improve their strength. ZHUEK then ordered 2,000 monks to prepare to defeat the Shinion's Hao detachment, including 8 purple mansions and 600 condensed veins, whose strength far exceeded the apparent strength of the Shinion's Hao detachment. Only in this way could ZHUEK feel at ease. After instructing the main camp to defend, ZHUEK ordered the army to speed up. Half a day later, they surpassed the detachment and lined up on the only way to the gate of the Bishu Pavilion, ready to intercept. 2 hours later, the Shinion's Hao detachment appeared 5 kilometers in front of the people of the Bishu Pavilion, and then stopped to let some low-level disciples recover their strength and restore their Zuan Qi. Both sides also sent out dozens of scouts, and a tragic scout battle broke out. The scouts were the elite of both sides. They had to be at least at the level of condensed meridians. They had to be smart, capable, and extremely agile to avoid the other side's pursuit and investigate the other side's details. The scouts of both sides had to cover for their own army, so the battle was extremely cruel. People died every moment. After half an hour of fighting, the scouts of both sides suffered heavy casualties and did not achieve their goals, so they retreated. Cone battle formation. Advance. Although Shinion's Hao had few people, they took the initiative to attack. 1,500 people immediately formed a cone battle formation. 3 purple mansion monks took the lead, holding heavy shields and slowly sneaking. There was a purple mansion guard on each side, and finally a purple mansion to hold the formation. Pincer formation. Charge. The Bishu Pavilion also quickly formed a pincer formation. This formation was a bit similar to the crescent moon formation. It also placed the center of gravity on the 2 front sides. One side was aimed at the opponent's cone, and the other side had to break into the opponent's formation during the battle to divide and surround. However, these are all theoretical formations. The actual results will depend on the on-side performance. If the opponent's cone is strong enough, it is normal to be penetrated all the way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Qingshan County's defeat. The war was about to break out. Qingshan County knew that the purple mansion on their side was not very reliable, so they did not arrange for the purple mansion to fight. However, as the armies fought and entangled, the purple mansion finally faced the purple mansion. Qingshan County had one more purple mansion in public, so Lin Xiao showed up quickly. He did not use the Xiao bow and no one discovered his identity, but Lin Xiao still quickly suppressed his opponent. Lin Xiao's opponent was a casual cultivator of the 5th level of the purple mansion. He was poor and destitute, except for a long sword in his hand, which was a 3rd level magic weapon. The rest of his equipment was 2nd level. Lin Xiao was wearing a lot of 3rd level high quality magic weapons, even the boots on his feet, which made the opponent stare. To deal with such a poor guy, Lin Xiao didn't want to get entangled with him at all. He directly used the 3rd level talisman to bombard him. After 7 or 8 talismans, the opponent had no power to resist and was beaten back step by step. Boom. Suddenly, an arrow fell from the sky. The 3rd level arrow pierced Lin Xiao's opponent with its incomparable power. The protective talisman, protective shield, robes, inner armor, and body all had a big hole. The purple mansion slowly fell down with fear in his eyes. Daogang, it's a Daogang cultivator. Daogang, how can there be a Daogang cultivator? Killing a purple mansion with 1 arrow is not something that a purple mansion cultivator can do. It must be a Daogang cultivator. Daogang cultivators can fully exert the power of the 3rd level top grade bow and arrow. The power of the Xiao bow in Lang Dao's hand is much greater than that in Lin Xiao's hand. Bang. Another arrow pierced another person, and Lang Dao's figure just appeared at this time. He was hovering in the air, looking down from a high place, looking at the battle of thousands of people with an indifferent expression. The purple mansion of Bishu Pavilion was so angry that he took out a 4th level talisman, wanting to die with Lang Dao, and rushed to Lang Dao quickly. Bang, however, halfway through, an arrow pierced his body and hit the 4th level talisman in his hand. The talisman exploded, and within dozens of meters around him, everything was blown into powder, regardless of friend or foe. Kill them all. The purple mansions of Xianhe Gate and Hangshan Gate were overjoyed. There were only 7 people in the other purple mansions. If 3 of them were killed, how could the remaining 4 be their opponents? Not to mention that there was a Dao Gang cultivator here. And those guest purple mansions, without saying a word, immediately gave up their previous promises and turned around to run, with the purple mansions chasing them closely behind them, and Lang Dao did not make any more shots. These 3 arrows were all the kind of 3rd level magic weapons that he used to the extreme, consuming most of his Zuan Qi. He would not put himself in danger, not to mention that the situation on the scene did not require him to make any more efforts. The extra purple mansions quickly pounced on the fighting condensed veins. The huge difference in cultivation made their madness useless. The condensed veins loyal to the green water pavilion wanted to die with the purple mansions, but it had no effect because there was no shortage of condensed veins on the Xianan province side to stop them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the purple mansions of the green water pavilion died again. The remaining purple mansions were no longer restrained and fled completely. With the addition of the purple mansion's monks, the condensed veins monks of the green water pavilion army were killed in large numbers. ZHUWK could no longer control the situation. In addition to the green water pavilion monks, some people on the Xianan province side had already begun to leave the battlefield. The situation in Qingshan County was about to collapse. It's time to be loyal to the sect. Follow me to kill. The appearance of the Dao Gang monks completely shattered ZHUWK's fantasy and even made him unable to withdraw the army. He was already desperate and led the last 100 or so supervisors to charge. These more than 100 people were the most loyal disciples of the Bishu Pavilion. They knew they would die, but they followed the Bishu Pavilion to charge. Inspired by them, many Bishu Pavilion disciples launched a desperate charge. However, their tragic behavior was like a stone thrown into the sea, which only caused a wave, and was immediately drowned by thousands of people. As the most loyal and brave disciples died in battle, more and more people could not bear the pressure, and their morale began to collapse. The rout began. The escape of one person could often lead a group of people. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Qingshan County side was completely disbanded, and the Xian'an monks began to hunt down those people on a large scale. Lin Xiao did not follow them to hunt, but picked a dozen Bishu Pavilion monks who died in battle, and took off their storage tools. This was his trophy. Qian Heyman would compensate him after the war, but this was also his trophy. Senior Lang Dao Master Lin, you are in a good mood. Why don't you press on to pursue the victory? The overall situation has been decided. There is no need for me to worry about it. But Senior Lang Dao, you have bet on the right horse this time. I don't know where you will be able to succeed in the future, Master Lin. Don't worry, my family has a deep connection with Tiansheng Sect, so I will naturally be in Tiansheng Sect in the future. Then let me congratulate Senior Lang Dao first. Lin smiled and bowed. As expected, Lang Dao has been involved in sect war several times, so he will definitely not be able to be a casual cultivator in the future. Otherwise some forces will not forgive him. He will definitely have to belong to Tiansheng Sect, and Tiansheng Sect will gain the greatest benefit in this war, so there will be no pressure to raise another Dao Gang. The monks of Xianheimen and Hangshan chased and killed them for dozens of miles, and the soldiers of Qingshan County were covered with corpses for dozens of miles. Only 1 in 10 people who could escape survived. The people of Xianheimen quickly gathered their men and horses, leaving 500 people to clean up the battlefield, but quickly returned with more than 800 people, and rushed to the camp of Bishu Pavilion on the border. They wanted to take the opportunity to break the camp of Bishu Pavilion. Qingshan County was defeated, and the Xian'an Hao detachment returned. The 2 camps that were confronting each other on the border received the news. The army of Xian'an Hao went out together and quickly surrounded the other side. When the 800 people of the detachment returned, the army of more than 3,000 people immediately bombarded the camp of only more than 1,000 people. This was a real hard battle. Although the other side had fewer people, they were now pitiful soldiers. They knew that they would die anyway, so their morale was extremely high. The same was true for Tiansheng. The main force of the other side was destroyed, and there were only a few people left. If they didn't make a concerted effort to break through the camp, when would they? Let's do it together, break it for me, boom, boom, boom. Tiansheng and Lin Xiao's 11 purple palaces went all out, and even Lang Dao, a Dao gang cultivator, participated in the attack mission. In addition, they gathered 500 condensed veins. With these more than 500 people working together, the third level formation of Tiansheng County's camp only lasted for half an hour before it was broken, and the formation master who maintained the formation was shocked to death on the spot. Once the formation was broken, Tiansheng County had no support at all. 4,000 people against more than 3,000 people. There was no chance of winning. The 3 purple palaces left behind were also killed by the people of Tiansheng in a very short time, and they did not play any role. When the purple palace of Bishu Pavilion died, everyone knew that the destruction of Tiansheng County was a settled matter. In addition to the sects other than Bishu Pavilion, more than 200 people chose to sneak attack on the spot, and 200 to 300 people chose to escape. Most of the remaining 500 Bishu Pavilion disciples chose to fight to the death, but their fight to the death only lasted for half an hour. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Only a few dozen people were able to escape. The rest were either dead or captured. Teams of prisoners were stripped clean, and then their dungeons were sealed. They were tied together with ropes and gathered in an open space. 50 or 60 people were guarding them. There were still hundreds of people cleaning up the battlefield. Storage tools were taken down one by one and piled on one side, forming a small hill. Some were also searching for the wounded. If they were their own people, they would be helped to the side and given a healing pill to keep them alive. The enemy would then give them a finishing blow to end their suffering. Friend Tang, friend Mo, congratulations. Master Lin, I'm grateful for your kindness. Come to my Tiansheng Sect, and I will treat you with good wine and good meat. It is the same with my Tiansheng Sect. Master Lin will never forget your kindness. Haha, I will bother you then, but now is not the time. There are at least 6,000 people in Tiansheng County who are resisting stubbornly. Dealing with them is a real thing. Master Lin, you might as well speak directly if you have something to say. In the future, the territory of the Tiansheng Sect will be south of Bailing Mountain. You will still need to find a way to the gate of the Bishu Pavilion. You are the main force, and we are a small force. Of course, Master Lin, do you have any plan? In this battle, your total casualties will be at most 500 to 600, and we can still mobilize more than 3,000 people. Leave 300 people to clean up the battlefield, and 2,000 people will take half of the prisoners to the north, to join forces with Tiansheng Sect to attack the remaining enemies in Tiansheng County. The best way is to win the hearts and minds of the people. The situation in Tiansheng County is hopeless, and except for the original 6 major sects, no one will fight to the death with them. The rest of the people will go to the mountain gate of Bishu Pavilion, and it's the same on their side. As long as you promise that their interests will remain unchanged, at least 1/3 of them will choose to launch a sneak attack, and the rest of the people are nothing to worry about. Even a violent attack can solve them. How about we act in one day according to what sect leader Lin said? Speed is the essence of war. If we use flying boats, we can reach Jingzhou in 2 days at most. It's better not to waste time. Okay, we'll set off in 3 hours. The people from Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect thought for a moment and agreed. 3 hours later, 3 purple mansions with more than 1,000 people followed Lin Xiao back to the mountain gate of Bishu Pavilion, and the remaining 7 purple mansions and Lang Dao took 2,000 people to the north. In less than a day, Lin Xiao arrived at the gate of the Bishu Pavilion. The two sides did not join forces, but surrounded the gate of the Bishu Pavilion one after the other. After a short rest, the people of Tiansheng Sect brought hundreds of prisoners to the gate of the Bishu Pavilion, beheaded them in public, and then sent a letter up the mountain, giving them half a day to consider whether to surrender or fight to the death, while the people of Tiansheng Sect took the time to recover their Zuan key in the camp. Less than half a day later, shouts and smoke came from the Bishu Pavilion mountain. It should be that the people of Bishu Pavilion and other sects had an internal conflict. One could surrender, and the other could not. The internal conflict was expected by everyone. So the people of Tiansheng Sect and Tianhe Sect chose to attack at the same time. It took more than 1,000 people only a quarter of an hour to break through the mountain gate. The third level formation without a large number of disciples to maintain it was not of much use. After rushing into the mountain, the disciples of Bishu Pavilion fought desperately, and many people began to destroy the property on the mountain, thinking about how to die together and not let the enemy take advantage. But an hour later, the gate of Bishu Pavilion fell. This time, there were even fewer people who could escape, but a large number of disciples from small sects surrendered. How to deal with the things on the mountain was a headache for Tianhe Sect and Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao just told Basichan to rob as much floating wealth as possible. This sacred mountain would belong to Tianhe Sect at that time. The floating wealth that might be taken away might not be certain, and no one would dislike too many treasures. The spiritual medicine garden, the sect treasure house, and the sutra pavilion are three of the most important institutions of a sect. Tiansheng Sect has benefited from them. Bishu Pavilion has accumulated for thousands of years and has countless heritage, and it is free for others. After robbing almost everything, Lin Xiao asked Basichan to gather people and then send the spoils to Bailing Mountain immediately. After being counted in Bailing Mountain, they would be sent back to Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 130, Kingshan County is over. After the army led by Xian Heyman occupied the gate of Bishu Pavilion, more than 1,000 disciples were divided into hundreds of teams and scattered to hunt down and encircle the remnants of Bishu Pavilion who had escaped, and to settle accounts with the mortal relatives of the core personnel of Bishu Pavilion. The direct relatives of those core personnel must be cleared, otherwise there will be endless troubles. This approach will inevitably cause large-scale massacres, but there is nothing to be done about it. Cut the grass to remove the roots. This is the experience summed up from the bloody history of the immortal world. If one day the sect of Xian'an is defeated, it will end up like this. The first settlement was extremely fast and rough, but it also achieved the expected goal. The foundation of Bishu Pavilion here was destroyed, and could not cause harm to the overall situation for the time being. So Lin Xiao and some people from Xian Heyman immediately rushed to the north, wanting to see the final battle between Kingshan County and Xian'an. But Lin Xiao and his men were still a step late, and the Kingshan County army was finished. At that time, Tang Daoai and others from Xian Heyman appeared behind the Kingshan County camp with a large army, and pushed the captives to the front. The morale of Kingshan County completely collapsed, and countless people cried on the spot. That night, there were cultivators who did not belong to the 6 major sects of Kingshan County who fled. The number reached thousands. The Bishu Pavilion could not stop them. The Chen Laozu of the Bishu Pavilion also felt that the situation was over and decided to break out that night. However, Xian'an would not let them escape like this, leaving such a big trouble, so the general attack began. 7,000 people against 3,000. 15 purple mansions against 10 purple mansions, and 2 Daogang cultivators against Chen Laozu alone. The overall strength of Kingshan County was far weaker than that of Xian'an. The battle of tens of thousands of people lasted for a whole night. After one night, Chen Laozu died. He learned the method of Ningxu secting Laozu and decisively self-destructed after being seriously injured. Wan Dao and Lang Dao Daogang were only slightly injured, but they also paid a purple mansion and dozens of Ningmei cultivators. All the purple mansion monks from Kingshan County were also killed, but they were extremely loyal and brave. They knew they could not escape, but they fought with the mentality of dying. In the end, they dragged 3 purple mansion monks from Xianan Prefecture to their deaths, and injured 2. The large groups of people from the 6 major sects in Kingshan County were basically wiped out, and less than 200 people escaped. At this point, the 6 major sects in Kingshan County disappeared, and Kingshan County was finished. When Lin Xiao and his team arrived, Daniyang Sect and Shan Sect were clearing out the remaining enemies and conducting post-war settlements. There were also dozens of small sects and families in Kingshan County that surrendered. Among these surrendered people, there were many die-hard supporters of the 6 major sects, as well as those who had close relations. These forces could not be left alive. Even if they could not be completely destroyed, they had to be split up and dispersed. As for the other irrelevant forces, they were not moved for the time being. Tiansheng, with the power of one state, annexed Ningxiao and Qingshan County, and its territory expanded 2 or 3 times. However, it would take decades or even hundreds of years to digest these results. For example, it would take at least 2 or 3 generations for the mortals to make use of the disciples from these 2 states. Otherwise, who knows if there will be some powerful people here who are extremely patient and come back to take revenge after dozens or hundreds of years. It's just right that you are here. Come with us. Lin Xiao and others saw Wang Dao 2 days later. As soon as they met, Wang Dao pulled them onto his flying boat, and then they flew directly into the air for hundreds of miles. In the flying boat, Lin Xiao and others saw the rest of the purple mansions in Tiansheng, including the seriously injured ones. There were a total of more than 10, and Tiansheng Sect had brought all the purple mansions who were guarding the house. Lin Xiao and fellow Daoist Tang looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the matter. Wang Dao was so ostentatious and pulled the tiger skin and raised the banner. I'm afraid that the people from Chunhyang Palace had come. As expected, soon, Wang Dao asked them to fly out of the flying boat and line up in the air. On the other side, only one person came out, and it was Mudezhen whom Lin Xiao had seen before. Wang Dao went forward to talk to him, and Lang Dao stood in front of Lin Xiao and others, with a vigilant look. No one knew how Wang Dao talked, because they all used secret language. It was only known that the two talked for half an hour, and finally Mudezhen left with a face full of anger, and then the flying boat of Chunhyang Palace also flew away. HMPH puff. As soon as they left, several seriously injured Zifu vomited blood and fell, scaring everyone to catch them and then bring them back to the flying boat. Someone sent Zuan Qi into their bodies, and various high-level elixirs were also sent into their mouths. Senior Wang, what does Chunhyang Palace say? Let's talk about it when we get back. We are all here now. Let's go back and discuss it. Wang Dao shook his head and took everyone back. Soon, they returned to a sacred mountain called Dongli Mountain. This was the mountain gate of a major sect of Ningxiao Sect. It was occupied by Qingshan County during the last 3-state war. The final battle was also held here. The area within a radius of more than 10 miles was almost turned into a wasteland. Soon, people from various major forces in Xianan Prefecture also arrived, and there were 2 more factions. One of them was the Shan sect of Ning Prefecture, and the other was the representative of the surrendered troops of Qingshan County. What we are going to talk about today is about the future of the 3 states. It is also related to Chunhyang Palace. The abnormal speed at which the war ended caught Chunhyang Palace off guard, but they did not give up easily. So I have already sent people to contact the Lingguang ancestor of Chunhyang Palace. Xian'an state is willing to seek the forgiveness of Chunhyang Palace at the cost of 200,000 Zuan crystals per year, to be paid every 3 years. This Zuan crystal has to be shared by everyone, and Tiansheng Sect alone cannot afford it. Wang Dao said the ins and outs of the matter lightly. It was extremely simple, but there was definitely an extremely dangerous game behind it. No one knew what method he used to impress the Lingguang ancestor of Chunhyang Palace. 200,000 every year. When will it be paid? Until we have the strength to fight against Chunhyang Palace, Wang Dao replied, which immediately made everyone in an uproar. 200,000 a year may not seem like a lot, and 10 or 20,000 would be enough for each family. But this is not a matter of 10 or 8 years. What if Xianan province is still unable to compete with Chunhyang Palace 100 years later? Chunhyang Palace has an extra source of income of 200,000 Zuan crystals every year, which is extremely terrifying in the long run. 2 million in 10 years. How many more disciples can he train? If this goes on, will Xianan province ever make a breakthrough? Ancestor Wang Dao, is there no other way? How about giving him 2 million Zuan crystals at one time? Impossible. The reason why Chunhyang Palace agreed to it is to make Xian'an bleed for a long time. Within 100 years, there is no possibility that Xian'an will surpass Chunhyang Palace. Even a fool can do the math. Then how do we share the money? I thought about it. The Tiansheng Sect will contribute 30,000. The Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect, and Tiansheng Sect will contribute 20,000. The 5 major sects of the original Xian'an will contribute 10,000, and the remaining 60,000 will be shared by the Shan sect and the original sect families. Wang Dao said lightly, and then looked directly at the Shan sect and the representatives of the surrender faction, which made them feel overwhelmed. At this moment they were extremely indignant. In this war, all the sects in Xian'an province occupied a large territory and their strength increased dramatically. An annual expenditure of 10 or 20,000 was definitely not a big deal. But as for them, the surrenderists, there was almost no benefit. Some of their sects even suffered many casualties, and their interests were greatly damaged. Asking them to share 60,000 black crystals every year was also bleeding them, and it was a wound that could not be healed, and it would last for decades or even hundreds of years, or even until their demise. But do they dare to refuse? No one dares to refuse. This is also an opportunity for them to show their loyalty. If they are unwilling to give this little bit, then don't blame Tiansheng Sect for being rude. Now that Bishu Pavilion and Ningxiu Sect have been destroyed, it will be easy to destroy them. No one objects, which means they agree. Then Wang Dao talked about some future plans, mainly about clearing up the 6 major sects in Tiansheng County. Those remaining enemies must be eliminated, and the direct descendants of their core disciples must be done as they should be, and they must not be allowed to revive. After the discussion, Wang Dao let everyone disperse. In the evening, Wang Dao hosted a banquet for people from Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect, and Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao participated in the meeting. It was another banquet, to divide up the benefits. Xian'an province is different now. It's too big. With Hongshan Gate as the center, the territory is more than 3,000 miles around. In addition, there are many remnant enemies in Ning province and Tiansheng County. Countless people died in our hands in this war. I believe everyone knows how many people secretly hate us. So we must change our previous practices. Senior Wang can say whatever he wants to say directly. We have been acquainted with each other for many years. Everything can be discussed. As long as we are united, these few remnant enemies will not be a big deal. Sect leader Lin is right. Now we have conquered a lot of territories and gained a lot of benefits. But if we become disunited for these benefits, it will only give others an opportunity to take advantage of us. Therefore, the system of the 9 sects alliance must continue. Being of the same blood is still our purpose, but the way we do it has to change. The first is that the Ascension Conference in Xianluo City has to be stopped. The territory is too large, and it takes more than a year for mortals from the marginal areas to reach Xianluo City. It is too far. In addition, we also know that you have always been resentful that Tiansheng Sect has taken away the good disciples with superior qualifications. So in the future we will change it to dividing the areas and recruiting disciples on each side. Do you have any objection? No, that's a good idea. Of course there is no objection. Every time a disciple with superior qualifications appears in the Ascension Conference, he is snatched away by Tiansheng Sect. It would be strange if everyone has no objection. It is so good to divide the areas. Whether a genius can emerge depends purely on luck. No one can blame anyone. Okay, then, let's talk about the second point. It's about how to digest the changes in the territories of the 2 states. In the future, the development focus of our sects will have to shift to Tiansheng County and Ning Province. So my Tiansheng Sect has decided to relocate all the forces except for your 3 families. My Tiansheng Sect and the leader of Hongshan Sect will occupy Ning Province, and then bring in 7 or 8 small sects and families. Only in this way will we have enough strength to suppress those people. Tiansheng County will be handed over to Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect. In addition to you, the rest of the sects will also move some over to increase their strength. Wang Dao said it very simply, but it set off huge waves in the hearts of Lin Xiao and others. Everyone's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about the meaning of these words. Chapter 131, Dividing the 2 States. Ningxiu Sect and Bishu Pavilion have controlled Ning Prefecture and Tiansheng County for at least hundreds of years. Their status is deeply rooted, and there are countless loyal people. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for each sect to occupy and digest the territory that originally belonged to Ningxiu Sect and Bishu Pavilion. Those surrendered forces certainly dare not rebel openly, but it is normal for them to not cooperate or sideline you. If they contain the various sects, then the benefits of occupying the territory will be much lower, and they may even have to continue to invest money in it, which may drag down the various sects. Lin Xiao's mind is now full of various national historical processes in his previous life. He learned that the best way to digest a piece of territory is to immigrate and move his own people there. When his own people occupy most of the population on that piece of land, it can be considered as truly digested. So Wang Dao's idea is right. But there are countless articles to do here. If you are not careful, the benefits of each family may be divided up, so some things must be cautious. Excuse me, Senior Wang, our Xianan province forces have moved to Qingshan County and Ning province. Then what should we do with the spiritual mountains originally in Xianan province, and how should the benefits be divided? Of course they will be divided. This war cost us countless black crystals, and the people of Xianan province made great efforts. After the war, my Tiansheng Sect has no resources to reward them, so we will use the spiritual mountain territories as rewards. The spiritual mountains we developed before, our sects gave up their shares and rewarded the forces that remained in Xianan province, while the spiritual mountain territories in Qingshan County and Ning province will be used to reward the relocated sects. My Tiansheng Sect has no objection to the 5 spiritual mountains in Qian Mountain, but not Ghost Crying Mountain. My Tiansheng Sect has invested hundreds of thousands of black crystals and countless manpower there, and it has just produced something. If Ghost Crying Mountain is gone, then my Tiansheng Sect's share of Qianling wine will be sharply reduced. Sect leader Lin, you have occupied Bailing Mountain, Qian Mountain and 7 or 8 small spiritual mountains. Isn't that enough? Your appetite is bound to be a little big. Senior Wang, that is what we deserve. In this war, my Tiansheng Sect broke through Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain and killed more than 1,000 enemy troops, which is more than twice our own number. Shouldn't we get these benefits? Lin Xiao refused to give in. This matter was related to the interests of Tiansheng Sect, and he must not give in. Both Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain had some losses, and in order to produce resources, he had to invest a lot of money and time. If there was no Giki Mountain, Tiansheng Sect's financial resources would be the first to collapse. Master Lin means that we didn't contribute to this war? Senior Wang, this is not what Lin said. The Tiansheng Sect already has Dangsuan Mountain and the Ningxiu Sect's Mountain Gate. Most of the other 3rd-tier spiritual mountains in Ning province are also in the hands of the Tiansheng Sect, and the Xianhe Sect will also get the Bishu Pavilion Mountain Gate and the originally disputed state boundary mines. Naturally, the Hangshan Sect will also be able to get 1 or 2 3rd-tier spiritual mountains. This is something that everyone has tacitly agreed on before. Senior Wang, you can't disappoint us. No one is disappointing you. Your Tiansheng Sect's territory has expanded 3 or 4 times, and the spiritual mountains it occupies far exceed the current spiritual mountains of the Tiansheng Sect. Why bother to pursue a small Ghost Crying Mountain? That's because Ghost Crying Mountain is extremely important to my Tiansheng Sect. In that case, my Tiansheng Sect is willing to exchange Qian Mountain for Ghost Crying Mountain. Qian Mountain is a well-developed 2nd-tier superior spiritual mountain, and it is basically undamaged, far exceeding the value of Ghost Crying Mountain. Lin Xiao said calmly, but Wang Dao was a little angry, because Lin Xiao was cheating. Qian Mountain was south of Bailing Mountain. If anyone took Qian Mountain, wouldn't it be within the power of Tiansheng Sect and be surrounded by Tiansheng Sect? In the whole Xianan province, except for Tiansheng Sect, Xianhe Sect and Hangshan Sect, who dared to take this territory? But Xianhe Sect and Hangshan Sect would never make enemies with Tiansheng Sect because of a Giki Mountain. You know, Tiansheng Sect now has 5 purple palaces, not like before. Lin Xiao was alone. Let's talk about the Ghost Crying Mountain later. A mere 2nd level spiritual mountain is not worth arguing about. What do you think, Senior Wang Dao? That makes sense. Then tell us in detail about the spiritual mountains occupied by your 3 sects. Someone came out to help, and Wang Dao stopped while he was ahead. Then he continued to discuss the division of benefits. It was basically certain that after this battle, the 4 sects would divide up all the 3rd level spiritual mountains. Except for the Shan Sect, Qianhe Sect, Hangshan Sect, and Tiansheng Sect would each get 1 or 2 3rd level spiritual mountains, as well as some 2nd level spiritual mountains of relatively poor quality. The second level spiritual mountains of relatively good quality will be divided up by the other 5 sects, and the remaining first level spiritual mountains or mineral veins of low value would be divided up by the other small sects and families. It can be said that through this division, the power of Tiansheng has expanded by more than 2 or 3 times. What will happen next depends on the ability of each family, who is better at management, who can convert these spiritual mountains and spiritual veins into resources to enhance strength, and who can completely swallow these benefits. After talking about the benefits of dividing up the benefits, the rest is everyone's responsibility. The Shan sect and those surrendering sects are unreliable. They can betray Lin Xiao and Tiansheng County today, and they can betray us in the future. Therefore, when we develop our strength, we must supervise them, and there are also matters of liquidation. It is better to kill the wrong ones than to let them go. Everyone, don't underestimate the power of hatred. I have been traveling abroad for many years. Once their remnants escape, if they get any opportunities outside, they will come back after dozens or hundreds of years. That will be our disaster. Wang Dao's words reminded Lin Xiao of the Bei family. They are the same. There are only 6 disciples left in the huge Chen State Bei family, and they are disciples with good qualifications. They have encountered such an opportunity as the Tiansheng Sect. Now there have become 3 purple mansions. It is estimated that it will not take many years for the family that occupies and slaughters the Bei family to suffer. Therefore, no one dares to be careless about this kind of thing. Those sects must be eradicated, and the direct relatives must be destroyed. The rest of the relatives must also be dismantled and relocated. This will be a huge project, which may take more than 10 years to complete, and there will be countless bloody and tearful events during this period. But everyone had to be ruthless, otherwise there would be endless troubles, so no one objected, and they would only do it more ruthlessly in private. The general direction of the division has been determined, and the remaining is the specific division of the other sects. Wang Dao also took out a charter and asked Lin Xiao and others if they had any objections. Lin Xiao took a look and found that this time the Danliang sect did not disgust him again. They moved the Shanliang sect, which had a grudge against him, to Lin Xiao, which was thousands of miles away from the Tiansheng sect. As for the division of interests among the other sects, Lin Xiao did not intend to offend anyone, so he naturally would not object. The same was true for Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect. They did not want to argue about this matter. Now they wanted to end the war as soon as possible and then go back to lick their wounds to restore their strength and develop their power. So only 3 days later, Wang Dao convened the leaders of the major forces in Tiansheng for a post-war meeting and first summarized the Battle of the 3 States. The 3 States war didn't last long, less than 2 months, but it took several years to prepare. The entire Tiansheng state invested more than 10 million Zuan crystals in the arms race, and the supplies of these 10 million Zuan crystals were basically consumed. In the war, Tiansheng state also suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Danliang sect, Tiansheng sect, and Tiansheng sect took the main force, and the most cannon fodder died. More than 1,000 people from each sect, and the number of disciples of the 3 sects was reduced again. However, most of these were low-level disciples, and the sects were not really distressed, as they could recruit more at any time. However, 6 purple mansions were killed, and 3 were seriously injured, which was really distressing. Even with the Keifu pill, it was not easy for everyone to cultivate a purple mansion. For example, Danliang sect actually only had 6 purple mansions left, 3 of whom were killed, and 2 were seriously injured. Fortunately, Dao Gang Monk Lang Dao officially joined Danliang sect to make up for this deficiency, otherwise Danliang sect's control would inevitably decline. The Battle of the 3 States was also extremely brutal. More than 15,000 monks were slaughtered in Tiansheng state, 3,000 of whom were from Ningxi sect of Ning state, and the remaining 12,000 were from Tiansheng County. 2 Dao Gang monks and more than a dozen Zifu monks were also killed. And this is the data from the front battlefield. In the process of clearing out the remaining enemies and clearing up the remnants, countless monks and mortals were killed. Up to now, these things are still happening, and there are still several sacred mountains that have been destroyed. Danliang sect estimates that in the next few months, the casualties of mortals may exceed 500,000. If we count what happened later, there may be millions of people. Now the mortal population in the 3 states is about 10 million. A million casualties is 1/10 of it. It will take at least 30 to 50 years to replenish this population. The pain caused by the war can be seen. After the summary, it is the division of the matter. Tiansheng Sect has already contacted them privately. If there are any problems, they can be raised as soon as possible. It may be possible. Now it is time to announce it. That is impossible. Whoever dares to show his teeth will be dealt with. So the normal meeting was very successful. Even the matter of Ghost Crying Mountain was resolved. That is, Ghost Crying Mountain would not be moved for the time being, and it would still belong to the 9 major sects of Tiansheng. Everyone had shares, and the spiritual fruits produced in Ghost Crying Mountain were still contracted and purchased by Tiansheng Sect at a fair price. After the division meeting, the leaders of each sect left quickly. Now that the war had just stopped, everyone had a lot of things to deal with, and had no time to stay here. Lin Xiao was the same. He quickly returned to the gate of Bishu Pavilion, and took the Tiansheng Sect's detached master away. Lin Xiao asked the people from the small sects to go back by themselves, and he went to Bailing Mountain. Lin Xiao stayed in Bailing Mountain for 3 days, leaving Basixi in charge. In addition to her, there were 100 disciples from the battle hall and 200 low-level disciples. When he arrived at Qian Mountain, Lin Xiao also left 150 people, with Li Mingyang in charge. As for the other mineral veins and spiritual mountains, Lin Xiao also continuously sent people to guard and collect them, preparing for future operations. Unknowingly, he had sent out 400 to 500 people, and only 200 people actually followed Lin Xiao back to Tiansheng Sect. Li Fengyu, who had received the news in advance, held a triumphal ceremony in Gongmingfang City, which was particularly grand. However, it was also a muscle flexing event to intimidate those hidden villains. Chapter 132 Post-War Preparations. In this war, although Lin Xiao only brought 800 people, he killed more than 1,500 enemies, which was about twice his own strength. Everyone's military exploits were paved with the blood of the enemy. The team of more than 200 people was full of murderous aura, which frightened some people in Gongmingfang City. After showing off his military power, Lin Xiao quickly led his people back to the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Then there was a public memorial ceremony to hold a funeral for the disciples who died in the battle. In this war, the number of casualties of Tiansheng Sect exceeded 100. It really paid a huge price. As for money, it was incalculable. Of course, if Lin Xiao had not been so willing to spend money and give his disciples the best equipment, the number of casualties would have doubled. This also made Lin Xiao more determined to take the route of elite soldiers in the future. Lin Xiao could not accept the practice of using cannon fodder. After the memorial ceremony, Lin Xiao quickly convened a sect meeting and asked Li Fengyu and the other 2 to come to discuss and arrange the next stage of the sect's tasks. The 3 states war is completely over. Qingshan County and Ning Province were reduced to ashes. Our Tiansheng Sect has occupied a territory that is more than twice its size, so the focus of our future work must be changed, and we must digest these territories as soon as possible. So the next step is to relocate disciples to the original Qingshan County territory. Bailing Mountain is the top priority. A spiritual mountain with a 3rd order spiritual vein is as valuable as our Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate. I have asked Basixi to guard there with 300 disciples, but it is not enough. At least 500 people must be increased. Qian Mountain is 2nd, and it must be increased to about 300 people. In addition, the remaining dozen or so small spiritual mountains must also be garrisoned. At least 1,200 people must be mobilized to Qingshan County to defend such a large territory. But master, in this way, our mountain gate will be empty, and there is also the market town. Don't worry, except for the new disciples, basic teachers and guards, no one will be left at the mountain gate. The scale of Gongming Market will remain unchanged, and will be presided over by elders who are Yang. Beiwu Mountain is very close to the mountain gate and the market town, so we can lower the defense. We just need to protect Kanling Wine and Beiwu Tea. The same goes for Xianyang Mountain. In addition to the management disciples, we only need to leave a dozen people for protection. Our work can be divided into levels. Now the most important thing is Bailing Mountain. Yes, Master. The specific list of personnel transfers is up to you to make, and you must choose reliable people to be in charge. In the next few years, we must focus on stability and not be too radical. Yes, Master, don't worry about this. The other thing is the spoils of war. This time we plundered a lot of floating wealth. Not only us, but also the other sects in Tiansheng. Some of them can be used directly and some are useless. You must count them out as soon as possible and then arrange rewards for military merits and sacrifices as soon as possible. We have already done this, but because each sect has made gains, the prices are very low. It is not cost effective to sell the spoils now. I have discussed with several elders to see if we can hold it down for a year or two. By then, prices will return to normal, which will be more cost effective. Yes, but we have to ensure that Tiansheng Sect has enough financial resources for normal operation. Master, the financial resources are sufficient. The output of Ghost Crying Mountain has been increasing. Now the annual output of Kindling wine is about to reach 1 million bottles. Beiwu tea and rice wine are also increasing, and sales have been expanding. Last month, Sahai Trading Company ventured to Key State and is working on opening up sales channels in Key. If they succeed, Key State alone will be able to swallow all our goods in a year. Li Fengai replied. After all, the countries near Lu State are just small countries with just that kind of purchasing power. After several years of expansion, it has almost reached its limit, so Jinbao took his men to venture to Key State. Key State is one of the largest countries in Nansao. One country is stronger than 10 Lu states. If they really succeed, the output of Tiansheng Sect will not be enough for Key State alone. Jinbao went to Key State. Interesting. This matter is not that simple. Have they not made any unusual movements in the past few months? Yes, Sahai Trading Company has replaced more than 20 backbones, and 2 Zifu have not appeared for a long time. I'm afraid something has happened. I will report this matter to the headmaster separately. Okay, and you must also come up with a plan for the adjustment of the sect's industries. For example, the previous silkworm breeding can be expanded, but don't put it in Tiansheng Sect, put it in Qingshan County, and make use of more than a dozen small spiritual mountains. In addition, there are dragon horses. Tell Sahai Trading Company to help us get some high quality dragon horses and swollen horses. We have to breed them ourselves. The place is bigger, and more places will need dragon horses in the future. Headmaster, I have a new suggestion about dragon horses. Although dragon horses are good, they are not the best spiritual beasts domesticated by our cultivators. We can also get some other spiritual beasts. Pulling carts, plowing fields, and riding should be separated. Okay, you can decide the specific matters yourself. Lin Xiao nodded. He has always delegated power for such matters. In fact, the elders of Tiansheng Sect have great power. Having said this, let's talk about mortals and new disciples. The Ascension Conference in Qianluo City has been cancelled, and each sect will recruit disciples on its own in the future. The area of our Tiansheng Sect is from Xianyang Mountain to the Tiansheng Sect, as well as the territories we occupy now. I calculated that, not counting Qingshan County, the number of mortals in our area is actually very small, less than 500,000. If it is held once every 3 years, we can probably only find 50 to 60 new disciples, so we have to make plans early. Master, there are actually quite a few mortal villages and towns in Qingshan County that have nothing to do with the previous Qingshan County sects. We can actually recruit them as well. Yes, but you must identify them clearly, and don't recruit enemies. Yes, I'll be careful and let those mortal governments manage it more. There shouldn't be any big problems. Speaking of mortal governments, I still have something to say. I don't know about other countries, but the organizational capabilities of the mortal governments of Lu State are really worrying. You must come up with a plan to strengthen the management of mortals, and don't use all the means on cultivators. It's a bit of putting the cart before the horse. Mortals are the foundation. Master, we can't manage more than 2,000 people in Tiansheng Sect. We can't manage hundreds of thousands of mortals, even if we die of exhaustion. Li Fengai shouted hurriedly. He had never managed mortals, but the sect was managed by him. He knew how difficult it was to manage. He couldn't manage 500,000 mortals, even if he died of exhaustion. Stupid, can't you promote some talents among mortals? Mortals can manage mortals, and cultivators can be supervisors. Don't we still have a large number of disciples who are not qualified and not very hard working in Tiansheng Sect? In addition to those disabled disciples, we can send them all out and let them go to the secular world to become rich and enjoy a peaceful life. At the same time, we will supervise the mortal world. Our Tiansheng Sect will support them. They will also marry wives and concubines at that time, which will just increase the number of disciples. That's fine. The path of cultivation is difficult and dangerous. Not every disciple's Tao heart is extremely tenacious. I'm sure many people are willing to go to the mortal world to enjoy happiness. But master, do these people want to leave the sect? Not for now. Let's talk about it later. Lin Xiao shook his head. Once he left the sect, he would no longer be considered a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. The system would deduct his points. The dozens of deaths in battle had already deducted thousands of points from him. If he deducted more, Lin Xiao would be too distressed. He had already consumed too many points for this war, and his remaining points had dropped to more than 13,000. In addition, the sect's talent training system must continue to be improved. Elderly, you three are all old. Lin Xiao spoke to the three again. Lin Xiao had been in charge of the Tiansheng Sect for more than 20 years. Li Fengyu and the others were in their 50s and 60s at the time, and now they are in their 70s and 80s. That is, they are wealthy and have been using elixirs to recuperate their bodies, so they can still hold on. If they were ordinary people of this age, many would be bedridden. Yes, master, we can only do this for another 10 years at most. We will speed up the training of our team members, and will never let the Tiansheng Sect have a gap in management talent. Li Fengyu's voice became a little lonely. After being an elder for more than 20 years, they have unparalleled power and unlimited glory. In fact, they are already very power hungry and don't want to let go easily, but their bodies can't hold on any longer. Although it is not a problem for a condensed vein cultivator to live for more than 100 years, that is only theoretical. Many people die before they are 100 years old. Moreover, the Tiansheng Sect is getting bigger and bigger, and they are getting older and older. Their energy is slowly failing. It's time to prepare to give up power. Okay, then 10 years. Elder Li, Elder Huang, Elder Chen, you are all people who have made great contributions to the sect. I, Lin Xiao, never treat my own people unfairly. If you want to create a family of your own, then now is a good time. There are many ownerless small sacred mountains in Tiansheng County. If you don't want to create a family, then I can make an exception and give each of you 10 places for inner disciples. You don't have to answer me now. Go back and think about it and give me a reply within 3 months. Lin Xiao waved his hand, asking them not to make an immediate decision. Go back and think about it. Not everyone wants to stay in the sect for a lifetime. If the bloodline can be passed down forever, it is also a good choice. If they are willing, Lin Xiao can help them get some small sacred mountains. The three people looked solemn, but they were also very happy. Lin Xiao was really good to them. Whether it was a sacred mountain or 10 places for inner disciples, it was an extremely heavy gift. After the meeting, the entire Tiansheng Sect quickly started to operate. Hundreds of disciples and countless resources poured into Tiansheng County. With the arrival of this group of disciples, the Tiansheng Sect's occupation of Tiansheng County was completely consolidated. Now Tiansheng County can no longer find a sect that can compete with this force. There are tens of thousands of mortals going with these disciples. Low-level disciples still have countless things to rely on mortals for help. Now that the mortals in Tiansheng County are unreliable, they naturally have to rely on their own people. So Lin Xiao simply demolished Xianan Town. In the past 20 years, Xianan Town has formed dozens of mortal families. Xianan Town has long been overcrowded and too crowded, so Lin Xiao moved away 20 mortal families at one time, each family with a few hundred people and as many as 7 or 8,000 people, to enrich the territory of Tiansheng County. Chapter 133 System Upgrade Plan. The 6 months after the war was the busiest time for the Tiansheng Sect, especially for the middle and senior management. They were so busy that Lin Xiao could not be a hands-off boss, even if he wanted to. He had to keep busy every day. After 6 months, everything had stabilized. Even new disciples had joined the sect. However, the number of disciples joining the sect this time was the smallest in more than 20 years. There were only 52 disciples, and there were no disciples with high-grade spiritual roots. The small number and poor qualifications made Lin Xiao speechless. So Lin Xiao arranged for Li Fengyu to go to Tiansheng County and asked him to rectify the mortals. He told Li Fengyu that, in fact, among the mortals, except for the families that had close interests with the Tiansheng County sect, the rest of the mortals were not very loyal. They would only be loyal to the forces that could bring them a good life. So Lin Xiao asked Li Fengyu to investigate the living conditions of the mortals in Tiansheng County. After finding out clearly, they had to take action. Cultivate good fields, build water conservancy projects, build roads, and form caravans to exchange what they have, so that the mortals can prosper as soon as possible. They also had to pull one faction to fight another, suppress those wealthy families, and win over those poor mortals, so that they could control the mortals as soon as possible and increase the number of disciples. On this day, Lin Xiao was in charge of Gongmingfang Market, and Jin Bio also came back with good news. He had found a new agent in Qi State, and kindling liquor had entered 2 of the cities. The hundreds of thousands of kindling liquor and Beiwu tea brought had been sold out, and Sahe Business House had controlled the new sales channels. Of course, in fact, there was more than that. Jin Bio actually went to meet the top leaders of Tiansheng and used the huge interests of Sahe Business House to play games with the top leaders of Tiansheng. He has now half withdrawn from Tiansheng and can be regarded as the most successfully whitewashed person of Tiansheng. The top leaders need Jin Bio's help, otherwise the people of Tiansheng have nowhere to hide. Jin Bio bit off a large piece of fat meat from the Thorn God. The number of purple mansions following him not only did not decrease, but increased, with a total of 17 or 18 people. However, Jin Bio did not dare to put these people in the open. They were all distributed in various countries in the name of the company's stewards. No one knew the specific details except him. Master Lin, old Jin has something to ask for Elder Jin. Just speak frankly. We have been friends for many years, Master Lin. I want to naturalize in the Tiansheng Sect. Why do you think so, Elder Jin? Isn't the Sahe company thriving? Lin Xiao replied. He supported the Sahe company. At the beginning of its establishment, they were in financial difficulties and could not receive orders, so Lin Xiao sent them orders. During the arms race, Lin Xiao also gave them large orders, allowing them to make a lot of money. Now the Tiansheng Sect sells more than 800,000 copies of kindling wine a year, and they account for at least half of it. The annual income is almost equal to that of the Tiansheng Sect. But if Jin Bio joined Sahe Trading Company, he would have to give up most of the benefits. So Lin Xiao refused in his heart. It seemed that he had fallen out with the people behind him and wanted to take refuge in Tiansheng Sect. But there was no such good thing. You took all the benefits. Do you think others are fools? Sahe Trading Company is good, but it still has no foundation. Old Jin, I can see that there is a sect as a backer, so I want to ask Sect Master Lin to take it in. Jin Bio replied. In fact, of course, this is not the case. He bit off the fat meat of Tiansheng, and Tiansheng agreed, only because of the situation. Once they really let them breathe, Tiansheng's top leaders would not forgive him. Tiansheng still has many Daogang cultivators, so he urgently needs a reliable force to act as a windshield. As for taking him in, it's not a big deal. But Laojin, now that you've joined the Tiansheng Sect, what will happen to Sahe business? According to the sect's rules, disciples are not allowed to have outside wealth. If I take Sahe business, your brothers will definitely fight me to death. This. Jin Bio's face changed, and he secretly thought in his heart that it was not good. How could he forget about this? If there was no Sahe business, then what would he, Jin Bio, be? He was just an ordinary purple mansion cultivator, and anyone could kill him, so Jin Bio quickly changed the subject. If Jin Bio didn't mention it, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't mention it either. As for the forces behind Jin Bio, Lin Xiao had to use benefits to tie them up, and at the same time he was fattening the sheep. When the Tiansheng Sect had the strength to swallow them up, Lin Xiao would eat them without hesitation. After staying in Gangming Market for a few days, Lin Xiao went to inspect Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain. The damaged spiritual veins of Bailing Mountain were recovering, but it had not yet recovered to the third level. However, many spiritual fields had been planted with crops such as spiritual grains and spiritual medicines. There were more than 1,000 acres of spiritual fields in these two mountains alone. Together with the rest of the spiritual fields, Tiansheng Sect had more than 2,000 acres of spiritual fields, which could produce hundreds of thousands of extra black crystals every year. It could be said that Tiansheng Sect would not have to worry about financial resources for a long time in the future. Zixi, how is it? How many remnants are there in Qingshan County now? Not many. They have basically been wiped out. The rest should have escaped and gone to other states and counties. That's good. Bailing Mountain must be guarded well. At the same time, some capable disciples must be trained, and low-level disciples should be sent out to do more tasks. The monsters and wild beasts on some hills should be cleared out as soon as possible. Yes, I will cooperate with elderly. Well, tell Baizichan not to be careless, to patrol carefully, and to cooperate with elderly. No matter whether it is a mortal or a cultivator, whoever dares to obstruct our Tiansheng Sect should be shown no mercy. Yes, Baizichan has already been informed, and he has been following elderly recently. That's good. This is the elixir used for cultivation. Practice well. There is still a long life ahead. Lin Xiao nodded. The people in the Bei family all have outstanding talents, and Lin Xiao used them very easily. Then Lin Xiao also went to see Li Mingyang. Li Mingyang is a talent cultivated by Tiansheng Sect and a typical example promoted by Lin Xiao. He also made great contributions in this war, but most of his contributions were used to repay debts owed to the sect. Not only him, but also a large number of disciples are like this, but few people have resentment. This is what they owed, and they have to pay it back. Anyway, their cultivation and positions are there, and they are bound to be successful in the future. Practice well. I will leave you a Keifu pill. Finally, Lin Xiao patted Li Mingyang on the shoulder. Li Mingyang was excited. This sentence was very clear. As long as he reached the 12th level of condensation veins, he could get a Keifu pill. At that time, the probability of breaking through to the Purple Palace is very high. Lin Xiao smiled and said nothing. Li Mingyang is now at the 9th level of condensation veins, but Li Muxu has already reached the 11th level of condensation veins. The speed is really too fast, so fast that Lin Xiao is a little jealous. If Lin Xiao did not have a system, it is estimated that he would be caught up by Li Muxu in at most 20 to 30 years. System, display page ding dong. The system page is open. Host level, Purple Mansion, 7th rank. Sect name, Tiansheng Sect, 8th rank. Number of disciples, 2135. Host rights, points mall, opened. Sect power, all institutions have been opened. Disciple loyalty, 63, low average. Side quest, disintegrate the assassin god, unlimited time, record system blanks, unlimited time, points balance, 12,558. The system page is still very simple, but in fact there are many more functions. These functions still need Lin Xiao to explore them personally. So far, Lin Xiao still lacks a comprehensive understanding of the system, so Lin Xiao still wants to continue to upgrade the system level. The system upgrade is related to the overall strength of the Tiansheng Sect. It requires 8 purple mansions, alchemy, refining, array formations, talismans, spirits, and other cultivation arts to reach the 2nd level upper level, and there must be a complete talent training system. Lin Xiao is silently preparing for all these, and now he is almost ready. For example, as Beicheng's cultivation breaks through the purple mansion, his level is also heading towards the 3rd level, which is about to exceed the system requirements, and the other guest elders have basically met the requirements. The Sutra Library, Spiritual Medicine Garden and other institutions that can be upgraded in the system have all been upgraded to the limit. At present, the only thing missing is the Purple Mansion cultivators, and there are only 3 people missing, so it is not a big problem. Now there are several guest elders who have naturalized in the sect. Their cultivation has reached the 11th and 12th levels of condensation veins. Li Muxu is also at the 11th level. It may take at most 3 to 5 years for them to break through to the Purple Mansion, reaching the number of 8 people. In addition, Lin Xiao is also quietly preparing for the next upgrade. Lin Xiao has asked people to buy inheritances in aspects such as spiritual plant husband, beast tamer, puppet, and 100 craftsmen from outside. These basic inheritances can be bought with Xuanjing. Lin Xiao does not want to waste points. When the high level ones cannot be bought, he will exchange them from the system. After everything went according to plan, Lin Xiao also returned to Tiansheng Sect again. At this time, there were less than 300 cultivators in the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. The rest were assigned to various places. The spiritual veins have been nourishing, and the Xuanqi has been steadily increasing. The Xuanqi on the mountain is completely enough for Lin Xiao to use. Lin Xiao chose to retreat. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao's cultivation has broken through the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. When Lin Xiao came out of retreat, Li Muxu had already been in the 12th level of condensing veins for more than a year. She was ready to retreat to break through the Purple Mansion. Lin Xiao did not prepare a palace opening pill for her, because she did not need it at all. The strong King Mu Saint body would not have any obstacles before the 7th level. The other 2 guest elders who were planned had also advanced to the 12th level of condensing veins for a while. After settling for another year or so, they could also break through the Purple Mansion. By then, the Tiansheng Sect would have 8 Purple Mansion cultivators, and the overall strength would surpass Tiansheng Sect and become the 3rd largest sect in Tiansheng. Even Tianhe Sect was only a little stronger than Tiansheng Sect. After more than 3 years of operation, the various sects in Tiansheng had completely established a foothold in Ninghe and Qingshan County, and the sacred mountains occupied by the various sects had begun to produce. The first tribute from Tiansheng to Chunayang Palace was also sent by Danliang Sect. At the same time, Wang Dao received news that Chunayang Palace had completely acquiesced to the fact that Tiansheng occupied Ninghe and Qingshan County and began to suppress Tiansheng. In addition to the tribute of 600,000 Zuan crystals in 3 years, Chunayang Palace had already issued a statement requiring Tiansheng to advance and retreat with Chunayang Palace in the future. This means that, if there is anything in the future of Lu State, Tiansheng will have to contribute manpower, and it will be in proportion to the 3 states and counties. For example, if Chen State has another monster counterattack, Tiansheng will have to follow Chunayang Palace to fight. As soon as this news came out, all the sects in Tiansheng were very nervous. Everyone knew that once they followed Chunayang Palace to fight, the sects in Tiansheng would definitely be cannon fodder, so all the sects accelerated their development and vigorously recruited disciples. Chapter 134. Prepare to upgrade. In the past 3 or 4 years, Tiansheng has recruited very few disciples in the new territory. Even if the disciples who have been detected to have spiritual roots have to be examined many times to ensure that they have nothing to do with the previous 2 states and counties, they will be admitted. Otherwise, even if they have the best spiritual root qualifications, they will not be accepted. Tiansheng Sect did the same. In fact, Lin Xiao could use the loyalty of the system to distinguish the loyalty and treachery of those people, but Lin Xiao did not do so because he was afraid of causing some unnecessary misunderstandings and to protect the secrets of the system. Of course, in addition to this, there is another very important reason, which is to accumulate the foundation for Tiansheng Sect. If each sect wants to survive for a long time, it must have a foundation accumulation. If a sect's financial resources have always been barely balanced, it is a very dangerous thing. If something happens and breaks the balance of financial resources, and there is no surplus in the sect's treasury, then the sect may collapse in a short time. So after 3 or 4 years of accumulation, there are already 400,000 or 500,000 accumulated in the Tiansheng Sect's treasury, which is actually not enough, but Chunayang Palace released such news, and Lin Xiao had to follow Danliang Sect and expand rapidly. Lin Xiao sent hundreds of low-level disciples to the mortal villages and towns within Qingshan County to measure the spiritual roots of children of appropriate age with spirit stones. Once the results were determined, regardless of their quality, they were immediately sent to the gate of Tiansheng Sect by carriage for a second measurement. After review, they were directly admitted to the gate. Because of the long journey, the entire process of recruiting disciples took about half a year. During this time, Tiansheng Sect detected more than 500 children with spiritual roots, and all the children left over from previous years were also brought back. After the new disciples entered, Lin Xiao attached great importance to their cultivation education, especially ideological education. He once again personally took charge of them, gave them lessons from time to time, and gave preferential treatment to their relatives in the mortal world. This two-pronged approach immediately made many people accept his teachings. Build a few more heart-refining towers in the trial field and let those guest elders build them. They don't need to be very advanced. Anyway, our opponents will not be very powerful. In the future, all new disciples, no matter where they come from, must enter the heart refining tower once a year for 3 years. They can be reused only after passing the evaluation. Yes, master, I understand. I will let them build it within half a year. Also, the original disciples of Tiansheng County must be used in a random manner. They cannot be allowed to form groups. They should be arranged to go to the direction of Chen State for training as much as possible. For those who are very outstanding and loyal, we should promote a few examples. Understood. Although the focus of the sect is in Tiansheng County now, we have not relaxed in Chen State, and our people have been active there. Very good. Has the Khan family caused any trouble before? No, the ancestor of the Khan family died half a year after being injured by the master. A purple mansion cultivator was enough to hurt them. Before the Daogang cultivator appeared in the Khan family, they did not dare to be our enemy. Then he has no hope. I will definitely break through to Daogang faster than them. Of course, the sect leader is now very famous and his cultivation speed is extremely fast. This is something everyone knows. Okay, stop flattering him. Remember the people on this list. They will not be reused. Any dangerous matters in the future will be handed over to them. Within 10 years, we will use them up completely. Lin Xiao nodded and handed a list to Li Fengyu. There were more than a dozen new disciples on the list. These were people who had escaped the scrutiny of the Tiansheng Sect, but harbored resentment towards the Tiansheng Sect, and had no loyalty at all. They had joined the sect for several months, but their loyalty had not changed at all. Lin Xiao discovered this from the system at once. Yes, I will strengthen the examination of new disciples in the future. Nothing, I have the means to find them. In addition, Yi Xiao is about to take action. The focus of future operations will be Jingzhou, Chen State, and Qi State, these great powers of cultivating immortals. You can ask for any support you need, but I want to see results. What kind of results does the master need? First, find out the relationship between Chunayang Palace and the vassal family, as well as the major forces in Chen State. The major powers in Qi State will focus on collecting news of major events. Our intelligence channels will begin to play a role. Lin Xiao said. Yi Xiao has spent hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals in the establishment of so many years. More than 20 core members of Tiansheng Sect have joined, and the number of members of the peripheral organization has reached more than 300. But this is not enough. Lin Xiao has continued to increase investment, with a special allocation of 60,000 Zuan crystals each year, asking them to continue to develop their strength, not limited to Lu State, and to go to Qi State, and other major powers. Through his intermittent understanding of the outside world over the years, Lin Xiao found that the level of the cultivation world in Lu State was very different from that of the big country in Nansao and Zhangzhou, and it could even be said that there was a gap. Perhaps this was also the reason why Lu State was weak. Lin Xiao had great ambitions, and would definitely not be satisfied with just staying in a corner of Lu State. He would definitely go out of the scope of Nansao. In fact, with the level of the cultivation world in Lu State, it was extremely difficult to reach the 6th or even 7th realm, and Lin Xiao heard that there were top masters in the 9th realm in Zhangzhou. As Lin Xiao's order was issued, the person in charge of Night Owl passed the message out, and soon after, news began to slowly come back. In addition to the information of the major forces, there was also a map. Lin Xiao was working on drawing maps of several countries around Lu State. On this day, Lin Xiao was carefully observing some of the maps that had been drawn. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation of mysterious energy came from the Tiansheng Sect mountain. Lin Xiao immediately smiled. This was the fluctuation of mysterious energy that broke through the purple mansion. Not only was he alarmed, but the other disciples were also alarmed. This kind of fluctuation of profound energy had appeared several times in the past few years, and many people ran out to watch. After a while, Li Muxu was also suspended in the air, with her spiritual pressure fully open, showing the existence of the 6th Purple Mansion cultivator of Tiansheng Sect. Master, Muxu. Don't make it public. Quietly advance Muxu's entry time by a few years. Yes, I understand, Li Fengyu said excitedly. More than 20 years ago, Tiansheng Sect did not have a Purple Mansion cultivator. In order to break through the Purple Mansion, the former master had to go to Xianluo City for trade, which led to being robbed and killed. But now, the 6th Purple Mansion cultivator has been born. As an old man back then, Li Fengyu was naturally very excited. The prosperity and strength of Tiansheng Sect was beyond his imagination. After another half a month, Li Muxu, who had stabilized his cultivation, came out of retreat and personally came to Lin Xiao's cave to thank his master. Master, I have lived up to your expectations and finally achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Palace. Good. Muxu, you are indeed a genius disciple. My efforts have not been in vain. Very good. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Well, Muxu must not be proud and complacent. The Purple Palace is only the 3rd realm on the road of cultivation. You can no longer dominate Xianan province. You must keep working hard. Yes, disciple understands. Well, take a good rest for a few days. In a month, you go to Bailing Mountain and bring Basixi back. The spiritual veins in Bailing Mountain are of high level and there are not many people. You stay there for a few years and practice hard. Yes, Master, Li Muxu replied. She had no opinion on the arrangement of the sect. Although Lin Xiao had trained her many times, she was still more inexperienced than Basixi and others. She needed to continue to be trained. Moreover, in Bailing Mountain, she was the undisputed boss. Without any constraints, she was naturally willing. The news of Li Muxu's breakthrough of the Purple Mansion was soon spread out. The more Purple Mansion cultivators there were, the higher the status of the Tiansheng Sect was. Even in Gongmingfang City, the prestige of the Tiansheng Sect was getting higher and higher. No one wanted to offend the Tiansheng Sect with 6 Purple Mansions for nothing. The Danliang Sect also got the news and sent people to congratulate them. Of course, there was also a reason to inquire about the news. Because Li Muxu was hidden deep by Lin Xiao, they didn't know that the Tiansheng Sect had such a talent. Everyone was very shocked. Unfortunately, when their people arrived, Li Muxu had already gone to Bailing Mountain, so those people did not see them, and Lin Xiao was the only one who received them. After chatting with them for a long time and discussing the current situation, those people left, and Tiansheng Sect slowly returned to peace. Lin Xiao talked with the weapon refining elder Sun Shihong and the talisman making elder Zhang Yaowei for a few days, and asked Bei Chengxi and others to write down their experience of breaking through the Purple Mansion and send it back to them. The two of them have been in the 12th level of condensing veins for a long time, and they can start retreating in a year at most. Lin Xiao hopes that they can guarantee a breakthrough. You must know that having a Keifu pill is not omnipotent. The Keifu pill can increase the success rate by 30% at most. Even if the other treasures are added, it is only about 50% to 60%. The probability of using the Keifu pill for the 12th level of condensing veins in Danliang Sect is only 2/3. Only 2 people broke through with each furnace of 3 pills, and the previous success rate of Bishu Pavilion was even lower. It was impossible for the 2 of them to say that they were not nervous. They were casual cultivators before, with weak foundations. Only after they became guest elders of the Tiansheng Sect did their lives become better. Moreover, they had never had the experience of breaking through the Purple Palace. In addition, they were not young anymore. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance in their lifetime. Through the conversation, Lin Xiao knew their concerns, that is, their bodies might be lacking. When they were casual cultivators, they had fought with others a lot, and they might have hidden injuries on their bodies. Such hidden injuries would be a great threat when they broke through. For this reason, Lin Xiao had to exchange several extremely precious elixirs from the system to recuperate their bodies, and let them postpone the time of breakthrough for half a year, so that they could retreat with confidence. Now the two of them are the key to Lin Xiao's system upgrade, and Lin Xiao does not want to make any mistakes, otherwise he will have to wait for Li Mingyang to break through, and Li Mingyang will have to wait for a few more years. After arranging the two of them, Beizixi also returned from Bailing Mountain. Lin Xiao met with Beizixi and Beichengxi and gave them the recipes of several third-level elixirs obtained from the system, and asked Li Fengyu to collect materials according to the recipes, with the purpose of helping them break through to the third-level alchemy master. For example, the third-level elixirs in Tiansheng are still monopolized by Tiansheng Sect. The three sects' purple mansions, totaling more than 20 people, have to buy elixirs for cultivation from Tiansheng Sect, which is very expensive. If the alchemists of their own sect can refine third-level elixirs, it will save a lot of money, and it will also allow Lin Xiao to cover the system. Chapter 135 System Upgrade. In the LV Kingdom, the third-level elixir is already considered a very high-level elixir. Its main ingredient must be a third-level spiritual medicine, and the auxiliary materials are mostly rare materials. Even some special third-level elixirs, whether the main ingredient or the auxiliary materials, must be third-level, and the value is extremely high. Take the Runfu pill taken by Lin Xiao as an example. Runfu pill is one of the best elixirs taken by Purple Mansion cultivators. The entire elixir requires 68 kinds of materials, 55 of which are third level. Just to collect these materials, 20,000 zuanjing are needed. A furnace of elixir can produce at most 9 pills, and a 50% pill rate can only produce 4 pills, which is just a little more than recovering the cost. However, if the pill rate can reach 70% or 80%, then you can make a lot of money. There is also the problem of material supply. Sects like Tiansheng Sect, which have been passed down for more than 1,000 years, have a very large spiritual medicine garden, where many high-level spiritual medicines are planted. Spiritual medicines mature every year, and the main medicine is basically self-sufficient, and the cost will be much lower. The Tiansheng Sect's foundation was really insufficient. Even if Lin Xiao used the system bonus to shorten the planting time by half, most of the spiritual medicines were not yet mature and had to be purchased from outside. However, when the war ended, Lin Xiao asked Granny Mei to expand the spiritual medicine garden. Wang Xiaoxi even went to Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain to transplant the spiritual medicines from the spiritual medicine gardens there. In addition to the rare spiritual medicine seeds that Lin Xiao exchanged from the system, the scale of the spiritual medicine garden of the Tiansheng Sect is now no smaller than that of the Tiansheng Sect. In just 20 to 30 years, the Tiansheng Sect will not be short of third-level spiritual medicines. Master, I have been comprehending the recipe of Runfu pill for nearly half a year. I wonder if the materials are in place, yet it should be soon. We have many channels now, and Sehei Trading Company also helped us to search. Can you make the pill now? It shouldn't be a problem. To break through to the third rank alchemist, the success rate of the pill is hard to guarantee. We may have to make it a few more times. But master, there is another problem. We don't have a third rank alchemy furnace. Oh, right, I forgot about this. Are there any requirements for a third rank alchemy furnace? This, I don't know how to explain to the master. When the alchemy furnace reaches the third level and above, there is no such thing as an ordinary product. They all have their own characteristics. In other words, there is no best alchemy furnace, only the most suitable one, and the most suitable one is best made according to the habits of the alchemist. Do you want it to be customized? But elder son hasn't broken through yet, so we can't make it ourselves. If we are close, we have to find the Tiansheng Sect. His refiner broke through to the third rank level 2 years ago. Lin Xiao frowned and said that Tiansheng Sect was also developing very rapidly. In addition to cultivation, the level of cultivation arts had also improved. Alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, and array formations all reached the third level. Especially the array master, who had broken through for many years and had reached the level of the third level middle grade. So the overall strength of Tiansheng Sect was the first in Tiansheng. That's not so troublesome. If there is another third level alchemy furnace, you can use it. I haven't broken through yet, so I can't customize it. Okay, wait another half a month, and I'll get you a third level alchemy furnace. Lin Xiao nodded. This would be much simpler. The system would just change one. The third level alchemy furnace was only a little more expensive, but it was only 1 or 2,000 points. Before that, more than 500 disciples entered the sect, and he added nearly 20,000 points. Now the points are sufficient. Half a month later, Lin Xiao changed the third level alchemy furnace from the system. In addition, the materials were in place, and Bai Chengxi entered the alchemy room to practice alchemy in seclusion. Bai Zix's level was a little worse than her father's, and she had to wait until Bai Chengxi broke through and communicated before breaking through. Generally speaking, it takes 3 to 5 days to make a third level elixir. Bai Chengxi spent a total of 7 days, including the time he spent in seclusion. After 7 days, Bai Chengxi came out of seclusion with a happy look on his face and brought 2 runfu pills to Lin Xiao. The runfu pills in Bai Chengxi's hand looked terrible, dark and without any color, but it was a third level pill after all, which also indicated that Bai Chengxi had become a third level alchemist. Lin Xiao immediately praised Bai Chengxi and encouraged him to keep up the good work. At the same time, he asked Li Fengyu to notify the General Affairs Hall and Sahei business to continue to collect various materials so that Bai Chengxi could continue to make pills and improve his alchemy skills. A large amount of black crystals were smashed down, and various materials continued to gather in Tiansheng Sect. After Bai Chengxi rested for half a month, he made pills again. This time, he made 2 pills, but the pills looked much better. Bai Chengxi naturally had no reservations about Bai Zixi. After seriously communicating with Bai Zixi also refined a furnace of pills, and finally refined a terrible runfu pill. Although it was also very poor, it was also considered a third level alchemist. After refining 3 more furnaces of pills, Bai Chengxi's third level alchemy skills were completely stabilized. In the future, as long as he refined more pills, his level would continue to improve. After that, Bai Chengxi went to Danliang Sect as a guest. On the one hand, he asked the alchemists of Danliang Sect for advice on alchemy, and on the other hand, he asked their refiners to customize the alchemy furnace. With the Tiansheng Sect as a signboard, the people of Danliang Sect would naturally not refuse, but they were also surprised at the strength of the Tiansheng Sect, which actually cultivated a third level alchemist. You know, Tianhe Sect and Hanshan Sect are also working hard in this regard, but they haven't cultivated it yet. The strong backing of the Tiansheng Sect made the people of Danliang Sect secretly shocked. Even the head of the sect Qisheng has decided to invest more resources in talent training in the future. Danliang Sect is famous for its elixirs. If it is surpassed by Tiansheng Sect in the future, where will the face of his Danliang Sect be? Bai Chengxi stayed in Danliang Sect for half a year, and finally spent a lot of money to build a third level alchemy furnace. After returning, he immediately refined a furnace of elixirs and finally refined 3 runfu pills of good quality. The 3 pills are basically almost recovered. Bai Zixi also refined elixirs several times in the past 6 months, and her level has improved a bit. She also went to Danliang Sect and asked their refiners to customize the alchemy furnace again. This made everyone in Danliang Sect stunned. Are third level alchemists so worthless? One left and another came right after. However, the refiners of Danliang Sect were very happy. The tailor-made alchemy furnace was much more expensive than ordinary magic tools. He could make a lot of money by refining one, and he could also make friends with the alchemists. In the future, if there are any elixirs that are not convenient for the sect's alchemists to refine, he can also find someone to refine them. Before Bai Zix's alchemy furnace was built, the third level alchemist of Xianheimen was trained, and he also came to order the furnace. Qisheng of Danliang Sect almost vomited blood. The appearance of so many third level alchemists indicated that Danliang Sect's plan to monopolize Xian'an's high level elixirs had failed, which would cause Danliang Sect to lose a large amount of financial resources. Fortunately, Dangsuan Mountain can produce 500,000 or 600,000 zuanjing every year. In addition, they occupy many sacred mountains, and the annual income is at least 1.5 to 600,000, which is enough. After Bai Zixi came back, she was stationed in Gongmingfang City. There are already many casual cultivators of condensing veins in Gongmingfang City, with more than 100 people living there. The amount of elixirs required is getting bigger and bigger. With basics' current level, refining second level elixirs is simply a piece of cake. At least 7 elixirs can be refined, which is basically double the profit. If the materials are also grown by Tiansheng Sect itself, the profit will be more than 2 or 3 times. Now there are already many purple palaces in the sect, and the help that the sect can provide will become less and less, so basically has to plan for her future. At least she has to be wealthy to support her cultivation. Beicheng's level is relatively high, and she doesn't refine low-level pills much anymore. Except for the occasional practice and review, she mainly refines third-level pills for the sect's several purple palace cultivators. In the midst of a busy period, Sun Shiheng and Zhang Yaoi ended the stage of nourishment and precipitation. The two of them went into seclusion on the same day. They are both going to break through the purple palace. As soon as they went into seclusion, Lin Xiao also went into seclusion. If they successfully broke through the purple mansion, the system would be upgraded, and he could use the system to break through to the Daogang period. However, he could not cross so many levels at once. It was extremely difficult for purple mansion cultivators to practice. If they crossed over rashly, it would arouse suspicion. They had to lay some groundwork and upgrade slowly layer by layer. More than half a year later, a violent fluctuation of profound energy came from Tiansheng Sect again. It was the talisman-making elder Zhang Yaoi who broke through first, which caused the Tiansheng Sect disciples to revel, because this was the 7th purple mansion cultivator of Tiansheng Sect. In terms of the number of purple mansion cultivators, Tiansheng Sect has tied Hangshan Sect. Lin Xiao appeared with the cultivation of the 7th level of purple mansion to congratulate Zhang Yaoi, and the Danliang Sect and other sects also sent people to congratulate him again. This time, Lin Xiao kept them, because he believed that someone would break through soon, so as not to make them run another trip. As expected, in less than half a month, Sun Shiheng also broke through. The guests who stayed in Tiansheng Sect were a little confused. What was going on? Why was it so easy to break through the purple mansion in Tiansheng Sect? Lin Xiao naturally didn't explain, but told them that Tiansheng Sect had its own channels to get K-Fudan, and the materials for K-Fudan were also prepared long ago. Didn't they sell some materials to Danliang Sect many years ago? Several people were skeptical and didn't dare to stay for long. They rushed back to the sect and reported the news. Tiansheng Sect seemed to be extremely strange everywhere. I'm afraid it won't be long before Tianhe Sect's status will be caught up. Before, Tianhe Sect lost a purple mansion and injured 2 people in the 3 states war. One of the injured 2 had already injured his foundation and had no possibility of further progress in this life. But in the past 2 years, Tianhe Sect broke through another person and now maintained the number of 9 purple mansions. Tang Daoyao, who had the highest cultivation, had already reached the 9th level of purple mansion, temporarily leading Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao did not want to explain more. He did not have the intention to surpass Tianhe Sect. 8 purple palaces were enough. Even if Danliang Sect wanted to deal with Tiansheng Sect, it would have to pay a great price. In Xianan province, Tiansheng Sect's position was very stable. Lin Xiao did not want to stand out, just because he did not want to provoke Danliang Sect and Chunliang Palace. System, have the upgrades been met? Ding dong, after system detection, the system upgrade conditions have been met. Does the host want to spend 100 points to upgrade? Upgrade ding dong, the system is upgrading. The estimated upgrade time is 3 days. The system will be unavailable within 3 days. Please wait patiently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, a new chapter. Ding dong, the system upgrade is complete. Please pay attention to the host. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the system issued a warning. Lin Xiao quickly turned on the system, and what came into view was a cartoon doll. Are you the system? Ding dong. This is a new function after the system upgrade, anthropomorphism. The host is the destined child of the system, but the host is also destined to be a lonely person. This system has the obligation to relieve the loneliness of the host. The system image can be modified, and each modification only requires 10 points. Can anyone change the system image? Yes, okay. Change it to 1 crying, 2 making trouble, 3 going AWY. It can't be changed. Ding dong. The system image has changed soon. The cartoon doll and Lin Xiao's eyes turned into a portrait of his evil taste. System, prepare to transform into Hatter Sensei and AOI Sensei, and take turns to appear in the future. Hurry up. Ding dong. The system image has been stored. The system advises the host that a little masturbation is good for your mood. Excessive masturbation is harmful to your body, and forced masturbation will lead to your death. TSK, you know shit. Open the system page. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. It was just a bad taste. He didn't want to masturbate. He was not that kind of person. Ding dong. The system page has been opened. Host level, Zifu, 8th grade. Sect name, Tiansheng Sect, 8th grade. Number of disciples, 2635. Host rights, points mall, opened. Sect rights, all institutions have opened. Disciple loyalty, 60, low average. Side quest, disintegrate the thorn god, unlimited time, include system blanks, unlimited time. Points balance, 23,580. System, why is there no change? It's still the same stuff. Ding dong. The main functions of the system remain unchanged in this upgrade. Minor changes need to be discovered by the host on his own, or the host needs to pay 100 points for the system to explain. No, I'll discover it slowly by myself. Lin Xiao immediately refused. 100 points were not easy to earn. It took almost 2 disciples with high loyalty. The system could not be taken advantage of. System, if I want to break through to Daogang period, how many points do I need? Ding dong. The host is at the 7th level of Zifu. 500 points to upgrade 1 level. 5,000 points to break through Daogang at the 12th level of Zifu. And 1,000 points to upgrade 1 level at Daogang period. It's really expensive. Lin Xiao smacked his lips. Breaking through to Daogang period would cost 7,500 points, and if he reached Daogang 12th level, it would cost another 12,000 points. Lin Xiao couldn't afford to upgrade to this level now. If he used up all the points, he couldn't do anything else. Lin Xiao checked the requirements for the system to upgrade again. This time the system had higher requirements. The number of Daogang cultivators required was no longer 8, but 10. It also required that all the institutions in the sect's rights and interests be upgraded to the limit, including an additional Mountain Gate Spirit Vein, all of which were 3rd grade top grade, and the price was expensive. Take the Spiritual Medicine Garden as an example. The current Spiritual Medicine Garden is 2nd grade top grade. Breaking through to the 3rd level would cost 3,000 points, and then upgrading twice would cost another 2,000 points, a total of 5,000. However, there are many benefits after the Spiritual Medicine Garden is upgraded. First of all, the protection array of the Spiritual Medicine Garden will be improved. The concentration of the mysterious energy inside will increase many times, which can feed and cultivate more spiritual medicines, and the time for the spiritual medicines to mature can be shortened to about 1/3 of the original time. The price of points is determined by the time of the spiritual medicine. In addition, the 4th level spiritual medicines and seeds have appeared in the system mall. The time required for the maturity of the 4th level spiritual medicines is basically no less than 100 years, and some rare 1,000 years are not too much. If it can be shortened to 1/3 of the original time, the value will be high. Lin Xiao participated in the auction in Yujing City before, and knew how expensive the 4th level spiritual medicines were. Ordinary sects would not take them out for sale, but exchange them for precious resources. In addition to these institutions, the talent system has also been improved accordingly. In addition to the 4 items of alchemy, refining, and talisman formation, there are more spiritual plant husbands and beast masters. These 6 types of talents must all reach the level of the 3rd level upper grade, and there is a complete talent training system. That is, there must be people in the 1st and 2nd levels. There are also 2 additional requirements. The first is the loyalty of the disciples. The average number must not be less than 65. This is relatively easy to achieve. Lin Xiao has always been generous to his disciples. He will give them enough opportunities regardless of their qualifications, and he has always emphasized ideological education. At least for now, 65 is not difficult. However, Lin Xiao also knows that it will not be so easy once there are more people. Now the number of Tiansheng Sect members is less than 3,000. Once the number of disciples exceeds 10,000, it will be different. After all, there are more people and more thoughts. It can be predicted that system upgrades will become more and more difficult in the future. The second point is related to the side quest. The system requires Lin Xiao to include 10 things that do not exist in the system, and the value of 3 of them cannot be lower than the 4th level. This difficulty is not ordinary. So far, Lin Xiao has seen at least 8,000 kinds of various spiritual objects in the world of cultivation. Lin Xiao can find the same one of each in the system mall, and the 4th level spiritual objects are already very rare. How can Lin Xiao not have seen them? This feels a bit embarrassing. System, are you deliberately making things difficult for me because you saw that I didn't do that side quest? Ding dong, the host's level is insufficient. The system cannot answer this question. Humph. Lin Xiao snorted in dissatisfaction and then began to check the points mall. All parts of the points mall have been refreshed and a lot of new content has been added. For example, the martial arts area already has earth level martial arts. Earth level martial arts are already extremely expensive in the Lu Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Lin Xiao knows that even the Tiansheng Sect does not have many, and there is only one book with public information. In fact, there will be more, but it is estimated to be within 10 books. In the system, Lin Xiao has seen more than 30 kinds, and some of them are enough to practice to the 8th level. There is a purchase limit? Are you kidding me? I can only exchange a maximum of 10 books. System, come out to explain. Ding dong, this is a rule made by the system, based on the strength of the host and the sect. The reason is for the safety of the host and the sect. After another upgrade, the system will no longer impose restrictions. What about martial arts? Is it limited to 10 books as well? Ding dong, yes, host. There won't be any restrictions on 4th tier magic tools, 4th tier elixirs, and special commodity areas. Ding dong, no. That's better. I'm annoyed with you now. Get out of here and disappear from my sight. Lin Xiao waved his hand, asking the system to get out, and then began to spend points to improve his strength. The first one was the mountain protection formation. The Tiansheng Sect's mountain protection formation was still of the 2nd tier upper grade, and this time it was upgraded, directly spending 5,000 points to upgrade to the 3rd tier upper grade. In this way, the level of the mountain protection formation exceeded that of the Tiansheng Sect. As long as there were enough people, even if the Daogang cultivators led a team to attack, they could hold off for a long time. The reason why they broke through the gate of Bishu Pavilion before was that they didn't have enough disciples to guard the mountain. If they had a few hundred more people to maintain the formation, it wouldn't be a problem to defend for 10 days or half a month. But now, if Tiansheng Sect has 8 purple palaces plus 1 or 200 condensed meridians and 4 or 500 open meridians disciples, the enemy can't break through without paying the price of 1 or 2,000 people. Behind the mountain protection formation is the spiritual medicine garden. The stronger the sect is, the more important the spiritual medicine garden is. So Lin Xiao spent another 5,000 points to upgrade the level of the spiritual medicine garden, and exchanged a lot of 4th level spiritual medicine seeds, all using points to shorten its maturity time. After that, there were not many points left, so Lin Xiao only upgraded the Sutra Pavilion. When the points dropped to 10,000, Lin Xiao stopped. 10,000 is the bottom line, and so many must be reserved to deal with crisis. Lin Xiao estimated that, if he wanted to reach the level of the next upgrade, he would have to invest at least 70,000 to 80,000 points. This didn't count the disciple training part. He didn't know when the next upgrade would be. Lin Xiao studied the system for a whole half month and finally found more subtle functions, such as he can now arrange 5 elders. The loyalty points of the elders are doubled, and like Li Fengyu, they will not lose points when they retire from the position of elders, as long as they serve as elders for 10 years, which means that Lin Xiao can rotate 5 elders every 10 years to get more points. In addition to this, there is another very important function, that is, the protective shield. Now Lin Xiao's strongest means of defense should be to exchange 4 4th level top grade magic tools and talismans, but Lin Xiao's cultivation is not enough, and he can't support those magic tools and talismans at all. At Lin Xiao's current level, he can't beat Dao Gang monks at all. However, the system can send out a protective shield to help Lin Xiao block the attack of powerful enemies. This protective shield can resist across levels, which means that, as long as Lin Xiao holds up this protective shield, even Lingguang Patriarch can't break it. But the price is extremely expensive, 1000 points per minute. Yes, only 1 minute. However, Lin Xiao was still extremely satisfied. As long as he reserved 30,000 points, he could withstand the hands of Lingguang Patriarch for half an hour. Lin Xiao also had treasures such as the teleportation talisman on him. It would not be very difficult to get out at that time, unless he fell into a trap. After understanding the new functions of the system, Lin Xiao went out of retreat to deal with the affairs of the sect. At the same time, he asked Li Fengyu and others to promote the management talents they had trained to become acting elders. In a few years, Li Fengyu and others would retire, and they must speed up their training. They had to take over now. Lin Xiao himself was preparing to spend 10 years to break through to the Dao Gang period and continue to maintain the speed of 1 breakthrough every 3 years. This speed was already very fast. For example, Senior Sister Leng of Tiansheng Sect, after the 7th level of Zifu, each breakthrough took at least 5 or 6 years, and at most 8 or 9 years. It was possible that there were people with worse qualifications who broke through every 20 years. However, people like this would never have the chance to reach the Dao Gang period in this life. The lifespan of a purple mansion cultivator is over 200 years old, and most of them are already in their 70s or 80s when they break through to the purple mansion. In total, there is only over 100 years left for cultivators to break through. If they don't speed up, they will not be able to catch up, especially when it comes to breaking through to the Dao Gang at the 12th level of purple mansion. It is even more difficult. It has been almost 10 years since Leng Ning broke through to the 12th level of Purple Mansion, and he still doesn't dare to go into seclusion to break through. One can imagine how difficult it is for a Dao Gang cultivator. Chapter 137, King's Warning. After Tiansheng next Ninghezhou and Qingshan County, the surrounding situation was tense for a while, but soon returned to calm. Now the states bordering Tiansheng have long united to prevent Tiansheng's invasion, but they cannot take the initiative to attack, even though they know that Tiansheng is now the weakest. After all, the annexation war also caused more than 5,000 casualties in Tiansheng. This is naturally a problem of strength. Now Tiansheng has nearly 30 Purple Mansion monks on the surface, which has greatly exceeded the surrounding states and counties. Their strength is growing very slowly, and the number of Purple Mansion monks is less than 10. The high-end combat power is far behind, so the situation has stabilized. In fact, Tiansheng is not only unable to continue to annex, but Chunhyang Palace has also become wary of Tiansheng, and will not give Tiansheng any chance. Once Tiansheng shows any signs, it is estimated that it will be suppressed by Chunhyang Palace. The war had ended 5 or 6 years ago, and the strength of each sect was expanding rapidly. Lin Xiao entered a long period of seclusion, and all the sect affairs were handed over to Li Fengyu and others to handle. Most of the major issues that could not be resolved were also resolved after Lin Xiao came out of seclusion. On this day, Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, and after handling things as usual, he began to inspect the sect's territory and industry. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived at Qian Mountain, he received a message from the sect that Wang Dao of Tiansheng Sect was visiting, so Lin Xiao had to rush back immediately. Senior Wang, how come you have time to visit my Tiansheng Sect today? Master Lin is exhausted. You just came back from Qingshan County. You have good body skills. I wonder what advice Senior Wang has for you this time. Lin Xiao did not answer. As his magic power became deeper and deeper, the sky shadow escape technique became more and more advanced, and the speed of his body skills increased greatly, far exceeding the speed of Langma. Next, he planned to put the sky shadow escape technique into the sutra library for all disciples to practice, and he wanted to exchange for a more advanced body skill. Speed is sometimes the key to saving life. Don't be nervous. I don't mean any other thing. I'm just chatting with you. You're already at the 7th level of Purple Mansion. How long will it take to reach the 12th level? 30 years. Lin Xiao doubled the time required. To advance one level in 3 years at the Purple Mansion stage is a terrifying thing. Lin Xiao didn't believe that Wang Dao would continue to be wary of him. 30 years, that's about enough. It's enough. What do you mean by 30 years? Senior Wang, can you explain? In 30 to 50 years, the state of Lu may participate in a war of annihilation, and sect leader Lin must be prepared. What? Don't be surprised, the news will be public in a few years. Of course, it is also possible that the war will not break out. Please give me some advice. Senior Wang, there is a small country to the north of the state of Lu. Its strength is about the same as that of the state of Lu. Its name is the state of Tiansheng, and the overlord of the state of Tiansheng is called the Tiansheng Sect. The Lingguang ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect has reached the 11th level of Lingguang, but he is over 800 years old and has no hope of advancing to the Shengsu period. He has taken treasures that extend his lifespan, and he can no longer prolong his life. Everyone estimates that his lifespan should be about 50 years, and he will die in 50 years. Once the Lingguang ancestor dies, the state of Lu, the state of Chen, and the Kangou on the other side of the state of Tiansheng will attack the state of Tiansheng together to completely destroy the Tiansheng Sect and divide up the interests of the state of Tiansheng. Several countries surrounding Lu state are facing the threat of wild beasts at the same time. If a war of annihilation breaks out, it will be very dangerous. Why are there so many reasons? Money is the only thing that can tempt people. Not to mention the sacred mountains and spiritual veins of Tiansheng State. The key is that Tiansheng State has a large black crystal mine, which is not comparable to Dangsuan Mountain. The black crystal reserves are at least 10 times that of Dangsuan Mountain. Therefore, the territory of Tiansheng State is 1/3 less than that of Lu State, but the number of cultivators is not less, and it is even a little stronger. Even though Tiansheng Sect has been digging for more than 300 years, its output has been very stable, with at least 2 million black crystals produced every year, and there are also many mid-level and high-level black crystals. Sect leader Lin should know the value of high-level black crystals. I see. No wonder countries have this idea. Lin Xiao nodded. He knew what was going on. Not to mention anything else, this black crystal mine alone was enough to be the reason for countries like Lu State to take action. High-level black crystals are strategic resources for large sects with countless benefits. Even Lin Xiao's system cannot exchange them now, and there is not a single one in the sect. That's it. However, Tiansheng Sect also has an elder who has reached the 12th level of Daogang. He broke through about 20 years ago. If he could break through before the current ancestor Lingguang passes away, then there will be no fighting. Senior Wang, may I ask, if a fighting really breaks out, what will happen to my Xian'an province? What can we do? We'll be cannon fodder. Xian'an province is now serving as 3 provinces. By then, the whole country will be mobilized. If the other provinces and counties send out 5,000 people, we will have to send 15,000 people. Those above Zifu will be called up by Chunayang Palace. What do you think will happen to us then? Xian'an province is empty and extremely dangerous. Lin Xiao could imagine that when the time came, 1,500 people would be withdrawn, or even more, and the huge Xian'an province would only be left with a few thousand people to guard it. It would be extremely dangerous with only so few people on such a large territory. Even a stronger group of independent cultivators would dare to come up and bite off a piece of meat. So, Master Lin, you are extremely important. Within 30 to 50 years, I will definitely let Lengning break through Daogang. When the time comes, I will transfer 3 Daogang away, and you will have to stay in Xian'an province. Compared with Master Lin's combat power, after the 12th level of Zifu, he can contain Daogang cultivators. No, Senior Wang, don't worry. I will enter the 12th level of Zifu within 30 years, and I will definitely break through Daogang within 50 years. By then, there will be at least 4 Daogang cultivators in Xianan province. Lin Xiao replied immediately. Wang Dao didn't know at all. In 50 years, it is estimated that Li Muxu will be able to break through to Daogang. How could there be so few people? You have such great ambitions. Very good. Before the War of Annihilation, Chunayang Palace will hold a grand event. Usually, accumulate more Zuanjing, and then bid for some breakthrough treasures. The probability will be greater. Wang Dao nodded, although he disagreed in his heart. If Daogang was so easy to break through, then Chunayang Palace would not have only 2 people. Thank you for your advice, senior. Also, I'll warn you one more thing. If a war to annihilate a nation really breaks out, Sahei Trading Company will be dealt with. Don't play with fire and mess it up. That would be no fun. Yes, Senior Wang, don't worry. Everything is under my control. That's good. I won't say anything else. Start preparing from now on. If a war really breaks out, the Xianan province stage will be extremely difficult. Wang Dao nodded and then stopped talking about these topics. Instead, he talked about the industry of Tiansheng Sect. The industry of Tiansheng Sect is also unique in the scope of Lu State. No sect has ever dared to use spiritual wine as a support of the sect industry, but Tiansheng Sect did it. Now Tiansheng Sect's kindling wine has developed 3 series and 26 kinds to deal with guests of all levels. After more than 20 years of operation, it has become a famous wine in Lu State. In Lu State alone, 200,000 copies can be consumed a year. It is really enviable. If Tiansheng Sect did not have 8 purple mansions, it would definitely not be able to keep this industry. Lin Xiao took Wang Dao to inspect the industry of Tiansheng Sect and also proposed cooperation. Now with the operation of many spiritual mountains such as Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain, the output of spiritual fruits is no longer the key to restricting development. The key is spiritual water, and most of the spiritual water is produced by spiritual springs. Now half of the spiritual water of Tiansheng Sect must be purchased from outside, which restricts the development of kindling wine. For this reason, Wang Dao also agreed to cooperate. He could sell 3,000 kilograms of spiritual water to Tiansheng Sect every year. If these spiritual waters were used to make the lowest grade kindling wine, 30,000 portions could be made. The share increased a lot, and now it is close to 1 million portions per year. Tiansheng Sect is well managed, and Wang Dao has benefited a lot from it. He stayed for 3 days before leaving for the sect. As soon as Wang Dao left, Lin Xiao immediately summoned the person in charge of Yixiao and asked them to immediately send people to sneak into Xianxi country to collect all information related to Bianmen and establish a complete intelligence agency there. At the same time, he asked them to pay attention to the intelligence agency of Danliang Sect. It was just a guess before, but now Lin Xiao can be sure that Danliang Sect has a more powerful intelligence team than Tiansheng Sect. The same team is an enemy, so he has to pay attention. Lin Xiao pondered for a long time and finally thought of something. The Xianluo City Ascension Conference has been held for more than 100 years, at least 30 or 40 times. Basically, 1 or 2 children with high quality qualifications will appear each time, and they are also snatched away by the Danliang Sect. However, among the people in the Danliang Sect, there are not many with high quality qualifications, at least half of them are missing. If I guess correctly, they should be hidden by them, such as developing intelligence teams. This is normal. Even in the world of Lin Xiao's previous life, any big clan will have 2 forces, the light and the dark. It doesn't matter if it is called the Dark Clan or the Yin Clan. In the same way, the Xianhe Sect may also have this force. And the Sahei Trading Company has probably been targeted by them for a long time. They know what is going on with the Sahei Trading Company, like a mirror. The reason why they did not take measures is that they think Lin Xiao's approach is very good. He uses interests to bind them and suppress the forces behind them. If they take action, they will not be able to disintegrate without losing some manpower. It is better to maintain order. Elderly, give me the information of Sehe Trading Company and tell the market to raise the monitoring of Sehe Trading Company to a higher level and send people to infiltrate it. Yes, master. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious expression, Li Fengai, who did not dare to be careless and quickly brought all the information of Sehe Trading Company. Lin Xiao frowned and checked it. Now the most obvious strength of Sehe Trading Company is still the 6 purple mansion cultivators, but there are more than 10 shallower ones distributed outside. They set up branch bases in other places and never dare to show up, but it is not a secret. The key is that there are still a lot of potential manpower under this. For example, the last time they went to Key State to open a market, Key State was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Lu State, and there were many dangers on the way. It was definitely not something that Purple Mansion cultivators could easily get through safely. They definitely needed the help of cultivators above Daogang. There are also some problems with their capital flow. Sehe business can earn 500,000 or 600,000 Zuanjing from Tiansheng Sect every year. With other income, there are about 800,000. This amount of money is sufficient to support his current team, but the data shows that Sehe business has never been rich in financial resources, and the annual finances are very tight. It is conceivable that part of the financial resources have disappeared. Daogang or Lingguang, Jinbao, I hope you don't play with fire, Lin Xiao pondered after reading it. If he was only supported by Daogang monks, Lin Xiao would naturally allow him, but if there was Lingguang ancestor behind him, then before the War of Annihilation, Sehe business would not be able to stay. Chapter 138, Settling Down. Chen State, a small family in Lingshan Hall. Jinbao looked at the person in front of him with some fear. The reason why Jinbao was frightened was that the spiritual pressure of this person made him feel like he had a mountain on his back. His legs were trembling, and his body was sweating. This was definitely beyond the level of Daogang cultivators. Baliu, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Nanzi 001 General Manager. Feeling the spiritual pressure on his body loosen, Jinbao uttered 2 words from his throat, and his face changed. Nanzi 001, that is the boss of the Thorn God and Nanzhao, the ancestor of the Lingguang period. Yes, it's me, Baliu. I heard that you were going to betray me, the god of assassination. How do you explain it? Slander, chief. This is completely slander. Oh, since it's slander, then explain why someone would report you. Chief, this is because someone in the organization is jealous of my achievements. More than 10 years ago, several of us were ordered to lurk in the 2 countries of Luan Chen. Except for me, all of us failed and did not penetrate into the forces of the 2 countries. Only I succeeded, and I also found a new development path for the organization. My loyalty to the organization over the years is evident. I set up the Sehe business to help the members of the organization clean up their identities, provide them with a safe environment to practice, and earn a lot of Zuan crystals. From the beginning year, the annual profit has not been less than 100,000 Zuan crystals, and every year I give more than 50% of the profit to the organization. In addition to these, I have done a lot of things, such as Jinbao, who has always been unclear and not good at speaking, was very agile at this time. He immediately recounted everything he had done over the years, with a proud and sad tone. Thinking back to the time when the Assassin Gods organization in Nanzhao was in turmoil, dozens of people were lurking in various countries, but who succeeded? Only Jinbao succeeded. After only a few years, he established the Sehe Trading Company to provide identity cover for the members of the organization, and made a lot of profits. Over the past 10 years, he provided the organization with more than 1 million Zuan crystals. Without this money, the Assassin Gods organization would have collapsed and disintegrated long ago. The Assassin Gods assassins joined for the high welfare benefits. Without the benefits, everyone ran away. In addition, Jinbao discovered the benefits of channels from Lin Xiao. The Sehe Trading Company traveled all over the country not only to do business, but also to find out the truth and prepare intelligence. After years of preparation, the Assassin God has now infiltrated dozens of small families in various places. Like this small family today, it is completely controlled by the Assassin God. In a few years, the Assassin God's people can basically replace it and appear openly. It can be said that the current stability of the god of assassination is due to at least 50% of the credit from Jinbao. If it weren't for Jinbao, the god of assassination would be hiding in some mountain den now. Liu, I know everything you said, but what about the big fuss you made at the headquarters a few years ago? General, speaking of this matter, I have to complain to you. I have made such a great contribution to the god of assassination. Logically, I should be rewarded, but the headquarters didn't. Not only did they not reward me, but they also took away my rights and asked me to hand over Sahei Trading Company. General, this is a self-digging grave. Oh, how could it be a self-digging grave? General, you don't know that Sahei Trading Company has achieved what it has today entirely because it is backed by the Tiansheng Sect of Tiansheng, Lu State. The Tiansheng Sect has a kind of spiritual wine called kindling wine, which has a unique taste. The same variety has different series, which can meet the tastes of cultivators at multiple levels and in multiple regions. It is very popular in the market and in short supply. Because I have been a guest elder of the Tiansheng Sect for several years, sect leader Lin Xiao gave us an annual share of 400,000 to 500,000 yuan for Sahei Trading Company. This alone brings us an annual profit of about 500,000 yuan. Moreover, Lin Xiao only recognizes me and no one else. Once I'm removed, this business will be gone. Relying on the profits from other businesses, it is impossible to support the Sahei Trading Company, let alone provide blood transfusions to the organization. Then why did you reject the headquarters' suggestion to seize the formula and kill the people sent by the headquarters? Director, you don't know that the Tiansheng Sect is extremely cunning. They asked us distributors to sell kindling wine to them, but they are not allowed to make any changes to the packaging. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. As a result, over the past few decades, the Tiansheng Sect brand has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and kindling wine has been linked to the Tiansheng Sect. After taking a sip of kindling wine, one will think of the Tiansheng Sect. This resulted in other companies' kindling wine being unable to be sold at all, without any market share. The general manager should know that there are countless people who are jealous of such a huge income. Many forces have actually cracked the secret recipe and can make wine with similar taste, but no one really buys it. So once we take away the secret recipe, it will not only be useless, but will also ruin the business. I have advised the two people from the headquarters dozens of times, but they just won't listen. They want to take the risk of all of us being discovered, so I have no choice but to strike first. Jinbao answered quickly. Even he was surprised that he could talk nonsense so smoothly, and all kinds of lies came out without thinking too much. Is this the brand effect you once mentioned? Director, this is not what I said. It was said by the head of Tiansheng Sect, Lin. This is an extremely powerful person. He had long foreseen that many people would counterfeit kindling wine, so he focused on cultivating brand concepts from the beginning, which dispelled many people's ideas. He is a talent, but it's a pity that I can't use him. Director, many people in the headquarters are now greedy and have long lost their decision-making power. You can't be deceived by others. You are not qualified to manage the headquarters affairs. I asked you to come here today because there are two things I need you to do. Please tell me, Director. You will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. The first thing is to continue to expand the influence and earning ability of your Sahei business. Starting next year, Sahei business will pay at least 500,000 zuanjing every year. Similarly, if you encounter difficulties in the process of developing your strength, you can report to the headquarters and the headquarters will solve it for you. In addition, you continue to inquire about the strengths of the major forces around Luanchen. Within 30 years, the assassin needs 5 spiritual mountains above the 3rd level. If you can't do it, then I will replace someone who can do it. The second thing is that your Sahei company will infiltrate these forces. It will be a long-term infiltration. You know all the methods. My requirement is that the people you infiltrate can control these forces in about 50 years, and then we will reap the benefits. General, the Tiansheng Sect Jinbao listened carefully and was shocked when he saw the list of forces given to him by Ling Xiao, because those forces included the forces of Xian'an and several families from the state of Chen. The rest were still okay, but facing Lin Xiao, Jinbao really had no courage at all. This was a ruthless person. So what about the Tiansheng Sect? Since they can't snatch the kindling wine, they can just take its place. He killed 2 of us. Didn't it cost him any price? Yes, General, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely do these 2 things. That's good to understand. Go ahead. If you accomplish these 2 things, I will recommend you to the Zhangzhou headquarters. Thank you for your cultivation, Chief. Go ahead. Jinbao retreated respectfully and left soon. 2 days later, he returned to Gongmingfang City. Now Gongmingfang City is the headquarters of his Sahai trading company. Jinbao found a few confidants and repeated the chief's words. They all looked at each other, knowing that the God of Thorns was going to do something big. They did not dare to delay and immediately mobilized their own forces to find out the news of various sects. The key is 50 years. What will happen in 50 years to allow the God of Thorns to have the courage to seize such a large piece of land? Sahai Trading Company traveled far and wide and had the support of dark forces. The information channels were already very strong. A month later, Jinbao knew about the Tiansheng Sect and several people met again. Boss, now we understand the motive of the headquarters. 50 years from now, the ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect will die, and the Lu State, Chen State, and Kang State will join forces to attack and divide up the Tiansheng State. The war of annihilation will be extremely cruel, and by then the 3 countries will have withdrawn most of their forces and left, leaving Tiansheng State empty. This is a good time for us to take action. By then, the assassin may establish a country and officially get rid of his identity as an assassin, said one of them. If the assassin plan is completed, a large part of the territory of Tiansheng State and Chen State will be taken away. The size of the territory is equivalent to 5 or 6 former Tiansheng states, which is enough to establish a small country, especially for the Tiansheng Sect. The income from the kindling wine alone is greater than that of a 4th-tier Lingshan. Coupled with the help of some of the people who occupied the Lingshan before, it will be extremely easy to gain a foothold. You are right, but have you ever thought about it? If the headquarters establishes a cultivation kingdom at that time, what will we be? If we control the Sahai business, won't it make people jealous? Boss, whatever you want to do, we will accompany you. Those bastards above will do this kind of trickery and robbery. If it weren't for the boss's decisiveness last time, we might have become cannon fodder for those people above. That's right, boss, we have to prepare in advance and never let them succeed. Brothers, rest assured that the Sahai business is ours, no matter when it is ours. Listen to me, the headquarters has a big plan, and we can't just wait for others to slaughter us. From now on, we have to accelerate the development of the Sahai business and earn more resources. After 50 years, if we all become Daogang cultivators, it may not be impossible to fight. And we have to develop more manpower, a group of mortal disciples, and a group of poor scattered cultivators. We have to learn from the Tiansheng Sect and train them at all costs. 50 years is enough for these people to produce another group of purple mansions. With helpers, we can accomplish things more easily. In addition, all the key nodes of Sahai Trading Company must be under our control. The success of the plan depends on us. If the headquarters does not let us live, we will kill them first. Jinbao's face was ferocious. Ci Shen had done this kind of thing more than once. He knew clearly how much the general manager hated him. Now he, Jinbao, was not the same Jinbao as before. He was not so easy to be controlled by others. Chapter 139 Elder's Replacement. It was the end of another year. In the main hall of the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao looked at the people gathered below him. In addition to Li Fengyu and the other 2, there were 5 other disciples. They were all talents cultivated by the Tiansheng Sect themselves. They were all around 40 or 50 years old, in their prime, but with poor aptitude. Although their cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage, they had long since given up the Taoist path and were in charge of miscellaneous affairs. They were also candidates for the next sect elders. Master, can I still preside over the sect meeting this year? Elder Li, please. Yes, Master. After the hard work of the disciples of Tiansheng Sect, the production of kindling wine this year has reached 1.07 million. except for 70,000 that were consumed by the sect itself. A total of 1 million were sold, with a profit of 640,000 Zhuan crystals. There are already 3,000 acres of graded white mist tea, distributed in 8 mountaintops such as Beiwu Mountain, Qian Mountain, and Bailing Mountain. This year, 45,000 kilograms of spiritual tea were obtained. 2,000 kilograms were used internally, and the rest were all sold out, with a profit of 220,000 Zhuan crystals. The total amount of non-grade white mist tea is 650,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms are used for self-use, 400,000 kilograms are sold, and a profit of 130,000 Zhuan crystals is required. The sales channels need to be increased. The production of rice wine is 60,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms are used for self-use, and 30,000 kilograms are sold, with a profit of 60,000 Zhuan crystals. The spiritual rice is used for self-use, and the rest of the low-level spiritual herbs and medicines are refined into pills for sale. In addition to the other various things, a profit of 50,000 Zhuan crystals. The rest is the Gangming market, the entrance fee, store rental, management fee, cave rental. After deducting all operating expenses, the profit is 230,000 Zhuan crystals, and the annual income is 135 Zhuan crystals. The entire sect expenditure, the monthly salary of the disciples, the monthly salary of the guest elders, and their subsidies and bonuses, etc., a total of 680,000 Zhuan crystals. In addition, there are also various miscellaneous expenses such as the operation of several sacred mountain protection formations, the spiritual medicine garden, the trial field, etc., a total of 350,000 Zhuan crystals, and a fiscal surplus of 32 Zhuan crystals for the whole year. But, not bad. Beiwu tea and rice wine still have great potential. We can continue to tap the potential and make persistent efforts. Yes. Next is the situation of the sect disciples. Starting from the head, Tiansheng Sect now has 8 purple mansion cultivators, 186 condensing veins cultivators, 7 of whom are above the 10th level of condensing veins, and 5 of them have the hope of breaking through the purple mansion. There are 576 cultivators with more than 10th level of meridian opening, 1316 cultivators with 5th to 9th level of meridian opening, 42 mortal disciples without induction, and the rest are between 1st and 5th level of meridian opening. The strength of our Tiansheng Sect has surpassed that of Hangshan Sect, both in terms of high-end disciples and overall strength, only weaker than Tianhe Sect. If we continue to develop at this pace, we will be able to catch up with Tianhe Sect in 10 years. Yes, but it's not enough. 10 years. I hope that in 10 years, Tiansheng Sect will be able to establish a battle hall team with pure condensed meridian cultivators and above, with a number of 500 people. This task will be handed over to the 5 of you. Lin Xiao nodded. In the past 30 years, Lin Xiao has developed a weak sect that was only 30 old and weak and about to be swallowed up to what it is today. The strength has increased by more than 100 times. In addition to one Dao Gang, the current Tiansheng Sect is stronger than the Danliang Sect 30 years ago. The current Danliang Sect, except for the 2 more Dao Gangs, is not much stronger than the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect has undoubtedly become a behemoth in Tianantao. Yes, Master, the 5 new elders said in unison. From now on, the 5 of you will be the general affairs elders of Tiansheng Sect, all 5 of you. I will make separate arrangements for the sutra repository and the transmission of skills and law enforcement. The 5 of you will be headed by Zhang Mingtang. You will handle the ordinary general affairs on yourselves. In case of any undecided matters, the 5 of you will discuss it. If you 5 cannot make up your mind, I will handle it. Yes, Master, the 5 of them answered again. Lin Xiao's move had actually weakened the authority of the General Affairs Hall, but the 5 of them had no objection. In the past, Li Fengai had followed the Master from humble beginnings, and they were the disciples who came in later. In addition, the Tiansheng Sect had grown so big that they really couldn't manage it alone. Even though there are 5 of them now, they still have to be assisted by a lot of deacons. From now on, Elder Bei Chengxi will be in charge of the Sutra Library. Unless there is a major event, Bei Chengxi will not leave the sect. Elder Zhao Huaiying, will be in charge of the power transmission elder, and Beizichen will be in charge of the law enforcement elder. Beizichen now controls the battle hall, and is stationed in Qingshan County. Beiziao is in charge of the sect, and Wang Xiaoxi is in charge of the spiritual medicine garden, with Li Muxu as his assistant. You will tell them about the changes in their identities, when the time comes. Yes, Sect Master. The first thing you 5 will do, after taking office, is to improve the merit point exchange rules. This sect master has spared no effort to train disciples, so merit points are given too easily, resulting in some strategic resources being taken too easily. Recently, I have found that many disciples are very slack, and no longer have the passion they had before. This is what this sect master does not want to see. Lin Xiao's next words made the 5 people look at each other in surprise. No one expected that Lin Xiao would make such a decision. This means that the welfare benefits of Tiansheng Sect disciples will become worse in the future, and their lives will be more difficult. However, Lin Xiao did not change his original intention, because he really found that many disciples began to hold the mentality of muddling through. Anyway, Tiansheng Sect was almost the second in Tiansheng, and there was no pressure from strong enemies. In particular, Tiansheng Sect had many ordinary disciples. They found that, no matter how much resources they consumed and how much effort they made, they could not keep up with those disciples with good qualifications. After a few years of hard work, they gave up the path. The generous treatment of Tiansheng Sect was not used to improve their own cultivation, but began to sell it for enjoyment. This can be seen from the sharp increase in the consumption of white mist tea, Kanling wine, and rice wine. And the most such disciples were Li Mingyang's first batch of disciples. They had been in the sect for 30 years. Li Mingyang had already condensed the 12th level, and was about to break through the purple mansion, but there were still people who were spinning around at the 5th or 6th level of opening the meridians. They didn't want to work hard at all, just muddled through. The previous atmosphere of hard work and striving in Tiansheng Sect was much worse, and this atmosphere will continue to deteriorate. Those ordinary disciples will lose their fighting spirit when they reach the age of 30 or 40 if they cannot achieve a certain achievement, which will increase the consumption of the sect in vain. Therefore, it makes sense that other sects rarely accept ordinary disciples. Some people are really useless and will drag down other disciples and corrupt their willpower. For such people, Lin Xiao even thought of removing them from the sect, but he gave up the idea after asking the system. The reason is that the system will deduct points. The current system rule is that, unless the disciples die of natural causes or old age, the reduced number of disciples in the sect will be deducted points. Elder Li, although the 3 of you have retired from the position of elder, the treatment of elders will be retained for you. You can stay in the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect to retire. Tiansheng Sect has the obligation to help you retire and see you to the end of your life. Lin Xiao then said to Li Fenggai and the other 2. At the beginning, Lin Xiao gave them the choice of whether to go out and start a family. The 3 refused and were willing to stay in Tiansheng Sect, so Lin Xiao could not drive them out. They are all not young anymore. The eldest, Huang Keifeng, is already 93 years old this year. He may not live for more than 10 years. In 10 or 20 years, they will become the first batch of disciples of Tiansheng Sect who will die in old age. In 30 or 50 years, there may not be any left of the 30 disciples who stayed behind. The death of old friends made Lin Xiao very sad. These were his comrades who fought with him. Thank you for your mercy, Master. Li Fenggai and the other 2 also answered in unison. If they stayed in the sect, they could take better care of their descendants. Although they were no longer elders, they had been elders for 30 years after all. They still had some face and favors. Their 3 families had already produced more than 20 cultivators. They had a bright future in 10 years. As for what would happen after their death, they could not care so much. Now that I've talked about the situation of the sect, let's talk about the situation of mortals. There are now more than 1 million mortals in the Tiansheng Sect area. With the end of the cleanup activities, there have been very few large-scale deaths. I hope that the sect will come up with a charter to help mortals develop and increase the mortal population. We occupy a territory of 5 or 6,000 miles in radius, but the population is only about 1 million, which is too small. 2/3 of the territory is sparsely populated and barren, so I hope that the population under our jurisdiction can double in 50 years and reach more than 5 million mortals within 100 years. Replying to the headmaster, Elderly had planned this plan before, but it was delayed for various reasons. The development of mortals is nothing more than money and food. After eliminating the threat of monsters and wild beasts, it will be enough to reclaim good land, build water conservancy projects, and create more farming tools. The difficulty we face now lies in Tiansheng. Tiansheng is densely populated. Although the headmaster split it up once a few years ago, it was soon filled up again. It involves the monks of the Tiansheng Sect, which is not easy for us to deal with. It's nothing difficult to deal with. I know what those mortal clans are doing. I have the support of this master, so you can do it boldly. Especially those mortals who annex fertile land, keep slaves, and do evil things. Deal with them all, and send them to open up wasteland. Lin Xiao said with a trace of disgust in his eyes. The world of cultivators is simpler. Most people's goal is to improve their cultivation, but those mortals who have no meaning in life, have more dirty things. The things that those bad gentry and bullies did in the previous life are also in this world, and the bad atmosphere is gradually rising. It just so happens that these mortal clans have deep entanglements with the sect. Tiansheng Sect is now very large. In addition to the top leaders, there are also a considerable number of middle-level managers and small leaders. It is inevitable that some scum will appear among these people. This has nothing to do with their loyalty to Tiansheng Sect. It is really because of their nature. People are selfish. Understood, master. We know what to do. Zhang Mingtang nodded. It seems that he, as an elder, has to do something that offends people. Otherwise he will not be able to explain to Lin Xiao. Chapter 140. Behind Crisis. The Sky Eclipse Kingdom is located in the northwest of the Li Kingdom, while the Chen Kingdom is directly under it, and the Kang Kingdom is to its west. The four kingdoms are almost equal in strength, and are all facing the threat of the wilderness, but the Chen Kingdom is in the first line of the wilderness, while the Sky Eclipse Kingdom is in the second line. Because the Chen Kingdom is most seriously threatened by the wilderness, the most monks are killed and injured every year, especially the counter-attack of the 6th level Demon King 40 years ago, which almost destroyed the Chen Kingdom. 40 years have passed, and the Chen Kingdom has not recovered its vitality. Now the Chen Kingdom does not dare to open up the wilderness on a large scale, for fear of attracting the siege of the 6th level Demon King again, so the Chen Kingdom continues to obtain resources from the territory of human monks to enhance its strength. However, the strength of several countries surrounding the Chen Kingdom is similar to that of the Chen Kingdom, or even stronger, and there is no chance at all. Until the news that the Lingguang Patriarch of the Sky Eclipse Kingdom is about to pass away, it gives the Chen Kingdom a glimmer of hope. Therefore, the Chen Kingdom privately connects, and has already persuaded the Li Kingdom and the Kang Kingdom, waiting for the Lingguang Patriarch of the Sky Eclipse Kingdom to pass away, and the new Lingguang Patriarch to appear before breaking through the Sky Eclipse Kingdom, plundering resources, and strengthening itself. There are 7 states and counties in Tiansheng, and there are hundreds of sects of all sizes, but Behind Sect is the undisputed overlord of Tiansheng, and it has been so for 2000 years. Especially after a black crystal mine was discovered in Tiansheng more than 300 years ago, and occupied by Behind Sect, the strength of Behind Sect increased rapidly. Its sect has an old ancestor of Lingguang, 4 Daogang monks, 70 or 80 purple mansions, and tens of thousands of disciples. In addition to the strength of other vassals, the strength of Behind Sect is still above Chunhyang Palace. But that's all. Behind Sect's dominance does not mean that the strength of the entire Tiansheng is very strong. The cake is so big, if Behind Sect eats more, the other sects will eat less, which makes the overall strength of Tiansheng not much different from that of the other countries. Young King Feng, the old ancestor of Lingguang of Behind Sect, is more than 800 years old. According to his cultivation, his lifespan should be over, but Behind Sect is rich. Decades ago, they went to Kinki to buy treasures that can prolong their lifespan, which has prolonged their lifespan for decades. So far, they have not passed away, and are still struggling to support themselves. On the top of Behind Mountain, in a luxurious cave, a handsome young man was talking to an old man about the current situation. Ancestor, Since last year, someone has leaked the news that the ancestor's lifespan is less than 50 years. So in more than a year, spies from various countries in the country have swarmed in, and the number has increased several times. I cleared a batch of them some time ago, but the effect was minimal. I don't know how many are still in the dark. What should we do now? Xiaoyang, there have never been a shortage of spies in the country. Don't be afraid of them. In the next 50 years, I, the ancestor, will be safe. Now I'm worried about you. Ancestor, you don't need to worry about me. In the next 50 years, I will definitely break through the spiritual light period and shock those scoundrels. Yan Xiaoyang said lightly. At this time, he was very confident. He was the direct descendant of Yan Qingfeng. His parents and Zifu nourished his meridians with mysterious energy when he was born. He ate countless treasures from heaven and earth since he was a child. When he was 8 years old, his spiritual roots were tested, and he was found to have the qualifications of the best spiritual roots. In addition, Yan Qingfeng has been using treasures such as the marrow cleansing pill to enhance his cultivation qualifications, resulting in his actual qualifications far exceeding the other ordinary top-grade spiritual root disciples. That's why he was able to break through the Purple Mansion at the age of 40 and the Daogang at the age of 110. This year, he is less than 300 years old, but he is already a Daogang 12th level cultivator. The Daogang has a lifespan of 500 years, and he still has 200 years to break through. It can be said that breaking through the Lingguang is a sure thing. It's a pity that the situation does not give him that much time. He must break through within 50 years and stabilize his realm so that he can have a chance to fight against those old Lingguang ancestors. Hey, Xiaoyang, it seems that you still don't understand what I mean. Can such a big country like Tiansheng rely on just one Lingguang cultivator and one Bian Sect to support it? No, it depends on thousands of cultivators. You have been practicing since childhood, not caring about worldly affairs, and you don't understand the general situation. This is my fault. Let's do this. In the next few years, go to study with the head of Bian Sect for a while. Come and tell me when you have some understanding. Yan Qingfeng shook his head. In his opinion, Yan Xiaoyang was too young. If his thinking did not change, even if he broke through the Lingguang period, Tiansheng country would still be in danger. This was Yan Qingfeng's own fault. When the family discovered his spiritual root aptitude, he was shocked and adopted him to teach by their side. In addition, in order not to disturb his practice, he didn't have to worry about other things. It was enough for him to practice with all his heart. Therefore, although Yan Xiaoyang was nearly 300 years old, he was simple-minded and immature in thinking. He was not a talent to control a country at all. Yes, Xiaoyang understands. Yan Xiaoyang nodded and did not dare to object. He quickly went to find the head of the Bian Sect and explained the situation to him. In the next few years, he would be the head's assistant and handle the sect's mundane affairs. The head of the Bian Sect was also a descendant of the Yan family. Although his cultivation was not very good, and he was only forcibly promoted to the Purple Mansion period, he was deep-minded, good at strategy, and was also a management talent. The head of the Bian Sect knew what the ancestor was planning, so he immediately arranged Yan Xiaoyang to be his assistant, to follow him to handle the sect's mundane affairs, and taught Yan Xiaoyang by words and deeds how to analyze the situation, use the situation, and change the situation, so as to create conditions that are beneficial to the Bian Sect and the Tiansheng kingdom. For example, at present, rumors have spread that the Lingguang ancestor has little life, and various countries are eyeing it covetously. The various sects in the country are in a panic. What they have to do is to stabilize people's hearts. How to stabilize people's hearts is naturally to let the various sects witness the strength of the Bian Sect, and then give up part of their interests, bind the powerful sects in the country, and form a unified interest. Therefore, under the instruction of the head of the Bian Sect, the capital of Tiansheng Nation, Luoyan City, quickly held a grand auction to attract major merchants to participate. With the addition of publicity, within a month, not only did the major sects in Tiansheng Nation send people to participate, but also many people from several neighboring countries came to participate in the auction. The Bian Sect, on the pretext of security, summoned dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators in the sect, plus the Purple Mansions of the vassal families, to gather 10 Daogang cultivators. 80 Purple Mansions patrolled Loan City and showed up, letting the people from various sects and countries see the power of the Bian Sect, and let them know that even without Young King Feng, the spiritual ancestor, they would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to annex the Bian Sect. In this way, people's hearts gradually calmed down. At least no one would think that the destruction of Xianxi country was imminent, especially with Lin Xiao, a 12th level Daogang cultivator, who could break through the Lingguang period at any time. Once he breaks through, the price that the surrounding countries need to pay will be even greater. At that time, although Young King Feng could not beat the old Lingguang ancestors of various countries, he still had the strength to severely injure them at the cost of his life or pull them to death together. This reached a strategic balance, and people dared not act easily, lest they be picked up by others. Moreover, the auction also became a blind date. The Bian Sect was a big family with countless talented people. Regardless of men and women, there were many singles. The head of the Bian Sect took advantage of this opportunity to make more than 100 marriages. The Bian Sect began to make large-scale marriages with major forces, binding interests and gathering people's hearts. In this blind date, Lin Xiao was naturally the biggest trump card. The Yun family was the largest family in Xianxi country. Lin Xiao was not only talented, but also a direct disciple of the Lingguang ancestor. Once he broke through the Lingguang, he would be the first person in the entire Xianxi country. Especially his cultivation of the 12th level of Daogang, which made many big families willing to take a gamble, betting on whether he could break through the spiritual light within 50 years. Once he broke through, the Xianxi country would be worry-free, and the families that placed the bet would receive extremely generous rewards. Grandmaster, Xiaoyang asks you to stop this large-scale marriage. Xiaoyang, tell me your reasons, ancestor. Don't you think this is too shameful? We are a dignified Bian Sect with nearly 10,000 people. When does our safety need to be maintained at the expense of women's happiness? This is a great shame. What a shame, Xiaoyang, you disappoint me so much. Why do you think this is a great shame? Isn't it, ancestor? When others attack us, we just fight back. Why should those women sacrifice themselves for us? Then I'll tell you, it's actually very simple. Those female cultivators in the sect have been supported and sheltered by the sect, and raised by their families. Now is the time for them to repay their families in the sect. Just like you, Lin Xiao, have you ever lacked resources since you were a child? Your skills, your magic weapons, and even your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Which one is not the best in Xianxi country? Where did these resources come from? They were all earned by the sect. When you were practicing, someone was farming. When you were practicing, someone was running a shop outside. Without them, would you be where you are today? You said that, if we fight back, can we win? The three countries joined forces. Even if they only draw half of their power, it is enough to destroy the Xianxi kingdom. Those who have worked hard for you will die under the sword. Are you willing to die for the sect? Are the people in the Bian Sect the same as you? There are more than 100 sects in the Xianxi kingdom, large and small. Are they the same as you? If you don't gather their strength, what can you use to resist the enemy? If they turn against you in the battle, what will you do? If the Xianxi kingdom is defeated, what will happen to the female cultivators in the sect? Have you thought about it? Ancestor, no need to say more. You have too little time for training. Continue to follow the master, and learn to think about problems from the perspective of the sect. Ancestor, what about my marriage? Since you are still unwilling, then delay it. Anyway, there are still decades. I will give you 10 years. Within 10 years, either you break through the spiritual light, or obey my arrangements. Compared with the entire Bian Sect and the entire Xianxi kingdom, your personal happiness is insignificant. I hope you remember this sentence. Young King Feng said calmly that Lin Xiao's performance was within his expectations. Everyone has times when they are young and frivolous. It is normal to not understand. First try to break through. If you can't break through, then obey the arrangements. You can't just watch the Xianxi kingdom and the Bian Sect being destroyed. If that time really comes, can these so-called female cultivators have a good ending? Do you really think that all cultivators are gentlemen? Chapter 141 Bazichan makes a mistake. Since the news of the lack of lifespan of the Lingguang Patriarch of the Skyclips Kingdom came out, the Skyclips Kingdom has become the focus of attention of several surrounding countries. The spies of countless forces have gathered in Loyan City, the capital of the Skyclips Kingdom, and no information will be missed. Sol and Xiao also received a lot of news about what the Behind Sect was doing, including the grand auction they held, the large-scale marriage after the auction, and the most important news of the marriage of Lin Xiao, who was at the 12th level of Daogang. This move was certainly a move by the Behind Sect to save itself, but it undoubtedly confirmed the news that its Lingguang Patriarch had a short lifespan. This was an advanced layout. In Lin Xiao's opinion, the effect of this layout was very poor. Even if the Behind Sect and all the sects of the Skyclips Kingdom were married and bound by interests, could they stop the joint attack of the three countries? If the three countries were really determined to attack, the Skyclips Kingdom alone could not stop it. Then what if Lin Xiao really reached the Lingguang period? The three old Lingguang patriarchs would still kill him easily. Lin Xiao sometimes puts himself into the role of Lin Xiao, thinking about how to break the situation. If he follows Lin Xiao's idea, it is definitely to let young King Feng hand over all the wealth of the Behind Sect to him, and then flee from Xianxi country, go to Qinqi or even Zhongzhou, and then say that he will come back for revenge when he enters the Shengsu period. With Lin Xiao's age and qualifications, the deterrent power of this move is even stronger. He is less than 300 years old and has reached the 12th level of Daogang. It can be said that it is very stable to enter the Lingguang period, and the probability of entering the Shengsu period is also very high. Chenjiyuo and Lujiyuo are extremely remote places, and the level of cultivation is very low. If the Shengsu boss comes for revenge hundreds of years later, who would not be afraid? Now who of the three Lingguang ancestors can guarantee that they can break through to the Shengsu period? Of course, not everyone has the courage to burn their boats. There are too many things to abandon. Behind Sect is a big family. Dare to do this? Lin Xiao suppressed this thought, shook his head and said nothing, clearing all the thoughts from his head. The war of one country was too far away for him. Now the Tiansheng Sect still did not have the strength to interfere with the development of the entire Xiuxin kingdom. It was the right thing to do to develop. After the Tiansheng Sect elders were replaced, many new rules were soon promulgated. Zhang Mingtang and others undoubtedly became targets and were attacked by many people. For this reason, Lin Xiao personally came forward, reprimanded many people, and personally participated in the formulation of rules. Lin Xiao made drastic changes and cut more than half of the generous benefits of most disciples. It was stipulated that the various favorable conditions before would only be retained for the 2 years after the new disciples entered the sect. After graduation in 2 years, if you want to get benefits, you have to make contributions. At the same time, the difficulty of exchanging strategic resources such as the barrier breaking pill was increased. At the same time, the internal talent system was reformed. The brave were promoted, and the timid were demoted. After graduation, the disciples either took the technical path or the brave path. If they didn't know anything, they could go to farm. Tiansheng Sect now had plenty of fields for you to farm. If you couldn't do that, you could go to mortal villages and towns to guard and protect mortals. But it is conceivable that the treatment of these positions was very low. The current Tiansheng Sect was created by Lin Xiao. It can be said that Lin Xiao's power was at its peak and no one dared to resist. Lin Xiao spent 2 months to sort out everything. The decadent and corrupt atmosphere of the entire Tiansheng Sect suddenly stopped. A group of ambitious and aspiring disciples were promoted to high positions by Lin Xiao, and the atmosphere of Tiansheng Sect's courageous efforts returned again. With the effect of this atmosphere, Lin Xiao once again invested heavily, tilted to the territories of the original Qingshan County, and redeveloped the Bailing Mountain, Qian Mountain and other spiritual mountains. These spiritual mountains still have great development potential. After a year, Lin Xiao looked through the sect's expenditure data and found that the expenditure after the reform was much reduced, nearly 200,000 black crystals less than in previous years, and these 200,000 black crystals were invested by Lin Xiao in development. After taking inventory of the sect's treasury, Lin Xiao found that the Tiansheng Sect had accumulated more than 1 million black crystals of resources there. Lin Xiao gave Zhang Mingtang a bottom line of 1 million black crystals, which could not be touched. The rest of the black crystals were exchanged for treasures that could improve the spirit veins, and they were constantly collected through the Sahai business. After those treasures were bought back, they were used in the Tiansheng Sect's Mountain Gate and Gangming Market. At that time, Gangming Market was just a first-level medium-grade spirit vein. After years of nurturing, it was now a second-level upper grade. Hundreds of thousands of black crystals alone were buried in it, and a lot of things were also buried in it from the spoils of the sect's treasury, in Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain. But this is not enough. Lin Xiao wants to upgrade the spiritual veins of Gangming Fang City to the third level. Once it is reached, Gangming Fang City will follow the example of Xianluo City to build a city. At that time, the scale of Gangming Fang City will completely exceed Xianluo City. The investment in building a city for immortals is very large. After calculation, all the income of Gangming Fang City for 10 years may be invested in it, but Lin Xiao still decided to do so. He has exchanged the inheritance of the third level array master from the system for Zhao Huaiying, so that he can break through to the level of the third level array master as soon as possible, and then prepare for the construction of Gangming Fang City. The relevant building materials, and so on are also slowly accumulating. At the same time, Lin Xiao's development plan for mortals is also constantly in progress. More than 500 Tiansheng Sect disciples were sent out to kill all the scattered monsters and ferocious beasts in the Tiansheng Sect area, including the transformation of those places such as swamps that are not suitable for mortals to survive. At the same time, they also use the methods of immortal cultivators to reclaim fertile land, build water conservancy projects, and construct dams and reservoirs, turning countless wildlands into livable places. They also attacked mortal officials and bullies, reduced taxes and levies, and made mortals begin to prosper. The Tiansheng Sect's approach was speechless to other sects. They were used to being high and mighty. For them, mortals had no other use, except providing fresh blood, so most of them were just watching the joke. However, some people from some sects saw it, and kept it in mind. They secretly sent people to investigate and learn. After understanding it, they also took some actions when they returned. Days passed like this. Lin Xiao was busy with the management of the sect, and reduced his time for cultivation. But after about 3 years, he still used points to improve his cultivation by 1 level, and reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion. This year, senior sister Leng of Tiansheng Sect, who had been in the 12th level of the Purple Mansion for many years, also officially went into seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to the Daogang period. She was less than 140 years old, and had a chance to glimpse the Lingguang period. One day, Lin Xiao was preparing to practice in seclusion, when he suddenly received a high-speed sound transmission note. He opened it, and his face changed. He left the mountain gate formation without notifying Zhang Mingtang. Then he used the sky shadow escape technique, and rushed to Chen State at the fastest speed. Lin Xiao's sky shadow escape technique had already been perfected. In addition, his cultivation had improved, and his Zuan Qi was sufficient. His body movement speed was already the best among the Purple Mansion cultivators. With all his strength, it was no problem for him to travel thousands of miles a day. It only took him an hour to cross the Black Wind Valley and arrive in the territory of Chen State. As soon as he arrived in the territory of Chen State, Lin Xiao immediately found that many cultivators were fleeing in a hurry, not only disciples of the Tiansheng Sect, but also those family disciples and casual cultivators. Lin Xiao found a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect and asked him what happened. Those people didn't know what happened. They only knew that there was a violent fluctuation of Zuan Qi. It was suspected that the cultivators above the Purple Mansion were fighting. The movements were particularly large and desperate. The ordinary Zuan Qi aftermath could kill the Kame disciples, so it caused panic. Lin Xiao's face was completely gloomy because he already knew what was going on. He stuffed a few pills to restore his Zuan Qi into his mouth, and then used his body skills again to leave. Not far away, Lin Xiao saw the scene of the incident. It was Beizichin from the Tiansheng Sect fighting against 2 Purple Mansion monks. Beizichin had just broken through the 3rd level of Purple Mansion not long ago, but his opponents were 1 Purple Mansion 3rd level, and 1 Purple Mansion 5th level, and Beizichin was still protecting 2 children. It is conceivable how miserable Beizichin was. He was completely passive, and had no power to fight back. This was under the premise that Lin Xiao equipped him with high quality equipment, otherwise he would have been beaten to death long ago. Bang! Lin Xiao drew his bow and shot an arrow. The 3rd level arrow immediately pierced the abdomen of the Purple Mansion 5th level monk, and nailed him to the ground. This was the result of Lin Xiao's mercy, otherwise this arrow would be enough to pierce his chest. Master, tell me, what's going on? Are you the master of the remnants of the Bei family? Humph, I don't care what sect you are from. Our ancestor is already at the 8th level of Daogang. If you don't want to provoke an enemy at the 8th level of Daogang, you better leave immediately. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen someone this stupid. Facing the threat from another Purple Mansion, Lin Xiao shook his head. It was obvious that he had held back, not wanting to escalate the situation. But he still dared to threaten him. Wasn't he courting death? How did he cultivate to the Purple Mansion? Lin Xiao stopped talking nonsense and shot an arrow again. The man's face changed drastically, and he turned around and ran, but he couldn't outrun Lin Xiao's arrow. His back was pierced directly, and he fell to the ground. He didn't die, but it was almost the same. He could only live a little longer. Master Bei, tell me what happened. Master, can you let me explain after I kill the strong enemy? Are you sure? Sure. Okay, I'll give you this chance. Lin Xiao nodded. At this time, Beizichin was also seriously injured, but much better than the other 2. Beizichin's eyes flashed with a trace of blood, and rushed to the cultivator of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. The man was shot in the abdomen and his injury was much more serious than Beizichin. In addition, Lin Xiao was distracted by him. He resisted for less than 5 minutes before being killed by Beizichin. Then another person was also killed, and everything in the storage bag was taken away. Master, let's leave first. The 2 Purple Mansions of the Wu family were killed, and their ancestors will chase us. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded, threw 2 talismans to destroy the corpses, and then took Beizichin and the 2 children he protected and left quickly. Lin Xiao took them directly back to the Tiansheng Sect. In less than an hour, a figure with strong anger appeared on the previous battlefield, and roared at the 2 charred corpses. Who is it? Who on earth killed my Wu family disciple? I will cut you into pieces. The old man shouted angrily, then moved quickly, and began to capture the monks who appeared around and interrogated them. Chapter 142 Daogang cannot do whatever he wants. After returning to Tiansheng Sect urgently, Beizichin immediately explained the cause and effect of the incident. It turned out that it was Beizichin who caused the trouble. The 2 children were descendants of their Bei family. The Bei family suffered a great disaster more than 40 years ago. First, they suffered heavy losses from the beast tide launched by the 6th level Demon King. Soon after, they were targeted by the Wu family with Daogang cultivators and the family territory was taken away. At that time, among the cultivators, only Beizichin and 6 others escaped because they were young and not taken seriously. The rest of the hundreds of clansmen were all killed. The cultivators died, and the mortals of the Bei family naturally could not escape. All the direct mortals related to the cultivators of the Bei family were purged and taken to the mining area by the Wu family to do hard labor and died. Their end was extremely tragic. And those commoner branches of the Bei family did not have a good life either. They were all exiled by the Wu family and became slaves of the Wu family's mortal relatives. Women were abducted as wives, concubines and maids, and men were treated as slaves and servants. They were hungry and their lives were imaginable. In such a struggle, more than 2,000 people of the Bei family were basically exhausted, but it is undeniable that human endurance is still extremely strong. Even though life was so difficult, there were still hundreds of people in the Bei family who survived and continued to pass on their family line. Many descendants were born, but no matter whether these people had spiritual roots or not, the Wu family would not give them the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Among the 6 people of the Bei family, Bei Zichen had the strongest desire for revenge. Now that the Bei family has 3 purple mansions, life is getting better and better. Bei Zichen wanted revenge more and more, so Bei Zichen quietly left Qingshan County under the pretext of seclusion, and went to Chen State for investigation. During the investigation, Bei Zichen discovered a village composed of the remnants of the Bei family. Even many of the elderly were people Bei Zichen knew back then. Feeling homesick, Bei Zichen couldn't help but took the initiative to expose his identity and recognize the Bei family. At that time, several elders of the Bei family were also extremely excited, especially after knowing Bei Zichen's situation in the Tiansheng Sect. They strongly asked Bei Zichen to take some promising young people away. Bei Zichen did not refuse and used the spirit stone to measure 7 children with spiritual roots and prepared to take them away. However, what Bei Zichen did not expect was that after decades, the Bei family had already been frightened by the power of the Wu family. Some people thought that Bei Zichen's move was to kill the remaining Bei family members. They were afraid that the Wu family would know and massacre the village, so they secretly reported Bei Zichen. When the Wu family heard that there were still remnants of the Bei family and several people had achieved the Purple Palace, they were also extremely frightened and immediately sent people to hunt them down, including 2 Purple Palaces. So Bei Zichen protected the 7 children all the way and retreated, but was soon caught up. So he fought and retreated and sent a distress note back to the sect. When Lin Xiao arrived, only 2 of the 7 children were left. If Lin Xiao was slower, Bei Zichen would also be defeated. Master, Zichen knows his mistake. Master, you want to kill or punish Zichen? I accept it. Please have mercy on my Bei family. After Bei Zichen finished speaking, he knelt down at Lin Xiao's feet with a plop. He knew that he had made a big mistake this time. Exposing his identity in advance might bring a strong enemy to the Tiansheng Sect. It's your fault. You will be dealt with according to the sect's rules in the future. Now let's deal with the strong enemy first. Pass the order. The sect is under martial law. Gangming Market and Beiwu Mountain are under martial law. The mountain protection formation is fully activated. No one is allowed to leave but not enter. Lin Xiao said lightly and quickly issued an order for martial law. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission note to Tiansheng Sect. The other side has the Daogang Patriarch, and Lin Xiao is not a match. If Tiansheng Sect does not come, then he will have to reveal his trump card and use the system points to improve his cultivation. If so, it will be dangerous in the future. With Lin Xiao's order, the monks patrolling the mountain gate immediately took action. The entire Tiansheng Sect was under martial law. All disciples who went out sought refuge in Lingshan. Beiwu Mountain and Gangming Market supported the mountain protection formation. The sect's formation master immediately entered the formation center and began to maintain the formation. Master, the mountain gate formation is safe. I will personally manage it. Unless the other side comes with a large group of troops, a Daogang cultivator will never be able to break through it. Okay, let Zhu Zongsheng go to Gangming Market to manage the formation and notify Beiwu Mountain. If it is unbearable, immediately destroy the Qianling wine workshop and all disciples will disperse to break through. Yes, Master. Zhao Huaiying was stationed at the center of the sect's formation. His formation level was infinitely close to the 3rd level. With the maintenance of hundreds of disciples at the mountain gate, a Daogang would never be able to break through it. Zhu Zongsheng led the rest of the formation masters to Gangming Market. Now, except for the formation masters in Beiling Mountain, the formation masters of Tiansheng Sect can only protect Gangming Market. The martial law of Tiansheng Sect made the residents in the market panic, but soon the disciples of the law enforcement team came out to appease everyone, and at the same time, merchants, Sahai business and other reliable people were drawn to participate in the garrison. In less than half an hour, a fierce spiritual pressure swept over. Everyone in the Tiansheng Sect knew that a powerful enemy was coming. This was not the spiritual pressure of a purple mansion cultivator, but a Daogang cultivator. This made many people start to get nervous. Who are you? This is the gate of the Tiansheng Sect. Stop. Humph, it is your Tiansheng Sect that has taken in the remnants of the Bei family. I, Wu Gang, will hand over the remnants of the Bei family, or I will massacre the Tiansheng Sect today. You are so shameless. Try it. You are looking for death. Boom. Without any chance for peace talks, Wu Gang came with anger. Seeing that the Tiansheng Sect refused to submit, he was about to take action immediately. However, before he could do anything, an arrow came with strong pressure. Wu Gang was immediately furious. He waved his hand and a long sword appeared. He chopped with the sword, and the sword aura swept over and met the arrow. Bang! The sword energy and the arrow collided, the arrow exploded, and the sword energy also dissipated instantly, which surprised Wu Gang a little. The opponent was just a purple mansion cultivator, and the first move actually ended in a tie. That guy was really powerful. Release. Lin Xiao shouted angrily, and Beizichan and Beichengxi used the 4th level spiritual talisman they had prepared for a long time. 2 golden lights flew out, which made Wu Gang's face even gloomier. He dodged and resisted repeatedly. This 4th level spiritual talisman required at least a purple mansion cultivator to activate, which meant that there were at least 3 purple mansion cultivators in the mountain gate. They were stationed in the formation. It was too difficult for him to break the formation alone. However, despite the difficulty, Wu Gang did not give up easily. There were only 7 purple mansion cultivators in the Wu family, and 2 of them died today. It can be said that the Wu family was seriously injured. If he did not retaliate, how would he explain to the family, and how would others view his Wu family? See how many 4th level spiritual talismans you have, break them for me crossbow carts. Fire, Wu Gang shouted, and when the power of the 4th level spiritual talisman was exhausted, he jumped up again and wanted to attack the formation, but he didn't expect that 2 huge crossbow arrows would shoot at him again. Wu Gang had to change his body shape in midair to avoid the crossbow arrows. However, after the crossbow arrow flew over him, it turned around and flew towards him, which made Wu Gang angry again, and he had to shoot the crossbow arrow down. Splitting God martial arts. But, see how many times you can split it. Wu Gang naturally knew what the crossbow arrow was, but he was still not afraid. How many divine consciousnesses can be split out of an ordinary purple mansion? Aren't you afraid of the collapse of the soul? Release. Lin Xiao was unmoved. When Wu Gang appeared, he ordered his disciples to release crossbow arrows again. Tiansheng Sect had 30 crossbow carts, 2 at a time, and could release them continuously. As for the divine consciousness threads, his Wan's Henju had already made some achievements, and there were more than 100 in his divine consciousness, which was enough. 7 or 8 times in a row, each time there were 2 crossbow arrows pointed at him. Wu Gang was furious, but also shocked by the skill of his opponent's divine splitting martial arts. What level of martial arts was this that could split so many times? Tiansheng Sect, you are harboring the remnants of the Bei family, which is a big mistake. Considering that you don't know the details of the Bei family, I will forgive you for the past if you hand over the remnants of the Bei family. When the Wu family's large group arrives, it will be the day when your Tiansheng Sect will be destroyed. Don't make mistakes. Old man of the Wu family, if you have the ability, break the mountain gate. If you don't, go home and don't embarrass yourself here. Okay, this is what you said. Don't cry when the mountain gate is bloodbathed. Wu Gang looked gloomy. He took out a set of armor, put on a 4th level defensive talisman, and changed his hand to a big knife, ready to attack the mountain gate. Fire 5 crossbow arrows at the same time. You guys also fire. Lin Xiao silently took out a 3rd order arrow. The first attack he just used was the one he used with all his strength. If it was a purple mansion cultivator, even if he was at the 12th level of purple mansion, it would be difficult to escape. Unfortunately, this guy was a veteran Daogang cultivator and had reached the 9th level of Daogang. He just caused him a little trouble. Fire. When Wu Gang rushed over, 5 crossbow arrows were fired at the same time. Beichengxi and Beizichan once again fired a 4th order talisman. This was their last attack. They had used up all the Zuan Qi in their bodies. Beizichan's injuries broke out, and he was on the verge of collapse. Even Lin Xiao could hardly fire another attack. 8 attacks, each of which was powerful enough to threaten Wu Gang, but this time Wu Gang did not dodge easily. Instead, he smashed the incoming attack, and relied on the armor talisman to resist it. Boom, boom, boom. Several attacks passed. Wu Gang was unscathed and had already rushed to the front of the mountain gate. His sword chopped heavily into the mountain protection formation, and the light shield of the mountain protection formation produced a ripple. This was Zhao Huaiying controlling the formation, dispersing the attack power everywhere, especially on the hundreds of disciples, making the full strength attack of the Dao Gang monks insignificant. The formation is not a worry. With the storage of Zuan crystals on the mountain, he can't break it, even if he fights for 3 years. What we are worried about now is the reinforcement of the Wu family. Don't worry, the Danliang sect is closer and faster. Lin Xiao shook his head, indicating that everyone should not worry. There is no reason for the Danliang sect not to come to support. If the Tiansheng Sect is allowed to be annihilated by foreign enemies, then the Danliang sect will not have to lead the team. Sure enough, Wu Gang stopped attacking after a while. He did not dare to consume all the Zuan Qi recklessly. This mountain protection formation was as high as the 3rd level, and it was controlled by a seemingly 3rd level formation master. It was not something he could break. HMPH, my Wu family's reinforcement will arrive in 2 hours at most. Let's see what your Tiansheng Sect will do then. Wu Gang sent a sound transmission note to urge the Wu family's troops to speed up. As long as a few hundred people come, he will be confident that he can break through the formation, even if it costs a certain price. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Joining Forces to Repel the Enemy. Both sides were waiting for reinforcement. If Danliang Sect did not send troops to rescue, Lin Xiao would have to use his trump card today. Wu Gang was very excited. Not only did he have to deal with the remnants of the Bei family today, he also had to plunder Tiansheng Sect. In his opinion, Tiansheng Sect was a piece of fat meat in front of him. He would eat it if he didn't. Normally, he had no reason to do it, but today he had a reason. However, an hour later, Wu Gang was disappointed because reinforcement from Danliang Sect arrived. Wang Dao showed up in person. He was originally in charge of Dangsuan Mountain today. Qisheng did not dare to be careless. After receiving Lin Xiao's message for help, he immediately sent it to Wang Dao. Wang Dao did not dare to sit back and watch Tiansheng Sect being destroyed, so he set off immediately. He was only the vanguard. The troops of Danliang Sect were still gathering. At the same time, he also notified Tianhe Sect and other sects. So it's fellow Daoist Wu. I wonder why fellow Daoist Wu actually attacked the mountain gate of my Xianan province. Fellow Daoist Wang, you have to ask the people of your Xianan province. Not only did they take in the mortal enemy of my Wu family, but today they also killed 2 of my purple mansion cultivators. Do you think this vengeance should be avenged? Is that so? It is indeed due, but this is just your one-sided statement. Why don't we all stop and talk it out? Okay, just let the people in the mountain gate come out for confrontation. But Wang feels that fellow Daoist Wu doesn't seem to be prepared to reason. Reason still has to be talked about. The Tiansheng Sect must hand over the remnants of the Bei family, order the 2 purple mansion cultivators to commit suicide, and compensate the Wu family with 1 million Zuan crystals. Then the matter today will be over. Master Lin, aren't you going to say a few words? Wang Dao said with a frown. He didn't understand the ins and outs of the matter yet, and he didn't know why Wu Gang came. However, the condition was harsh enough. Based on his understanding of Lin Xiao, he would never agree to it. Senior Wang, Xianan province is headed by Danliang Sect. Our Tiansheng Sect has followed Danliang Sect for hundreds of years. Whenever Danliang Sect has a request, Tiansheng Sect has never disobeyed. Now someone has come to kill Xianan province. Senior Wang, as the leader of Danliang Sect, I don't know what Senior Wang should do. Of course, if there is reason, we will talk about it. If there is no reason, then we will use fists. Wang Dao said, after pondering for a moment. Lin Xiao has made it so clear that Tiansheng Sect has been your Danliang Sect's younger brother for hundreds of years. Now your younger brother is being bullied. Will you help or not? If you don't help, don't blame Tiansheng Sect for not following you in the future. Well, Lin asks Senior Wang for help. You and I will fight off the strong enemy together. Lin Xiao shouted fiercely, and then jumped out of the mountain protection formation directly, accompanied by a third level arrow. This made Wang Dao's eyelids jump. This Lin Xiao is really reckless. This is Dao Gang. He just jumped out like this. Isn't he afraid of death? However, Wang Dao also moved quickly and quickly stopped Wu Gang and started fighting with him. The key flew, and the building and spiritual field outside the gate of Tiansheng Sect were instantly destroyed. Fortunately, all the disciples gathered together, otherwise there would be countless casualties. Lin Xiao's Zuan Qi in his body was almost exhausted at this time. His mouth was full of elixirs. He tried his best to refine the medicinal power of the elixirs in his body. The storage of Zuan Qi was also recovering rapidly. When it was almost done, Lin Xiao took out a talisman. This was a third level talisman. It stored a full 100 third level spiritual talismans, which were worth nearly 100,000 Zuan crystals. The power was even greater than that of ordinary 4th level spiritual talismans, and it could definitely injure Dao Gang monks. Retreat. Lin Xiao used the sky shadow escape technique to the extreme, quickly approached Wu Gang, and retreated quickly after shouting, reminding Wang Dao at the same time. Wang Dao knew that Tiansheng Sect had a talisman that could kill enemies across levels. Seeing Lin Xiao use this trump card, he cursed in his heart and retreated quickly. Wang Dao retreated, but Wu Gang didn't know what it was. He was about to rush over to kill Lin Xiao, but found that the talisman exploded. After a loud bang, the 4th level defensive talisman on Wu Gang's body shattered, and even his armor was covered with cracks, obviously damaged and could no longer be used. What a powerful tool. What is this? I still have something to kill people. Senior Wang, take it. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, and took out 2 more, throwing one to Wang Dao, holding one in his hand. This talisman only has 3,000 points in the system. Lin Xiao exchanged 2 at the same time, and only 6,000 points. The points he had were enough. What a good thing. Master Lin is really not nice to hide it. Wang Dao glanced at Lin Xiao and said, he was still a little angry. Why didn't he take it out in the 3 states war a few years ago? If he had used it at that time, his Tiansheng Sect might have saved many people from death. Senior Wang, this is not a powerful thing. It costs money. Lin Xiao replied. The talisman is not a very sophisticated magic weapon. The key is that it costs money. The talismans inside are the key. 100 3rd level talismans. How many black crystals would it cost? If it can't hit the enemy, it will be wasted. Who has so much money to afford this? Fellow Daoist Wu, do you still want to fight? If you do, I won't be polite. I have to keep you here today. HMPH, Wang Dao, remember this for me. I've remembered this account. If you have the guts, you'll stay in Tiansheng Sect forever. Otherwise, HMPH. Wu Gang hesitated for a moment, and then ran away in disgrace, after saying something cruel. The shock he had just received from the talisman was too great. Lin Xiao couldn't hit him, but that didn't mean Wang Dao couldn't hit him. His armor was broken, and he no longer had a 4th level defensive magic weapon on him. After all, 4th level magic weapons were extremely expensive. Even he didn't have 2 sets. The only one that was broken would be weaker than Wang Dao. If he continued to fight, he would really be left behind. Seeing Wu Gang run away, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and then welcomed Wang Dao into the mountain gate, and sent people to gather all the Tiansheng Sect disciples of Chen State back, to see the situation clearly. Master Lin, the people of your Tiansheng Sect are really powerful. The Wu family is a top family in Chen State, not a small family like the Khan family before. You are in big trouble. After understanding the cause and effect, Wang Dao didn't know what to say, but there was still a hint of joy in his heart. The development of Tiansheng Sect was too fast. After more than 30 years of development, it was almost catching up with Tiansheng Sect. Now that it has offended the Wu family, it is just the right time to contain Tiansheng Sect. It's not a big problem. The ancestor of the Wu family is nothing. You are quite arrogant. The ancestor of the Wu family is at the 9th level of Dao Gang, 1 level higher than me. I have to make it clear in advance that I can only contain him, not kill him. You have to find a way to solve it yourself. Of course, a Dao Jidan is enough to kill him. Well, Then, wait, what did you say? You have a Daojidan in your hand? Wang Dao nodded, and then found something wrong. His voice increased several times, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. Lin is already at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion. Is there anything wrong with preparing the Dao Foundation pill in advance? Where did you get the Dao Foundation pill? There is none in the entire Lu Kingdom. There is none in Lu Kingdom. Just buy it somewhere else. Don't tease me. No sect will produce Dao Foundation pills. This is a strategic resource that cannot be obtained without paying a huge price. Wang Dao shouted. Even in a big country like Qi, only 1 or 2 Dao Foundation pills will be produced every 100 years, and the price is sky high. With the Dao Foundation pill, as long as you are not too stupid, you can basically achieve Dao Gang. And Dao Gang cultivators are definitely high level in a country like Lu Kingdom. There are only a few Dao Gang in the entire Lu Kingdom, probably less than 30 or 40. If you rank in the top 30 or 40 among hundreds of thousands of cultivators, aren't they still high level? I have connections. Wang Dao suddenly thought of the extra Purple Mansion cultivators in Tiansheng Sect. This is true. Not only Tiansheng Sect, but Tianhe Sect also has its own channels, and does not need to go to Jingzhou to find Chunayang Palace to refine Keifudan. Can you help me get a few? I will help you kill Wu Gang. Senior Wang, isn't it true that you can't beat Wu Gang? We have to fight, even if we can't win. I'll bring Lang Dao with me, 2 against 1, no problem. Wang Dao patted his chest and guaranteed that if there was really a Daojidan, he would dare to fight Wu Gang to the death, 2 against 1, and destroy the Wu family first. Too expensive, Senior Wang, although I have connections, it will cost a lot, and it is difficult to get them. Then the Wu family will come to destroy your Tiansheng Sect. Sect leader Lin, please help us. We are the 9 sects alliance of Tiansheng. We are of the same blood. If a war of annihilation is really launched in a few decades, the Danliang sect can help you a lot. Then I will think about it. How about asking the senior to stay in the Tiansheng sect for a period of time? Okay, 1 year. I will stay in the Tiansheng sect for free for 1 year. Give me an answer within 1 year. Just tell me what conditions you have. Okay, then I will go and ask. It will take several months for the news to go back and forth. It should be enough. Lin Xiao nodded. He really wanted to solve the hidden danger of the Wu family, and if he didn't use the system, it would be even better. It would be very cost effective. Wang Dao thought about it. It would take several months for the news to go back and forth. Then Lin Xiao's relationship should be in big countries like Kyokin, not in Zhangzhou. After arranging Wang Dao's stay, Lin Xiao met Bai Chengxi and Bai Zichen again. Now only the 2 of them were at the mountain gate, and the rest were out of town. Kneel down. Bai Chengxi roared, and Bai Zichen knelt down again. Bai Zichen, do you know how much trouble you have brought to the sect today? Do you know your crime? Zichen knows his crime. Please punish me, sect master. Elder Bai, there is no need to do this. Remember what I said to you when you converted. The Tiansheng sect will not help you to get revenge, but you are allowed to take revenge in your personal name. Bai Zichen has not violated the rules. Sect master, no, the sect has its own rules. If Bai Zichen is not punished, what will happen to the sect rules in the future? Okay, I'll do as you say. Punish him to face the wall for half a year, and then deduct 10 years salary. Is that okay? Sect master, you. Thank you, sect master. This punishment was simply negligible for Bai Zichen. They all knew that the monthly salary of the Tiansheng sect was very low, and the bulk of it was on various position subsidies and bonuses, so it was almost the same as no punishment. Lin Xiao was so tolerant that Bai Chengxi was greatly moved. You must know that this is definitely not the time for Lin Xiao to be afraid of the strength of the Bai family. Although the Bai family has 3 of the 8 purple palaces in the Tiansheng sect, they also know that there are still many people at the 12th level of condensation veins in the sect. Even if they are gone, they can fill this gap at any time. Don't think too much. The sect will not treat any loyal disciple unfairly. The Wu family is just not worth mentioning. Lin Xiao said lightly. If there is a problem, then solve the problem instead of solving the person who raised the problem. If the Wu family does not come, he will not care, but if they come, he will have to care. Chapter 144. A plan to eliminate the Wu family. The news that the ancestors of the Wu family were besieging the Tiansheng Sect spread quickly throughout the Chen and Lu countries. After all, neither of the two forces was a small sect, and if things went wrong, it would trigger a war between the two countries. So Chunhyang Palace and Qingqing Valley sent messages to each other, asking for an explanation. Lin Xiao did not dare not answer, and quickly explained the cause and effect of the Bei family, and sued the Wu family for exterminating the family, and seizing the mountain, and asked the Lu kingdom to come forward and let Qingqing Valley punish the Wu family. On the other hand, the Wu family sued the Tiansheng Sect for killing two of their Wu family purple mansions, and asked Qingqing Valley to come forward and let Chunhyang Palace punish the Tiansheng Sect. The gap between the two sides was tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was inconvenient for the news to spread. Moreover, it was a posture of each party saying that they were right, which gave Chunhyang Palace and Qingqing Valley a headache. When the Wu family occupied the Bei family's land, it happened after the beast tide. At that time, the Qin kingdom was in chaos, and most people had no idea about it. Later, the Bei family was destroyed, and Bei Chengxi and others fled, and there was no place to complain. Now, more than 40 years have passed, and most of the people who knew about it are dead. Those who are still alive dare not say much. It can be said that it is an unsolved case. The Bei family remembers their hatred. If you say that revenge is also for a reason, you can't stop them from taking revenge for the extermination of the clan, which is not reasonable. So Qingqing Valley and Chunhyang Palace discussed and decided that the rivers and lakes should be the rivers and lakes. You two forces can fight as you like, but you can't start a large-scale war because of this. In other words, you can't form gangs to fight. After all, the Qin kingdom and the Lu kingdom are on good terms, and they have to work together to deal with the wild monsters. You can't let this hurt the relationship between the two countries. As soon as the news came out, the Tiansheng Sect immediately began to gather people and call on friendly sects for help. Of course, it was done in a personal relationship. The same was true for the Wu family. Both sides were preparing for a war. The Tiansheng Sect has been closed for more than half a year. There has not been much loss of personnel, but the financial loss is huge. The Wu family has no choice but to go out. Today, we have called everyone here to destroy the Wu family. Lin Xiao did not need to mobilize. The Tiansheng Sect had already assembled most of the troops that could be mobilized. All 6 people from the Bei family were present, and Li Muxu was also mobilized. In addition, there were more than 200 condensation meridians, 300 open meridians, and more than 500 soldiers. According to intelligence, the Wu family was only this strong. Originally, the Wu family had 1 Dao gang, 7 Zifu, more than 100 condensation meridians, and more than 800 open meridians. Now that 2 people from Zifu have gone, not counting the Dao gang cultivator, their strength is not as good as that of the Tiansheng Sect. This is also one of the disadvantages of family cultivators, that is, they do not trust cultivators from other families. The family strength is all people of their same clan. Of course, the advantage is that the cohesion is much stronger than that of ordinary sects. After all, fathers and sons fight together. In addition, Lin Xiao also found many people to help. Danyang Sect sent Wan Dao and Lang Dao, 2 Dao gang monks. Qianhe Sect and Hangshan Sect also gathered 5 Zifu, a total of 10 Zifu. It is unknown how many friends the Wu family found. Master, Beizichan is willing to be the vanguard of Tiansheng Sect. Okay, then you lead 200 people as the vanguard to open the way, and I will lead a large group of people to follow. Without further ado, let's set off. Lin Xiao nodded. Wu gang's visit forced Tiansheng Sect to close the mountain, which greatly hit the reputation of Tiansheng Sect, and the financial resources of Tiansheng Sect suffered a great loss. It must not continue like this. It is necessary to completely eliminate the trouble of Wu family. Afterwards, Beizichan led 200 vanguards to set off. Wan Dao and Lang Dao had already followed, fearing that the Wu family would eat up the vanguard, while Lin Xiao led a large group of people to follow closely behind. For example, the Tiansheng Sect already has more than 800 dragon horses, and they can also breed dragon horses to connect the vast territory of the Tiansheng Sect. Therefore, each person has a dragon horse, which is extremely fast. In one day, it can travel 1,000 miles a day. In 3 days, they arrived at the gate of the Wu family's territory, set up camp, and confronted the Wu family. Zichen, how is the situation? We fought for a while and won. Wu Gang knew that we had 2 Dao Gang monks to help us, and he has retreated in front of the mountain gate. I guess he is looking for help from Dao Gang monks. What is the overall strength of the opponent? I just saw 3 purple palaces. There should be more on the mountain, but there are definitely not as many as 10. That's good. Let's surround them first. Yes, soon. The Tiansheng Sect surrounded the Wu family's territory. This was their original mountain gate. The spiritual veins on the mountain have reached the 3rd grade upper grade, with a lot of production. The Wu family has occupied this mountain for 500 or 600 years, and managed it like an iron barrel. The Wu family is defending the mountain. There are at least 700 or 800 people on the mountain. We can't take them down with our limited number of men. If we really attack by force, the casualties may not be enough. In the camp, Lin Xiao discussed with Wang Dao and others. Wang Dao went to investigate personally and told Lin Xiao the situation. A forceful attack was not possible. That means we have to lure them out. It's not that simple. Lang Dao and I have already shown up. As long as Wu Gang is not stupid, he will definitely not come out until his Dao Gang friend arrives. Then what about conquering the rest of the Wu family's territories? I guess they won't come out. Family cultivators are different from our sect. The most important place is always their home. The rest of the places can be conquered. We are not cultivators from the state of Chen. We can only rob a handful at most. And if you do this, it will be a situation of life and death. It's already a fight to the death. Beizichin, yes, Master Yu and Elder Bei and the others send out 100 people to conquer all the spiritual mountains and mineral veins in other parts of the Wu family, take away all the floating wealth, take away the planted spiritual medicines that can be taken, and destroy those that cannot be taken. Also prepare to blow up the spiritual veins and pollute the spiritual fields, but don't do it yet. Send people to guard and listen to my orders. Yes, Master Go now. Okay, Beizichin screamed and agreed loudly. This was Lin Xiao's chance to take revenge on him personally. How could he not be excited? Soon, Beizichin summoned the 6 people of the Bei family, selected 100 condensation vein cultivators, and then left the camp to attack the rest of the Wu family's territory. In addition to the Lingshan mountain of the Wu family also has 6 other Lingshan mountains of different grades. The best one should be the one that was robbed from the Bei family. It has a grade of up to the 3rd grade lower grade, and can produce 200,000 to 300,000 zuanjing every year. It is one of the most important sources of income for the Wu family. In addition to the Lingshan mountain, the Wu family also occupied 2 mines, and operated a small market. This is all the source of income for the Wu family here. With so many places, it is okay for the Wu family to guard them as usual, but now there are not so many people to guard them, and the power is very empty. If these sources of wealth are destroyed, even if we cannot destroy the Wu family today, they will be seriously injured and may not be able to recover for 100 years. Master Lin is ruthless enough. This master believes in a saying, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Since we have decided to be hostile, then we must be ruthless to the end. 2 seniors, it is agreed that if Wu Gang is destroyed, the Daojiden will belong to your Danliang sect. If Wu Gang is not dead, there will be another reward. Lin Xiao said lightly, it cost a lot to invite these 2 people. Now the system can exchange Daojiden, but the price of one is as high as 5,000 points. If it weren't for the threat of Wu Gang, Lin Xiao would be reluctant to do so. Don't worry, we must not let him run away, Wang Dao said with a big laugh. Lengning is already in seclusion. In a few years, there will be new 12th level cultivators. At that time, Danliang Sect may have another Dao Gang cultivator. If Danliang Sect has 4 Dao Gangs, then the entire Lu Kingdom will only have Chunliang Palace stronger than Danliang Sect. Even the major families of Chunliang Palace will not be able to do so. At the same time, the strength of Xianan State will be further improved. If Chunliang Palace is not considered, another state and county will be annexed in minutes. The same goes for all of you fellow Taoists. Protect yourselves well. The Tiansheng Sect will reward you handsomely later. Master Lin, you're joking. This is not the first time we've fought a war. We know what to do. That's good. I guess the Chen family rarely has wars involving more than a few hundred people. Should I get a few hundred more people to scare them to death? There's really no need for that. If this is a flatland, the Wu family will surely be defeated. Now they can only rely on the mountain protection formation to hold on. On the Wu family's mountain gate, Wu Gang led a group of senior leaders to look at the camp below the mountain. When they came, Wu Gang saw it clearly. There were 2 Dao gangs, 10 Xiphus, and 200 condensing meridians. Even those disciples who had opened their meridians were not below the 10th level. What a strong force. Ancestor, what should we do? 100 people were sent out from the mountain just now. They are probably going to attack other territories. Let's charge out. Charge. How can we charge? The other side has 10 purple mansions, and we only have 8. Moreover, the 3 are invited to help. It is impossible for them to fight to the death for our Wu family. But do we have to watch them kill our clansmen and rob our money? Charging out will only kill more people. But, shut up. The Wu family is not doomed yet. What are you arguing about? Wait until the people I invited come and teach them a lesson. Wu Gang shouted angrily, his face gloomy. He really couldn't understand how Lin Xiao could invite 2 Dao Gang cultivators. These were Dao Gang cultivators. In which force of Chen State and Lu State was there not an ancestor who was high above them? How could they easily obey the dispatch of a purple mansion cultivator? And the strength of Tiansheng Sect was also within his investigation results. He heard that it was not many years since the war of annexation of Xianan State, and it should not have recovered to its pre-war strength, but these far exceeded the previous investigation. Ancestor, forgive me for being blunt. If your friend doesn't arrive before tomorrow, then our Wu family will be finished. If the Tiansheng Sect blows up the spiritual veins, pollutes the spiritual fields, and collapses the mines, at least 80% of our Wu family's financial resources will be lost. Relying only on the accumulation of the mountain gate, we may not even be able to take out the investment to resume production by then. Please urge us, ancestor. I know, I will urge you. Go and gather your men and horses, and rush down the mountain to fight them when necessary. Wu Gang said lightly, but his heart was in a knot. How could a Dao Gang cultivator be so easy to invite? The surrounding families with Dao Gang were unwilling to wade into this muddy water for fear of offending Xianan Zhao. You must know that if the beast tide breaks out again in Chen State, Lu State will have to support it. The only ones to invite are those independent cultivators, but those people are not so easy to invite either. Chapter 145 Chen Kingu appears. The Wu family was waiting for reinforcement, while Lin Xiao was thinking about how to break through the mountain gate. However, before that, there were still many things to do. Lin Xiao had people prepare several gifts, and then sent them to several families with Dao Gang monks near the Wu family to show friendship. If they accepted the gifts, it would mean that they would not easily wade into this muddy water and send troops to help the Wu family. On the contrary, if they refused, they would want to be enemies with the Tiansheng Sect. Fortunately, no one refused. In fact, Chenqing Valley and Chunayang Palace asked the Wu family and the Tiansheng Sect to solve this matter privately, which was a partiality. The Wu family's strength was much stronger than that of the Tiansheng Sect. Even if there were 5 or 6 purple palaces, a cultivator of the 9th level of Dao Gang might not be able to contain him. According to the conventional results, the Wu family would definitely take advantage. But no one expected that the Tiansheng Sect could invite 2 Dao Gang monks to take action, which surprised them. If they helped again, the conflict would definitely escalate again. Who knows if the Tiansheng Sect can invite 1 or 2 more Dao Gangs. If that were the case, the situation would be huge. After waiting for a day, the reinforcement of the Wu family had not arrived, but Beizichan came back. The 6 people of the Bei family were covered in blood, but they looked extremely excited. Beizichan replied that the Wu family's spiritual mountains, mines, and markets outside had all been breached. More than 100 Wu family members had been killed, and dozens of prisoners had been taken. A large amount of floating wealth had been looted, and they had been prepared to blow up the spiritual veins. pollute the spiritual fields, and collapse the minds. Very good. Tomorrow morning, take the Wu family prisoners to the front of the mountain and force them to go out and fight. In addition, Zichen, you should arrange to move your Bei family members overnight. Remember, they must be reliable. Thank you for your mercy, Master. Zichen will do it right away. Bei Zichen was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Lin Xiao was still concerned about the Bei family at this time. He was even more moved and turned around and left immediately. Elder Bei, what else do you want to say? Master, after this incident, the Bei family has no way to repay you, so we can only sacrifice lives for the sect. Elder Bei, this is too formal. You are all high-ranking officials of our Tiansheng Sect. If I don't stand up for you, who will? Thank you, Master. I hope you agree. If there is a war tomorrow, please let me be the vanguard. I want to avenge the deaths of the Bei family. Okay, I will leave you a few purple palaces by then. Thank you, Master. Lin Xiao nodded. In this battle, the people of the Bei family will fight to the death 100%. There will be no hesitation or luck, and there will be no mobilization. The next morning, 500 people in the camp walked out in formation. In the front were more than 20 children of the Wu family who were captured by Bei Zichen before and were taken in front of the mountain gate. Wu gang, old dog, come out and see. This is someone from your Wu family. More than 40 years ago, your Wu family broke through the mountain gate of my Bei family and slaughtered the Bei family's children. Have you ever thought about today? This is called the law of nature is clear and retribution is inevitable. Today it is your Wu family's turn to be unlucky. If you are a man, come out and fight. Victory or defeat, life or death, are all in the hands of heaven. The only 6 people left in my Bei family are here. Kill us all, and you will have nothing to worry about. Wu gang, you dog thief, come out and die. Wu gang, old thief, if you don't come out, I will kill one person from your Wu family in half an hour, and I will kill you until your clan is exterminated. Do it. Puff. The 6 people from the Bei family stood in the front and kept insulting the Wu family. Finally, Bei Zichen killed one person himself, which made the Wu family people on the mountain grit their teeth. The hot-blooded clansmen wanted to rush down the mountain immediately and kill the enemy. When had their Wu family ever suffered such an insult? But all these people were stopped by Wu gang himself. The enemy's provocation was too obvious, and Wu gang remained unmoved for the time being. Hit them, cry loudly, beg for mercy. If you don't cry or shout, I will kill you first. Seeing that there was no movement on the mountain, Bei Zichen's violent mood rose. He took a whip and kept whipping the captives, making them cry and beg for the old ancestor Wu gang on the mountain to save them. The few strong men were immediately killed by Bei Zichen. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Especially Bei Zichen usually treated people well. Although he was strict, he would not be too excessive. At this time, this performance made countless Tiansheng Sect disciples tremble. They didn't know that Bei Zichen actually had such a side. Master Lin, is it too much? No, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If Senior Wang knew how the Wu family treated the Bei family, he would not have any pity for them. The Wu family just wanted to die. Lin Xiao shook his head. Did Bei Zichen go too far? Of course he did, but he had reasons to go too far. Hundreds of Bei family members were brutally killed by the Wu family. The mortals of the Bei family were even more miserable. The direct descendants were used as coolies and worked to death. The rest of the vassals and branches of the Bei family were also miserable. How many people were slaughtered, how many women's property was looted, and how many people's families were broken up because of this. So this is the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The Wu family won the war more than 40 years ago, so they can do whatever they want. Now that the Bei family has the upper hand, they can naturally do whatever they want. As the miserable and unbearable pleas for mercy from the Wu family children at the foot of the mountain became louder and louder, the morale on the mountain became lower and lower. Many people had different thoughts and gradually turned into mourning soldiers. Ancestor, we can't go on like this. If we continue, we'll be finished. Those monks who came to help will run away. Wait a little longer. The army of the desperate will win. Then we will charge forward and defeat them. Yes, ancestor. Wu gang has already made a plan. He knows that today will not end peacefully. If the Wu family does not fight, it will be a real disgrace. No matter what, they must fight a battle. Only then can he give an explanation to the Wu family. Another hour passed, and 2 more captives of the Wu family were killed. The sadness on the mountain became more intense. The Wu family was holding back their resentment, and the anger in their hearts was extremely strong. This breath was what Wu Gang wanted. Now this was the only thing he could use. As long as the clan members were united and fought to the death, there would be a glimmer of hope. Kill them all. The Wu family will win forever. The Wu family will win forever. Kill. Under Wu Gang's command, hundreds of clan members and monks all rushed out of the mountain gate and rushed down the mountain. The mountain gate also fired dozens of crossbows at once, all aimed at Baizichan and his men. Finally here, shoot, the vanguard will switch to defense and consume their spirit. Lin Xiao looked at the Wu family members rushing down the mountain, revealing a happy expression. After so much effort, they finally forced the Wu family members out. Baizichan and the other 6 people quickly dodged the crossbows. The distance was too far, and they had enough time to dodge. Once they returned to the team, the 200 people immediately connected into a formation, holding up a formation, and more than a dozen large shields were set up in front of them. Each large shield was operated by several monks, supplying mysterious energy to the large shields. The crossbows of the Tiansheng Sect were also constantly firing. As the distance got closer, each crossbow arrow could take out several people. Wang Dao and Lang Dao had already fought with Wu Gang. Although Wang Dao and Lang Dao were 1 level weaker than Wu Gang, they still had the advantage in the 2-on-1 situation. Moreover, the temptation of the Dao Jiden made Wang Dao and Lang Dao go all out. It was not an ordinary fighting posture at all. It was as if they had a grudge against Wu Gang for killing his father. They beat Wu Gang so hard that he fainted. Could this Tiansheng Sect be Wang Dao's illegitimate son? Why did they fight so hard? The 2 streams of people finally collided with each other. The Wu family, with the momentum of a desperate army, was extremely fierce. Several Wu family purple palaces attacked fiercely without regard for their lives. Baizichan and his men were not willing to be outdone. They quickly entangled with the opponent's purple palace and fought fiercely. The vanguard blocked the first wave of attack from the Wu family. Lin Xiao immediately divided the remaining 300 people into 2 teams, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 pincers, and stabbed directly into the opponent's midsection. The newly added fresh forces made the pressure on the vanguard drop sharply. When the 2 teams broke through the opponent's team and merged together, a group of Wu family members had been separated and were under siege from 3 sides. The Wu family really lacks experience in large-scale wars. This battle is definitely won. Everyone, kill the purple mansions that are against you and completely resolve the battle. At this point, the Tiansheng Sect has completely controlled the situation. Lin Xiao did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, the remaining purple mansions all rushed out. Lin Xiao did not move. The purple mansions from the Tiansheng Sect were more than them, so he did not need to do anything. He only needed to control the situation. In a short while, the dozens of Wu family disciples who were divided and surrounded were all killed. The freed hands accelerated the frequency of attack. Moreover, the Tiansheng Sect disciples had experience in war and knew how to divide and defend them. Under the leadership of the core members of Ningmei, they constantly broke through their assembled teams. Most of the Wu family members were trapped in the dilemma of fighting alone, and the previous strategies against the enemy were all invalid. At this point, the spirit of the Wu family's mourning soldiers had completely disappeared, leaving only fear, not to mention the monks who came to help. They were the first to flee, but the Wu family monks were still holding on. Elder Yi, if you don't come, my Wu family will be exterminated. Come out quickly. Wu Gang had been paying attention to the battlefield below. Seeing that the Wu family monks were so unbearable, his heart was beating. He roared regardless of anything, and his words also made Lin Xiao extremely alert. He immediately took out the Chixio bow, drew the bow and shot an arrow, aiming at a purple mansion monk of the Wu family. Swoosh, the arrow shot out, flying towards the purple mansion at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, but in midair, a pair of hands appeared and grabbed the arrow directly. Stop! A loud bang was heard, and many disciples were shocked by the sound, and dropped their weapons, and many even bled from their 7 orifices. Lin Xiao looked up and saw a large flying boat appeared. There was a mark on it, which was the emblem of Tiansheng Valley. Thousands of cultivators appeared in the flying boat, surrounding the entire battlefield. Great Elder Yi Zunfei of Tiansheng Valley. If I remember correctly, the consensus of Tiansheng Valley and Chunhyang Palace was to let the two families resolve the issue privately. What do you, Tiansheng Valley, mean by this? Friend Daoist Wang, what do you, Tiansheng Sect, mean? The only two Dao gangs are here. It doesn't look like you will abide by the consensus. My Tiansheng Sect takes money and helps people get rid of disasters. Didn't you see that there are only two of us here? If Tiansheng Sect takes action, you will only see a pile of corpses. Then my Tiansheng Valley also takes money and helps people get rid of disasters. Isn't that okay? You. Wang Dao was immediately furious. This Tiansheng Valley was too shameless. It was obviously taking sides. Did they really think everyone was fools? But they were not prepared at all. They didn't expect Tiansheng Valley to be so shameless as to directly interfere in the matter, which made them extremely passive on the spot. Chapter 146 Strong Intervention. No one expected Tiansheng Valley to take action. Lin Xiao expected that other Dao gang cultivators would help, and even that a family with similar strength to the Wu family would take action. But he did not expect Tiansheng Valley to tear off its face and take action personally. Yi Zunfei is the great elder of Tiansheng Valley. His cultivation has reached the 12th level of Dao gang. He alone is enough to kill everyone on the spot. Even if Wang Dao and Lang Dao join forces, they will not be opponents. What's more, Tiansheng Valley has more than 1,000 cultivators present, and there are more than a dozen people in Zifu, which is enough to crush Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao, head of Tiansheng Sect. I'm Lin Xiao. I wonder if you have any advice for me. Elder Yi, I don't deserve your advice. I have something to discuss with head of Lin, please speak. Elder Yi, the grudge between the Bei family and the Wu family is a mess. No matter how you settle it, it is impossible to settle it. Now you have killed people and robbed floating wealth. Why don't you just stop here? We have been friends for more than 800 years. We can't hurt the relationship for this. What do you think, head of Lin? Yi Zunfei said to Lin Xiao with a smile, but Lin Xiao felt his chill deeply. How could this be a discussion? It was coercion, and there was also a deep threat. The two countries of Chen and Lu have been friends for more than 800 years. It means that, even if they left the people of Tiansheng Sect, Chunhyang Palace would not say anything. Who made Chunhyang's house so powerful now? Even Chunhyang Palace is openly suppressing Chunhyang's house. It is conceivable that Chunhyang Palace knew about Tiansheng Valley's actions in advance. Okay, but I have a few requests. Master Lin, please speak. First, when my Tiansheng Sect disciples are training in the wilderness of Chen State, the Wu family must not make things difficult for them. If I find out, my Tiansheng Sect will come with all its might next time. Also, if Chen State encounters a beast tide again, Tiansheng Sect will not provide any assistance. Add my Tiansheng Sect to this, and the 9 sects alliance of Tiansheng State will be of the same blood and will advance and retreat together. Include Tianhe Sect in this as well. Same for Hangshan Sect. Okay. Yi Zunfei's face suddenly became gloomy. The 4 sects in Tiansheng State accounted for more than 60% of the strength of Tiansheng State. It can be said that they fully represented the willpower of Tiansheng State. Now that Tiansheng State's strength has greatly increased, if a beast tide hits Chen State, they really have to count on them for rescue. Secondly, the remaining members of the Bei family must all move to Tiansheng Prefecture, as long as they are willing, and the Wu family must not stop them, including those who were taken away by the Wu family, to be wives and concubines. Sect leader Lin, some of them already have children. Isn't it too cruel to do this, breaking up the family? Great Elder, is it their wish to have children? They were forced. Tiansheng Valley, as a famous and upright sect, will not support such robbery. HMPH, I agree, but I have to make it clear in advance that they have to be willing and not forced. Of course. Thirdly, the Wu family must compensate the Tiansheng Sect for its losses. Wu gang attacked the mountain gate and caused the Tiansheng Sect to close the mountain for half a year, resulting in a loss of hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals. He must compensate. Sect leader Lin, don't push your luck. Should the Wu family pursue your crime of murder? It's okay if you don't want to compensate. We have to take the spoils away. We have spent a huge amount of money on this matter. We can't have no compensation at all. This is my last request. Okay, I agree. Yi Zunfei didn't think much about it. Anyway, it wasn't his Qingqing Valley's loss, so it was the Wu family's loss. Wu Gang heard these words, and his anger and indignation became more and more serious. He looked at Lin Xiao, as if he wanted to eat him. He didn't expect that he, a dignified Dao Gang ancestor, would suffer such humiliation today. Clean up the battlefield, retreat. Lin Xiao gave an order, and Beizichan and others followed the order, no matter how reluctant they were. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, took away the dead and wounded on their side, and took away the storage tools of the other side's dead personnel, and even the scattered magic tools. This result was extremely difficult for the Wu family's cultivators to accept. The brave men were ashamed to death. This was simply a slap in their faces. It would be difficult for the Wu family to raise their heads in Chen State in the future. However, for the Bei family, this result was also unacceptable. It was clear that the Tiansheng Sect was going to win, and the Wu family would be destroyed in half an hour at most, but because of the appearance of Qingqing Valley, this result was abruptly defeated, which made the Bei family resent Qingqing Valley. After the team gathered, several people from the Bei family, under the supervision of Qingqing Valley, moved the remaining Bei family members. This time, not only the Bei family village, but also the Bei family women who had married other women could be taken away, as long as they were willing. This move undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Wu family. Lin Xiao didn't care about the specific matters. Anyway, 3 days later, Lin Xiao escorted more than 1,000 mortals to slowly leave the territory of Chen State. When Lin Xiao and his team entered the Black Wind Valley, the people from Qingqing Valley withdrew. Fellow Daoist Wu, what does right and wrong, honor and disgrace matter? We are all immortal cultivators, and ascending to immortality is the ultimate goal. If you enter the Lingguang period, what does the Tiansheng Sect matter to you? Even if you destroy Xianyang Tao, what will Chunayang Palace say? Elder Yi, Wu Gang understands. Don't worry, Wu Gang will not sink. In the future, the Wu family will become a sharp blade for Qingqing Valley. The only requirement is to destroy the Tiansheng Sect in the future, Wu Gang said lightly. At this time, he had suppressed his anger, but his hatred for the Tiansheng Sect skyrocketed countless times. In the next few hundred years, the goal of the Wu family is to destroy the Tiansheng Sect. Okay, then it depends on the ability of the Wu family. Yi Zunfei laughed. They helped the Wu family with great fanfare, so naturally it couldn't be without any benefits. The loyalty of the Wu family was a reward for this matter. Qingqing Valley made a big profit. Senior Wang, as per the agreement, you did not kill Wu Gang, so I'm sorry about the Dao base bill. Master Lin, can't you be flexible? You can make any conditions you need. Senior Wang, it's like this. The Dao base pill I promised you before was mine. If you want a second one, it will not only cost more, but also take longer. As you all know, the Dao base pill is not an ordinary pill. It takes countless efforts just to collect the materials. So I can't get a second one for the time being. But if I have any news, I will definitely inform you. Anyway, the Tiansheng Sect doesn't need a second one right now. Okay, Master Lin, this is what you said. If I don't have it by then, I'll rely on you. Master Lin, don't forget my Tiansheng Sect for this kind of good thing. Master Lin, you can't be partial to one over the other. Don't you think my Hanshan Sect has nothing? Okay, as long as there is, I will definitely be willing to give it. We in China and Cao have always been of the same blood. Lin Xiao laughed and answered, and agreed to everything. As for the future, who knows? Anyway, the system can be changed, but at least the Tiansheng Sect will not really give it to them, until it has enough strength. Soon, Lin Xiao sent Wang Dao and the others away one by one. It cost a lot for the Tiansheng Sect to invite them to help. Dao Gang monks are really not that easy to invite, and they are 2 at a time. It can be said that in this operation, the Tiansheng Sect suffered a lot of losses. Beizichan quickly calculated the losses of this battle. A total of 18 disciples were killed, and more than 30 were injured. Hundreds of thousands of black crystals were spent, and the spoils were not much. However, Lin Xiao secretly asked Beizichin to pollute the Wu family's spiritual fields. The spiritual veins did not explode, but the noise was too loud. This could also restrain the development of the Wu family. It would take 7 or 8 years and hundreds of thousands of black crystals to restore those spiritual fields. The Wu family suffered more casualties. Hundreds of disciples outside the mountain gate were killed. The last battle also killed more than 100 people. One person died in the Purple Mansion. It can be said that the entire Wu family has been seriously injured. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has been crippled. Master, there is no need to say more about self-blame. You have said a lot. Just practice diligently and contribute to the sect in the future. Yes, Master. Beizichin agreed heavily. After this battle, the last grudge in Beizichin's heart has disappeared, and his loyalty to the Tiansheng Sect has increased a lot. For the arrangement of the mortals of the Bei family, I will give you a piece of land. It's better to go to Qingshan County. There are fewer people and more land there. You can circle a larger area, which will be enough for your Bei family to develop. In addition, Beizichin will soon open up the Purple Mansion, right? Thank you, Master. Beizichin broke through the 12th level of condensing veins 2 months ago. After another year or 2 of polishing and settling, he can try to open up the Purple Mansion. Okay, I'll prepare the mansion opening pill, and you just need to gather your merit points by then. Beizichin wants to open up the Purple Mansion secretly, and I have another great use for him. Master, can I ask what you want to arrange for Beizichin to do? Go to Qi State. I remember that the main family of your Bei family in Qi State is a 6th grade family with the ancestor Ling Guang, right? Yes, when our branch of the Bei family disciples left, the Bei family was already very strong. It had 1 ancestor Ling Guang, 5 Daogang cultivators, and no less than 50 Zifu cultivators. Among the families in the entire Qi State, the Bei family ranked around 10th, and its foothold was the Tiansheng Sect, the 3rd largest sect in Qi State. It is said that there are cultivators in the 7th realm, but few people have seen them. Usually, there is an ancestor Shengsu who presides over the affairs of the sect. Yes, I will let Beizichin go to Qi State and borrow some of the Bei family's relationships to gain a foothold. The vision and level of our Tiansheng Sect cannot be limited to the loot state. We have to look at the long term. You don't have to worry. I'm not asking you to do anything to let down the Bei family. Lin Xiao nodded. Chunhyang Palace is also a 6th grade sect, but the Bei family's apparent strength is better than that of Chunhyang Palace. Moreover, the Bei family is affiliated with the Tiansheng Sect, which is a large sect that ranks among the best in the whole Nanzhao, so its strength is even stronger. Yes, Master, I will do Beizichin's work. He won't refuse. Okay, then you tell him that the purpose of sending him there is very simple. To set up a base there, open a small shop or something, buy kindling wine and Bei Wu tea, make some preparations for the subsequent promotion, and buy some resources that Lu State doesn't have. The channels of those merchants in the market are unreliable, and the same goes for Sihei Trading Company. We can't be strangled by others. The channels must be in our own hands. Lin Xiao nodded. If a man does not plan for the future, he will have immediate worries. It won't be wrong to plan ahead. Now Tiansheng Sect also has this strength. Chapter 147 Layout. The Bei family had moved more than 200 mortals here, and the Tiansheng Sect could easily accommodate this number of people. There were large tracts of wasteland everywhere, and they could survive by just reclaiming some of it. Moreover, they had 3 Purple Mansion seniors as their backers, and no one dared to bully them. The difference between their days in the Tiansheng Sect and before was like heaven and earth. After testing, the Bei family found that 2 people had spiritual roots, and the 2 people brought back by Beizichin before all joined the Tiansheng Sect. Their loyalty was extremely high, which also compensated Lin Xiao for some points. You should know that Lin Xiao lost tens of thousands of points in this incident, and the 2 talismans had 6,000 points. Fortunately, the Wu family was defeated, and at least for decades, the Wu family dared not make any more plans. The reputation of the Tiansheng Sect for protecting its shortcomings also spread, which invisibly improved the prestige of the Tiansheng Sect. After all, everyone likes a sect that protects its shortcomings, especially when this sect is their own sect. After the war, the Tiansheng Sect returned to peace and quietly developed again. Although there was some loss in financial resources this year, it was not large, and there was still a surplus of more than 100,000 zuanjing. 3 months later, Li Mingyang came out of retreat and became the 9th Purple Mansion cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect. This meant that the apparent strength of the Tiansheng Sect had caught up with the Tianhe Sect, and the overall strength was almost the same. This made the Tianhe Sect and the Hangshan Sect nervous for a while. They were not worried about what would happen to the Tiansheng Sect, but the change in strength. The division of interests in Xian'an would also change in the future. Both sects were trying their best to develop and surpass the Tiansheng Sect. The momentum of the entire Xian'an was getting better and better. Since the collapse of the Xianluo City Ascension Conference system, talented disciples have continued to appear in various sects, which can be said to be full of talents, and the other sects of the 9 major sects in Xian'an have also begun to have Purple Mansion cultivators. They didn't have the recipe for the Keifudan, nor did they have the medicine. They just used the old methods to open up the Purple Mansion, so the success rate was very low. If they were not careful, they would die. However, as they got older, the threat of insufficient lifespan became greater and greater. Many people gave it their all and fought to the death. There would always be a few who succeeded. Among them was the Shan'ang Sect, the old rival of the Tiansheng Sect. They made many contributions in the Three States War and exchanged their merit points for 2 second-level high-quality sacred mountains. After years of development, their strength has greatly increased. The former head has passed away. The one who achieved the Purple Mansion was the former Great Elder Qinyi. However, although the Shan'ang Sect already had a Purple Mansion cultivator, Xian'an province is no longer what it used to be. Their status has risen a little, but the benefits they can get are not as much as the Tiansheng Sect before. It can be said that there are very few. The Tiansheng Sect did not regard the Shan'ang Sect as an opponent. Qinyi's achievements in his life as a Purple Mansion were basically like this. It was impossible for him to have a future as a Daogang cultivator. Lin Xiao had forced them hard enough at the beginning, and it was also a revenge for the past. After Qinyi broke through the Purple Mansion, he became more open-minded and understood the gap between Shan'ang Sect and Tiansheng Sect. Soon, he came to Tiansheng Sect with a generous gift, begging for forgiveness and reconciliation with Tiansheng Sect. Reconciliation was impossible, but Lin Xiao also made it clear that he would not take the initiative to find trouble with Shan'ang Sect again, so he could rest assured. Qinyi left with satisfaction. 2 years later, the number of Tiansheng Sect's condensing veins cultivators exceeded 300. The recruitment requirements of the battle hall team became more and more stringent, and multiple inspections were required. It is conceivable that the strength of the battle hall is getting stronger and stronger. Beiziai also successfully broke through the Purple Mansion, which is a miracle. At present, no one of the condensing veins cultivators of Tiansheng Sect who broke through the Purple Mansion failed. I don't know if it is related to the Keifudan exchanged by the system. Beiziai's breakthrough was very secret. Except for a few senior officials, no one knew about it. After he stabilized his realm, Lin Xiao secretly sent him to Qi State. In fact, Night Owl's people have already entered Qi, but Tiansheng Sect has no backing there, and its development is very unsuccessful. After several years of losses, it has not achieved enough results. This time, Beiziai needs to use the power of the Bei family to gain a foothold in Qi. Beiziai is in the light, and Night Owl is in the dark. The dual development is to prepare for Tiansheng Sect to enter Qi in the future. The things Beiziai took away from the sect were only 50,000 sets of kindling wine and Beiwu tea of various series, and he did not bring any rice wine. This is the foundation for his future foothold in Qi. There were 7 people who followed Beiziai, including 2 people from Night Owl, and even Beiziai did not know their identities. In addition to Qi, Tiansheng Sect's intelligence network in Jingzhou, Chen State, and Tianqi State has become more and more mature and has formed a huge system. Various news are sent back every day. Tiansheng Sect has also set up a department specializing in analyzing these intelligence and will submit some major events to Lin Xiao for review. Tiansheng Sect was making plans, and so were the other sects, and there was also Sihei Trading Company. they finally couldn't help but start to corrupt Tiansheng Sect's disciples and sent people to infiltrate the sect. Lin Xiao got hold of this information at the first time, and the source was still the system. Lin Xiao had already given the system instructions to monitor the loyalty of the sect's disciples and immediately give an alarm if there was a drastic fluctuation. So as soon as Sahai Trading Company made a move, Lin Xiao discovered it. Lin Xiao made a list and asked Zhang Mingtang to secretly monitor those corrupted disciples. After half a year of monitoring, he caught enough evidence and then transferred the people back to the mountain gate under the pretext of a sect meeting. As soon as they entered the mountain, they were controlled. There was no need for torture. Lin Xiao personally interrogated them. Just sitting in front of them, several people confessed everything. After all, Lin Xiao's prestige was not covered, and the entire sect was built by him. Several people were middle-level managers of Gangming Fangxi. They had been in the market for more than 10 years, and were very familiar with the people of Sahai merchants. The people of Sahai merchants frequently showed their favor to them, flattered them, sent them food and drinks, and even had female cultivators come to their door to lower their vigilance. In this way, several people were gradually corrupted and were eventually caught by Sahai merchants and showed their fangs. Sahai merchants asked them to cooperate with their people to infiltrate Tiansheng Sect and provide them with cover and support. Sahai merchants wanted their people to occupy some power in Tiansheng Sect in order to plan for the future. Several people suddenly realized and were very frightened and regretful in their hearts, but they had already boarded the pirate ship, so what could they do? They all gave in and agreed to the other party's request. It was at this time that their inner entanglement caused their loyalty to change dramatically, which was discovered by Lin Xiao. After learning about this, Lin Xiao did not deal with these people directly, but let them act as double agents and undercover agents, pretending to agree to Sahai Trading Company, but all their requests had to be reported to the sect, and several people all agreed. Master, this is too easy for them. They should be executed for being disloyal. As soon as they left, Zhang Mingtang appeared and said with gritted teeth. Everyone in Tiansheng Sect knew that the master hated these disloyal bastards the most. They still remembered the fate of those defected disciples of Tiansheng Sect. During the Three States War, there were also disciples who defected to Bishu Pavilion who were captured, and they were also ordered to be dealt with by Lin Xiao. It doesn't matter, their future is over, they are just making use of the waste. Elder Zhang, if Sahai Trading Company dares to infiltrate us, we have to fight back. How far have our people developed? With the help of the sect, the highest level is already a middle level manager in Sahai Trading Company. Okay, step up the infiltration, especially the strength of Sahai Trading Company, the business channels they control, and the forces behind them. We have to find out everything. Then I will give Lao Jin a big gift. Yes, master, they will be in trouble when the time comes. In addition, the system of our sect must be constantly reformed. The corruption of those few is also due to our inadequate work. They have been in the market for too long. I have been replacing the senior management, but forgot about the middle level management. From now on, you have to secretly replace those middle level managers and find some new people to take their place. Remember, move slowly and they can't find out. Understood. In addition to the market, I will also send people to check Beiwu Mountain. Qianling Wine and Beiwu Tea are too important. Okay, I support you in this matter. You can use the power of the war hall when necessary. Don't hesitate and don't be afraid of offending people. I'm the boss of Tiansheng Sect, and you just need to obey me. Yes, master. Zhang Mingtang was overjoyed. Since the power of the General Affairs Hall was split, his power is actually not as strong as Li Fenghai's in the past. Now with Lin Xiao's words, he can move much bigger. Lin Xiao arranged things and went into seclusion. 1 year later, Lin Xiao came out of seclusion with the cultivation level of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xiao transferred Li Muxu back. Since Li Muxu reached the Purple Mansion, her cultivation speed has not been so abnormal. Moreover, Lin Xiao gave her many martial arts to practice and required her to learn an alchemy technique in addition to the spiritual plant husband technique, which greatly distracted her attention and took her more than 3 years to break through one level. Now she is only at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion, just catching up with Basic C, who broke through the Purple Mansion first except Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has always had higher requirements for Lim Yuxu. He often checks her learning and cultivation and gives her personal guidance. Now, Lim Yuxu, who is in her 30s, is no longer the timid country girl she was back then. She is tall and slender with good looks, and is the dream lover of many male disciples of the Tiansheng Sect. But no one dared to pursue Lim Yuxu, not even Basichan. They were not idiots, and they knew that Lin Xiao liked Lim Yuxu. Lim Yuxu's speed of cultivation was jaw-dropping. She entered the sect nearly 20 years later than Li Mingyang, but her cultivation was far ahead of Li Mingyang. They understood what this speed represented. Lim Yuxu was no longer so afraid of Lin Xiao. After being in contact with Lin Xiao for a long time, Lim Yuxu also knew that her master was serious, but he was not a bad person. He was also gentle when talking to him. While the Tiansheng Sect was busy living a small life, the Tianshi kingdom ushered in a drastic change. Lin Xiao, who had been dealing with secular affairs for many years, finally became enlightened and agreed to the conditions of marriage. He decided to marry the daughter of a large family in the Tianshi kingdom and set a wedding date. Suddenly, the eyes of several surrounding countries were focused on Luoyang City. Chapter 148 Lin Xiao's wedding. The Hao family is a well-known 6th-rank family in Tianshi country. The family has 2 Daogang ancestors, more than 30 Purple Mansion cultivators, and more than 5,000 disciples of various ranks. The Hao family has hundreds of thousands of mortals, which is really extraordinary. That's nothing. The most famous thing about the Hao family is not only their strength, but also their skills. The ancestor of the Hao family is not only a Daogang 12th level cultivator, but also a 4th rank upper grade weapon refiner. The ancestor of the Hao family has the highest level of weapon refining in the surrounding areas of Tianshi country, and the Bian sect cannot compare to him. That's right. The Hao family is famous for refining weapons. It is well known in the entire southwest end of Nunzhao. This time the Hao family and the Bian sect are getting married. It's a match made in heaven. It's really the envy of others. Hao family's eldest daughter, Hao Yiting, is also an extraordinary genius. It is said that when her spiritual roots were tested, she had top-grade spiritual roots. After that, Hao Yiting's father, the clan leader, spent 10 years using Zuan Qi to nourish her meridians day and night. She also consumed countless natural treasures, and her spiritual roots have long been upgraded to the best. She is less than 50 years old this year, and has already reached the 6th level of Purple Mansion cultivation. TSK, genius meets genius. If they give birth to a child, who knows what kind of Taoist body the child will have. It's hard to say about the Taoist body, but a child born with this kind of cultivation aptitude will definitely not be of ordinary aptitude. It will at least be of top grade aptitude. This is the behavior of a true young master. Tell me, who is the one who benefited from the marriage between Bianman and the Hao family? You don't understand this, right? An alliance must be mutually beneficial. It is said that Hao Yiting's dowry is 3/4 tier magic tools, worth more than 1 million Zuan crystals, and Bianman's betrothal gift is a high quality mineral vein. It's hard to say who is at a disadvantage. 1 million Zuan crystals. The Hao family is really generous. That's not the case. This is a wealthy family. Even a little leakage is enough for you and me to practice for a lifetime. When can I marry a wife like this? Haha, you're just dreaming. If you want to marry a wife like this, you must first have a spiritual cultivator as your ancestor. In a tea house in Luoyang City, a group of low-level independent cultivators were discussing the marriage between Bian sect and Hao family. In the past half month, Luoyang City has been talking about this matter, and everyone is used to it. However, the shopkeeper who was busy at the counter was doing 2 things at once. He was listening to the conversation of the guests in the tea house and secretly taking notes. In fact, this tea house was one of the strongholds of Tiansheng Sect in Luoyang City. From the shopkeeper to the waiter, they were all members of the peripheral organization of Lin Xiao. However, they were asking about some open news, and important news would not be circulated in such a place. In a mansion several miles away, several Tiansheng leaders of Lin Xiao also gathered together, and all 4 of them had heavy expressions on their faces. According to spies, Lin Xiao from the Bian sect is about to break through the Lingguang period. This time, he married into the Hao family, not for their refining technology, but because the Hao family has connections in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, why is the Hao family connected to Zhongzhou again? Yes, I've checked their background. The Hao family has been in Tiansheng country for about 3000 years. At that time, there was no Chen country. Tiansheng country was the frontier of the wilderness. The Hao family came from Zhongzhou. After our analysis, the Bian sect wanted to buy a Lingming pill through the Hao family. Lingming pill, a 6th level pill, is the best pill for Daogang cultivators to break through the Lingguang period. It is stronger than several 6th level treasures. With Lin Xiao's qualifications, he has at least a 60% success rate in breaking through the Lingguang period. It seems that the war to annihilate the country can't be fought. That's not necessarily true. Do you think Chen, Lu, and Kang countries will wait for him to break through? Who dares to move unless Yan Qingfeng is dead? Yan Qingfeng is at the 11th level of Lingguang, which is higher than the Lingguang ancestor of the Three Kingdoms. Moreover, he doesn't have many years left. Once he takes action, he will definitely drag someone down with him. But what if they assassinate Lin Xiao? This several people's faces changed. This is not an impossible thing. If they did so, they would cut off the roots of Bianman. I'm afraid Bianman would take the lead in launching a war. But once Bianman moves, the nature of the matter will completely change. This matter must be reported to the sect immediately, so that the sect can prepare for war in advance. If war breaks out suddenly, we may suffer heavy losses. The sect leader is a man of great talent and strategy, and has been prepared for a long time. The sect is developing very fast. We now have 300 condensation vein cultivators and 9 purple mansion cultivators. So fast, it seems that we have to speed up our cultivation, otherwise we will not be able to keep up with the sect's pace in the future. Our cultivation is too low, and we can't even get in touch with the news. Yes, we have contacted several purple mansions in Tiansheng Kingdom, but we can't suppress them. We have to find a way to get the sect to support a few purple mansions, otherwise we won't be able to access the core information. Let's not talk about this. I just received news that the person in charge of Sehe Trading Company in Tiansheng Kingdom went to Bian Sect. I guess he wanted to take over the supply of spiritual wine for this wedding. You all know the forces behind Sehe Trading Company, and these bastards are going to get involved too. Several people were discussing, when suddenly one of them received a sound transmission note. When he opened it, his face changed immediately. The sect had already informed them that they would closely monitor Sehe Trade. Immediately activate our secret agents in Sehe Trade and Bian Sect to see what Sehe Trade is trying to do. I have a bad feeling that this matter may be ruined by these people. You go send a message to activate the secret agents, and I will send a message back to the sect to let the headmaster make the decision. Sehe Trade has long been trapped by our sect. If we cut off their supply of kindling wine and destroy their headquarters, Sehe Trade will be nothing. One of them sneered. Although the sect supported Sehe Trade, it also controlled him. If they really wanted to destroy Sehe Trade, it would only be a thought. Inside the mountain gate of Bian Sect, there are 26 kinds of spiritual wine lined up in front of its leader. All varieties of the entire kindling wine series are here. Standing next to him is the person in charge of Sehe Trading Company in Tiansheng country, a purple mansion cultivator named Lu Yuming. Master Yan, I'm sure you all know the reputation of our kindling wine series. For large-scale banquets, there are few wine brands that can supply it, except our kindling wine. How many high-end wines are produced a year? Only about 10,000 or 20,000 bottles. Our kindling wine is calculated in hundreds of thousands or millions. By that time, there will definitely be thousands of guests at your sect's wedding, and ordinary wines will not be enough. Master Lu, what you said makes sense, but the price of the kindling wine you are the agent for is too expensive. We can actually go to Tiansheng province to purchase in large quantities. I don't think Tiansheng Sect should refuse this big business. Oh, Master Yan, you don't know. Tiansheng Sect only has one place where it sells directly, Gangming Market, and the spirit wine released each year is less than 50,000. The rest are purchased by us agents. Master Yun really can't buy it. If he goes to buy it, can't buy it even with Zuanjing. It can't be bought. Tiansheng Sect doesn't purchase it every year. We can batch out such a large number every year. That makes sense, but it's still too expensive. Then I'll give you a little less. The market price of the cheapest Tianling wine is 5 Zuan crystals a bottle, and one bottle is 1 kilogram. I'll give you the price of 4.5. The median price is 15 Zuan crystals. This is the top quality Tianling wine, with a market price of 300 Zuan crystals, and we only want 280. But common sense is limited, and we only got 100 bottles. As you said, give me another 10% discount, and I'll take it. This time we have to purchase at least thousands of bottles, including all of your best 100 bottles. Master Yun, this is already the lowest price. It can't be any less. Then I'll see you off. Master Lu, please. Okay, I agree. Master Yun is indeed a good master, I'm convinced. Sect leader Yun stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction, then had Lu Yuming sent away. This time, Yun Xiaoyang's wedding would have tens of thousands of guests, and a huge amount of spirit wine would be needed. Ordinary spirit wines were not famous enough, and those famous high-end spirit wines were not produced in sufficient quantities, so Tianling wine was very suitable. Sect leader Yun then went to the back mountain, met Yun Xiaoyang and Lingguang Patriarch Yun Qingfeng, and reported some of the progress of the wedding. If nothing unexpected happened, the wedding could be held as scheduled in half a year. You have heard what the sect leader said, so don't think too much. The wedding will be held in half a year. After the daughter of the Hao family marries, the Hao family will secretly go to Zhangzhou to exchange a Lingming pill for you. Ancestor, can the Hao family really exchange for the Lingming pill? Yes, the origins of the ancestors of the Hao family are not simple. Moreover, this time with the addition of the treasures of our two families, the total value has far exceeded the Lingming pill. There is no reason why we can't exchange it. The Hao family is also gambling with the fate of the entire family. They are more anxious than you. Yun Qingfeng said with certainty. Compared with the Tiansheng Sect, the Hao family will be more anxious at that time. This time they are gambling with the fate of the entire family. If they lose, the Hao family will be wiped out like the Tiansheng Sect. If they win, the Hao family will be able to go one step further. By then, the Xianxi kingdom will take the initiative to attack and break the Qin kingdom. Half of the occupied territory will be divided to the Hao family. In fact, this is also determined by the situation of the Hao family. The territory of Xianxi country has so much interest, and the Hao family can only get so much interest in Xianxi country. If they want more, they have to dig it out from Bianmen. Bianmen is strong, and the Hao family is no match at all. They can only join forces. The transaction between the two parties in this marriage is not the dowry on the surface, but the treasures of the two forces. They are all 6th level spiritual objects, and they are extremely precious among the 6th level ones. The total value is far more than the Lingming pill. Only in this way can the relationship of the Hao family be guaranteed to work. Otherwise, how much is the favor worth? Yes, ancestor, Xiaoyang understands. I will treat Miss Hao well at that time, and will not embarrass the sect. It seems that the sect leader has trained you a lot, Xiaoyang. It's true that strength is respected in the world of immortal cultivation, but strength does not represent cultivation. As long as there are people, there will be grievances and hatreds. When I pass away, and you take charge of Tiansheng Sect in the future, don't forget these. You have to think about problems from the perspective of others. Yes, ancestor, Xiaoyang understands. Yun Xiaoyang nodded. Compared with a few years ago, he was less immature and more mature. He understood how to run a sect. It would not work just by relying on force, unless you are number one in the world. Chapter 149 The most favorable choice. In Tiansheng, Lu State, at the gate of Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao sneaked in secretly and met with Wang Dao, a Daogang cultivator of Tiansheng Sect. He told Wang Dao the news from Yu Xiao and some of Lin Xiao's predictions. With the current strength of Tiansheng Sect, it is still unable to interfere with the strategy of the entire Lu State, but Tiansheng Sect can. Not long ago, Lengning came out of retreat and broke through to the Daogang cultivation level, becoming the third Daogang cultivator of Tiansheng Sect. In terms of high-end combat power, Tiansheng Sect has already ranked among the top sects in Lu State. Moreover, the Purple Mansion cultivators of Tiansheng Sect have once again ushered in a peak of explosion in recent years. The number of Purple Mansion cultivators has risen back to more than 10, reaching 12. The power of Tiansheng Sect has become very important in Lu State. Behind the Sihei Company is the Thorn God. The Sihei Company has infiltrated various forces through the channels of the company and has occupied many sacred mountains. The Sihei Company has obtained the qualification to supply the spiritual wine for Lin Xiao's wedding at the Bian Sect. The Thorn God wants to destroy this marriage. Sect leader Lin, I didn't expect that the intelligence level of your Tiansheng Sect is so strong. It's really impressive. One day I read the messages brought by Lin Xiao and felt very emotional. It has only been less than 40 years since the rise of the Tiansheng Sect. Not only is its strength so strong in public, but its secret power is also so strong. Thinking of his Tiansheng Sect's dark department, it has been developed for more than 100 years and has invested countless mysterious crystals, but its level of information gathering is not as good as that of the Tiansheng Sect. It is really infuriating to compare people. Senior Wang, now is not the time to talk about this. What should we do? Hold down Sihei Trading Company or indulge them? We must always be prepared. Lin Xiao shook his head. The strength of Xiao was not that strong. They had competed with the dark forces of various major forces, with more defeats than wins. However, each failure did not affect the core personnel. After all, some of Lin Xiao's concepts in this regard were the most advanced in the world, and he knew how to let those core personnel escape pursuit. You are right. Behind Sihei Trading Company is the Assassin God. Judging from their actions, they probably haven't given up yet. They still want to occupy a sacred mountain and even establish a country. And the territory for establishing a country is probably because they have their eyes on our Xianan province. We must not let them succeed. Then I will go back and take down Sihei Trading Company. No hurry. Since Sihei Trading Company is under your control, let them continue to exist. Use them to pull out all the people of the Assassin God, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. This group of assassins is really elusive, and it is too difficult to eliminate them. This is an opportunity. Senior Wang, if the God of Thorns kills Lin Xiao, then the Bian Sect will have no chance at all. The Bian Sect will go crazy, and the war of annihilation may start early. We in Xianan province are not prepared. If we follow Chunhyang Palace to fight, we will all become cannon fodder. Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. At present, the strength of the various sects in Xianan province is not strong. The major sects add up to an estimated 20,000 to 30,000 cultivators. If it is really according to Chunhyang Palace, Xianan province will send troops with the number of 3 states, and nearly 20,000 people may be transferred away, leaving less than 10,000 people to guard the territories of the 3 states and counties. It is really too empty. If the God of Thorns launches an attack at that time, it will really be impossible to defend. Lin Xiao does not want to fight and return to his hometown. The potential of Xianan province is still very strong. More than 10 years have passed. They have swallowed up all the territories of the former Qingshan County and Ning Prefecture and are slowly exerting their due production capacity. If they are given another 20 to 30 years of preparation, the strength of Xianan province can expand 2 or 3 times. At that time, if 20,000 people are really withdrawn, there will be enough strength to guard their hometown. I know what you mean, but has sect leader Lin ever thought about it? We are not prepared, and neither is Chunhyang Palace or Chinking Valley. Chunhyang Palace is increasingly hostile and suppressive of our Xianan province. If we can take this opportunity to drag Chunhyang Palace into the quagmire of war, it will be an opportunity for us. I disagree. Senior Wang, I know your ambitions. All this situation is too unfavorable for us. By then, we will be inferior to others, and we will most likely be the first to be dragged down, unless Senior Wang tells me that he has the ability to check and balance Patriarch Ling Wang. The Tiansheng Sect is unable to check and balance Patriarch Ling Wang now. Then we can't do this. We should find a way to delay the outbreak of the war. What does sect leader Lin want to do? Uproot the Sihei Trading Company? or I'll have people spread the news to alert the Tiansheng Sect. Neither the Tiansheng Sect nor the Tiansheng are easy to mess with. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? The Tiansheng Sect naturally has a way to prevent them from finding me in this case. If Lin Xiao breaks through the Lingguang period, the war of annihilation will not be fought. We will still be suppressed and sucked of blood by Tiansheng Palace. 200,000 Zuan crystals a year. We have paid more than 1 million Zuan crystals. This wound cannot be healed. They will keep sucking blood. Tiansheng Palace will become more and more powerful until one day they will reach out to the other 10 states of Lu State, and our Xianan State will bear the brunt. Wang Dao said silently. The blood sucking of Tiansheng Palace is too terrible. 200,000 Zuan crystals a year may not seem like much, but it will be extremely terrible over time. In 50 years, Tiansheng Palace can have tens of millions of Zuan crystals of financial resources, while Xianan State will lose tens of millions of blood. This will cause a huge gap in the strength of the two sides. Once the 3 states of Jingzhou are saturated, Tiansheng Palace will sooner or later reach out to the other states, and Xianan State will be the first to bear the brunt. Wang Daosheng has always had this worry, so he took the risk of dragging Tiansheng Palace into the quagmire of war, letting the war weaken the strength of Tiansheng Palace and delay the time. Senior Wang, I understand, but doing so is too risky. This is the behavior of a gambler. Xiaonan can win the bet once, but can it win every time? The best way to get rid of Tiansheng Palace is promises to make yourself stronger. You say it lightly. Do you know how difficult it is to break through the Lingguang period? Lin Xiao is a genius, and he has been in the 12th level of Daogang for almost 20 years, but he still dare not break through easily. But I want to say that I have a way. I don't believe it. Daojiden and Lingmingdan are not the same concept. The great country of Qianqin will release 1 or 2 Daojiden every 100 years, but I have never heard of Lingmingdan. The rest of the natural treasures can only increase the success rate of 10%. If Qianqin are not possible, then let's go to Zhongzhou. Senior Wang, our sites can no longer be limited to Lu State. I have already sent people to Qi State to set up a base. It won't be long before we can pass through Qi State and go to Zhongzhou. The history of Zhongzhou's cultivation world has exceeded 1 million years, and there are even 9th level cultivators. The Lingguang period is only the 5th level. There are definitely safer and more efficient ways to break through. All we have to do is save money and then go to Zhongzhou to trade. You think too simply. Lu State is tens of thousands of miles away from Zhongzhou, and you have to go through more than a dozen countries on the way. Without sufficient strength, you can't bring the treasure back, even if you get it. If you can't bring it back, then we'll go there and break through directly in Zhongzhou. In fact, in my opinion, the crisis of Bianmen is very simple to resolve. Lin Xiao will break away from the restraint of Bianmen and take the treasure to Zhongzhou. I'll see who dares to destroy Xianxi Kingdom. With Lin Xiao's talent and age, he might even be able to reach the Shengsu period hundreds of years later. Which ancestor of Lu State, Chen State, and Kang State dares to gamble? Which of them dares to think that they can break through to the Shengsu period? This. Wang Dao was shocked. This was a tricky angle, and it was indeed a good idea. Lin Xiao was less than 300 years old, so he was definitely at the Lingguang stage, and he had great potential in Shengsu. On the contrary, people like Patriarch Lu Yan, although they were veteran Lingguang cultivators, they, like Yan Qingfeng, had actually lost the possibility of advancing to the Shengsu stage. Patriarch Lu Yan was more than 500 years old, and his lifespan was less than 300 years, but he was only at the 4th level of Lingguang, so he really had no chance of advancing to the Shengsu stage. The same was true for Qinqing Valley and Kang Country. This was really confusing for the authorities. So, we don't have to worry about the Tiansheng Palace tearing each other apart. He can only promise us that senior sister Leng Leng from your sect is not bad in qualifications. She will be sent to other places at that time. As long as the Tiansheng Palace can't figure out our details, I don't believe he dares to do anything wrong. Then do as you say. Spread the news, and let the Tiansheng Sect be alert. Also, we have to prepare to deal with the Sihei Trading Company. Be careful not to mess it up. Don't worry, everything is under control at the Sihei Trading Company. Senior Wang, are you interested in co-founding a trading company with the Tiansheng Sect, specializing in the key state route? Trade company, go to key state? Yes, Tiansheng also has some specialties. Although the value is not high, the price in key state is much better than that in Lu state. The world of immortal cultivation in key state is prosperous, and there are some good things that Tiansheng does not have. In and out, even if you lose some money on the Zuanjing, it is still a huge profit, such as the materials for the Keifu pill, isn't it? That's what you said, but this road is difficult to run. Lu state is about 300,000 or 400,000 miles away from key state. That's the route we take on the ground. It's much closer if we use a flying boat, less than 200,000, and the flying boat is faster and much safer. That's fine, but we are just cooperating on transportation. Once we get a key, we'll have to do our own things. Of course, Lin has this idea, too. Okay, I'll let Qisheng talk to you about the specific terms. Okay, but don't make the company's affairs public. You have to move quickly, and it'd be best if it's done within half a year. Lin Xiao nodded. The Sehei company was not honest and would be eliminated sooner or later. However, Lin Xiao had not fully mastered their trade channels, so he had to open them up on his own. Bei Xiao had to speed up, and the trade route to Qi had to be opened up as soon as possible. The Tiansheng Sect was not strong enough, so they needed the help of the Danliang Sect, otherwise Lin Xiao would have done it himself. After returning to Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao sent a message to Yu Xiao, asking them to spread the news that the God of Thorns was going to cause trouble on the day of Lin Xiao's wedding. They could exaggerate it a little, such as saying that the God of Thorns was going to assassinate Lin Xiao and young Qingfeng, completely disrupt the deployment of several countries, provoke a war between the immortal cultivation countries, and make a profit from it. In the sect, Lin Xiao continued to accelerate development, recruit more new disciples, and tap more talents. At the same time, he contacted Qisheng of Danliang Sect to discuss the matter of cooperating with a business. The sales of the goods of the business were each responsible, mainly for the safety of transportation. After several consultations, the two sects decided to work together to purchase a medium-sized flying boat that was known for its speed to carry security personnel. The cost of each transportation was flat, and the security personnel were 10 people each, and at least 2 purple mansion cultivators were required to ensure the safety of the business. Chapter 150, The Response of the Thorn God. In Chen State, a small family, the assassin god Nanziling Lingyuli was furious and smashed countless things. If he hadn't wanted to hide his identity, he would have wanted to kill people to vent his anger. Liu, you'd better explain to me why the assassination of the assassin god was leaked before it even started, why everyone in Loyan City knew about it in one day. Our assassin god is the king of the night. When did he fall to this point? Lingyuli pointed at Jinbao and cursed. In one day, dozens of rumors suddenly appeared in Loyan City, all related to the assassination god, especially the assassination of Lin Xiao, which hit their soft spot, because this was exactly what they planned. Lingyuli couldn't kill Yan Qingfeng, but killing Lin Xiao was no problem. But now everything is gone. The news has spread so widely, will the Behind Sect be unprepared? By then, let alone assassinating Lin Xiao, it's hard to say whether he can come back. This made Lingyuli extremely angry. Among the forces in the dark, the God of Thorns was looking. After all, they started out with this, but now they were being played by others. What did this mean? Lingyuli, I have ordered a thorough investigation of this matter. It is definitely not my Sehei company that leaked the information. No one in the company knows about this except for a few of us senior executives. Then tell me where the leak came from. We must find the source. I'm guessing a possibility. What possibility? Could someone have analyzed our strategy or hit it by accident? What do you mean? It is well known that young Qingfeng of the Behind Sect has a short lifespan. It was widely spread 10 years ago. It is also obvious that the Lu State, Chen State, and Kang State are waiting for young Qingfeng to invade the Xianxi State after he passes away. However, there is more than one voice among the 3 countries. There are always people who don't want to go to war, but they can't influence the will of the 3 countries' hegemons. The only way is to muddy the water. How to muddy the water is naturally to let Lin Xiao break through the spiritual light so that the war can't be fought. So Lin Xiao has become the key. I guess it's not just us who want Lin Xiao to die. The Chunhyang Palace of the Lu State, the Chenking Valley of the Chen State, and the Xiankang School of the Kang State are also thinking the same thing as us. Those sects that don't want to join the war can't say that Chunhyang Palace, Chenking Valley and Xiankang Sect wanted to assassinate Lin Xiao because no one would believe it. After all, most ordinary cultivators don't know the reason, so they had to blame us, the assassin, for accidentally running into us. Your reason is too far-fetched. It can't convince me. Which sect has such a reason and ability? Tiansheng Sect what? 001. Tiansheng Sect is very good at analyzing intelligence. The first batch of backbones of Sihei Trading Company were trained by Lin Xiao himself. I've also taken his class and know how he analyzes the pros and cons. He has this ability, and Tiansheng Sect has this reason. The entire Xianan state has only annexed 2 states and counties for more than 10 years and has just recovered. What they need now is a safe and stable environment to recuperate, not to participate in a war of annihilation, Jinbao said lightly. He suspected Tiansheng Sect as soon as the news was leaked. The only sect he could think of that had this ability and this reason was Tiansheng Sect. How confident are you? At least 7 levels. Okay, very good. Tiansheng Sect, right? Bailio, are you ready? Swallow Tiansheng Sect for me. Well, not yet. Tiansheng Sect is a newly rising sect. Lin Xiao is a man of great talent and strategy who can turn the tide. Tiansheng Sect is full of fighting spirit, and it is difficult to be corrupted. The people I control are the middle-level managers of the market town. Waste, I'll give you another 10 years. You must take down Tiansheng Sect, otherwise I will find someone to replace you. You can do whatever you want. Yes, what about Luoyang City? Withdraw your people. Are you looking for death by taking action now? Yes. Ling Lingai looked at Jinbao's leaving figure with a gloomy face. His people tried to control Sihei Trading Company but failed. Jinbao had extremely strict control over the trade channels. All his people were sidelined. Otherwise, he would have destroyed Jinbao long ago. This guy's not an honest man. Tiansheng Sect, Bihan Sect, interesting. You ruined one of my plans, but I still have to. Let's see what you will do then. Then Ling Lingai showed a cruel smile. The God of Thorns invested so much in the southwest end of Nunzhao. It is impossible for him to fail. He will not allow it, and the Zhongzhou headquarters will not allow it. Luoyang City, since the rumors about the God of Thorns appeared, the entire Bihan sect was shaken. Young King Feng immediately ordered martial law in the entire Luoyang City. The vassal forces of Luoyang City also responded to the dispatch of Bihan sect. 8 Dao gangs and 60 Zifu entered Luoyang City. After the martial law in Luoyang City, Bihan sect conducted a large-scale search and captured many lurking spies. However, everyone knew that those who were captured were basically second-rate characters, and the real mastermind behind the scenes could not be easily captured. Report to the ancestor. The sect has now arrested more than 300 people, and they are being tortured. This time, we must dig out all the spies from various sects, including the assassins. No need, it's useless. You have arrested small minions. The real big fish have already escaped. They can spread the news throughout the city in one day. They have already made preparations. Ancestor. I said, there is no need to expand. The assassins are just rats crossing the street. They can just do things secretly. The people from the Hao family will come later. You can meet them together. Young King Feng rejected Lin Xiao's approach. This was useless. They were just spies. Every sect has them. Their Bihan sect also has many spies outside. Not long after, the Daogang ancestor of the Hao family came with a woman. It was Hao Yiting, the direct descendant of the ancestor of the Hao family, who was going to marry Lin Xiao. Ancestor Yun, there are rumors all over the city right now. I wonder if those rumors are true. It's groundless, but it may not be untrue. It doesn't matter. Luoyang City is still under the control of Bihan sect. No one can be presumptuous. Then Ancestor Yun, what about the marriage? Just leave everything as it is, and change the plan later. After Xiaoang gets married, The two of you will go to Zhongshan immediately. I will send you to Key State and then leave from Key State by teleportation. I will prepare enough resources, black crystals, for you to take with you. Don't come back until you reach the Lingguang stage. Ancestor, I'm not leaving. Why not? I want to live and die with Bian Sect. Without Bian Sect and without Ancestor, there would be no Lin Xiao today. Being a deserter is not what Lin Xiao should do. Stupid, when did I say you wanted to be a deserter? You are extremely talented, and it is only a matter of time before you advance to the Lingguang stage. You just happen to meet me, who has a short lifespan. Even if you are in the Shengsu stage, you still have a chance to make a breakthrough, but those old ghosts like Lu Yan don't have this opportunity. If you leave, they won't dare to act rashly, at least not before they are sure whether you have made a breakthrough or not. Young King Feng scolded. Letting Lin Xiao leave was the best solution now. On the one hand, it could deter those people, and on the other hand, even if Bian Sect was really destroyed, Lin Xiao would be a seed for revival. Ancestor Yun is right. Xiao, don't be angry. Listen to me. Hao Yiting, you too, after you marry Xiao, leave with Xiao immediately and go to Zhongshan. Don't come back until Xiao has a breakthrough. Ancestor, what will happen to the Hao family after I leave? The Hao family does not lack a purple mansion cultivator like you. The Hao family has its own way of survival. Don't worry, you and Xiao must support each other in the future. As long as you succeed, the Hao family and the Bian Sect will be safe. Yes, Ancestor, I understand. Ancestor Yun, then make preparations on your own. It's only a few months away. Okay, get married as soon as possible, and then go to Zhongshan. I still have at least 30 years, which is enough for them to break through. Young King Feng nodded. They said they didn't care about the appearance of the Thorn God, but they were still very alert in their hearts. They also knew that the Thorn God had been seeking to gain a foothold in Nansao. Therefore, the appearance of Thorn God is very likely to fish in troubled waters. Now that there is such a commotion, whether it is Chen State, Lu State or Kang State, I'm afraid that they will not easily start a war. The current energy is on Thorn God, which gives Bian Sect an opportunity. After several people discussed, they left separately, and Loan City also relaxed the martial law. Those arrested spies were publicly executed by Bian Sect in the name of evil monks, which can be regarded as a warning to all sects. After that, several surrounding countries also united again to jointly formulate strategies to contain Thorn God and investigate Thorn God's existence, as if none of the previous dirty things had happened. The open forces united, which made Thorn God extremely sad. What they feared most was this kind of comprehensive investigation led by a large sect. It was extremely difficult for Thorn God to fish in troubled waters. The Thorn God organization, which had just established its foothold for a few years, was once again facing the danger of being disintegrated. After some of the outposts were exposed, Ling Yui became extremely nervous. They immediately asked some potential assassins to hide in silence. Some people who might be exposed took the initiative to expose themselves to attract the target's attention, and then hid in the wilderness. The entire Thorn God organization's reliance on Sihei Trading Company became even more important, because it was the only Thorn God organization that had been cleaned up. In this strict investigation, half a year passed quickly, and Lin Xiao's wedding was held as scheduled. The Bian Sect spent a lot of money to hold this wedding. The number of guests who came to participate reached tens of thousands, and the entire Loan City was overcrowded. 7 or 8 countries around, such as Lu, Chen, and Kang, sent people to congratulate. On the day of the banquet, the 4th level city defense formation of Loan City was opened, and Young King Feng, who was at the 11th level of Lingguang, personally took charge. In addition to the strength of its vassal, the power of the Hao family, more than a dozen Daogang monks, and hundreds of Zifu appeared, making the entire wedding extremely smooth. Not long after the wedding, Lin Xiao used the excuse of seclusion, but in fact he left Xianxi Kingdom with Hao Yiting, taking huge resources with him. Because of Young King Feng's escort, no one dared to intercept them on the road. Lin Xiao was the hope of Bian Sect, and if anyone was really blind, Yan Qingfeng would go crazy. So even if the various sects knew the news, they did not take any action. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.